Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to build a complete full stack project that is going to be a URL shortening service basically using Blazor with .NET 8, and this time we are going to use interactive auto render mode. Okay, this is the first project on this channel which is using interactive auto render mode. So this is let's see a quick demo what we are going to build in this video. So you can check out this demo. I'm going to link this in the description box, so please check it out if you want to. So this is the main page. This is using Blazor SSR, and this section, this small form, this is interactive auto on this page. Then admin side pages, all those pages are using interactive auto render mode because we had to use interactivity. We need interactivity on those pages. All right, so this is a simple home page with some features, some header, heading, and this section, and we have this login as well. Okay, so from login we can log in, and we have a register page as well, so we can log in and register. In order to generate a short link we need to be logged in, but let's see what happens if we are not logged in and if we try to shorten a long URL. Okay, so I have some pages open, so let's copy this. I want a short URL for this long URL, so I'll simply go to here, and yeah, and it is using validations as well. So you see, now let's add this long URL, and if I press shorten URL, pay attention, I'm not logged in, right? So shorten URL, and you see it redirected me to login, and once I log in it came back to the previous page, and now it started processing that long URL which we already added here, and then it has generated a short URL for us. Okay, so we can simply copy this from here, and now we can close it, and we are okay, we are good. Now after logging in we have two more options here: dashboard, my link, and from here we can log out. So on dashboard it simply shows some quick stats, that what total links I have, total active links we have, inactive links, total clicks on all those links. Well, this is for simple analytics, and today's clicks, today's links. So this section I have not worked on this, we'll work on this. Now go to my links, and on my links we can see this is the my link section, where by default it opens all the active links. These are all the active links. So we just created this link, the bottom one, right? This is active, this is the short URL it has generated for us, which we already copied. We have long URL. From here also we can copy. If you want to copy short URL or long URL, we can copy these. Total clicks on this link is 0. View details, we can go to the detail page. From here we could edit it. So for editing we can change the long URL, or we can toggle the active status for this link, and we can delete this link as well. So when we delete it, it asks for a confirmation that we sure if you want to delete this link. We'll see all these options. Now let's see if we go to view details. So here it simply shows this quick stats, if this link is active, total clicks, long URL, short URL, and then this simple graph, this chart. Okay, so right now for this there are no clicks. Now if we check this one, this is, I have added it on my community post, so from there people started clicking on it, so we have 50 clicks. If I click on this thing, it is showing. So sometimes this I'm using Syncfusion chart for this one. So you see on 1st May 44 clicks, 2nd May 5 clicks, 3rd May 1 click. So this keeps on changing. So this is going to show graph like this. Now it is much better. If we refresh it, it changes. So this is not in my control. This is how Syncfusion chart is working. All right, 44 clicks, 5 clicks, 1 click. So it is actually working like this. All right, total analytics. Now if you go to this, right now there are total clicks 0. Now if you remember, I already copied that, and if I paste that link, this is the short link, right? And if I press enter, it will go to the long URL, whatever we have added there. Now if we come back and if we try to maybe refresh this, so now we can see we have one click on this link because I clicked on this one link, right? And let me show you for this one as well. Total clicks are 50 for this one, which I added in my community post on YouTube. So let's try it out. I'll go to my YouTube channel. By the way, if you have not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe it. Like this video, share this video. I'll go to community and I have this, right? This post I have added, and now if I click on it, it will go to this home page because this was the main URL. And now if I come here and if I maybe refresh it, or let's go to view details, now we can see 51 clicks, right? 2 clicks today, 1 click I just added. All right. Okay, so from here we can go to home page and we can create a shorten link from here, or if we are in admin pages, from here we have this option, right? We can simply use this as well. Let me adjust it a bit. I hope you can see this now clearly. From dashboard, my links, we can simply click on it. Now pay attention, we are logged in. Let's get some other long URL. So maybe this fullstack Blazor Web app. Let's copy this URL.
Would you say yes?
And now if I come here and if I shorten this, shorten URL, you see this time it directly generated a short URL for us because right now we are already logged in. Okay, so we can copy it from here. Let's paste it in the browser and let's press enter. It should go to the same video, YouTube video. You see we are on this YouTube video, and this time we should have one click on this newly generated link. So if I come here, we can see total clicks 1, this one, right? This is the long URL. No, not this one. This one, this last one. Total clicks 1, and this is the long URL. All right, we can go to this and we can see 1 click on 3rd of May. All right, so yeah, I guess, okay, let's try to edit it. Now, what if I change this to maybe, let's go to directly without going to this specific video, let's go to my channel. Okay, I'm changing it, save it. So now the long URL for this is going to be my channel URL. Now if I go to this short URL, it is going to navigate us to the my channel's homepage, right? My channel's page on YouTube. Now if I come here and if I refresh it, we should see 2 clicks here. So total clicks 2 and 2 clicks. All right, then we can simply delete it if we want. Let's try to delete it, cancel, nothing is going to happen. If we delete it, it is going to get deleted from here. All right, and we can disable some link if we want. So let's make it inactive, save changes. Now if we go to show all, we have this inactive link, this last one. If we say show active links only, now we have just 3 items, and on show all we will have 4 items. All right, so that's a quick demo of this application. You can check it out. I'm going to drop the link of this demo in the description box. All right, and we are going to use Blazor Web app with interactive auto render mode with .NET 8. All right, so now we'll create a new project. So I have just opened Visual Studio 2022. We are going to select Blazor Web app. Next, and let's name it Blazing URLs. Location D Blazor. All right, next, authentication type, we need authentication in this one. So we'll choose individual accounts. Then interactive render mode, let's select auto. Interactivity location, per page component is fine, include sample pages. Okay, we'll clean those up. Create, it is going to create a project for us. And okay, So it has generated two projects for us, blazing URLs and blazing URLs.client. Okay, because when we talk about interactive auto, it is going to use both the interactive modes, interactive server and interactive WebAssembly. So the way it is going to work, whatever we put in this client project, that is going to the browser. So we are not going to put any sensitive or secure information or anything related to that in this client project. Okay, whatever server related stuff we have, we are going to put it in this main blazing URLs project. All right, so these two solutions, these two projects in this solution, let's run it quickly, then we'll start adding our things. I hope you guys are already familiar with interactive auto render mode, how it works. If you are not, I already have a quick video related to this, so explaining render modes and then explaining how to fetch data in interactive auto render mode, because that part is a bit tricky, because the same component is going to get data using server. When we say server, using SignalR for the on the first whenever we first visit that particular page, and for all the subsequent pages it is going to use WebAssembly. That means there is no direct call to server. So for next subsequent widgets, it is going to fetch data from server using HTTP calls, using API. So same component, same thing, but it will get data using two different mechanisms. Okay, so for this also I already have a video on my channel, that how to get data from server using with Blazor Interactive Auto. So this video, I'm going to drop link of this video in the description box as well, so that you will have some understanding what we are doing in this current video if you already watched this video. All right, so let's see, it just opened this up, so this is fine. Now we'll start adding our data first. So in data, if we check, we already have one migration, application DB context and application user, which came from that individual account authentication, which we selected already. So it is using Microsoft identity, ASP.NET Core identity. So in this, the same data folder, maybe we can create entities folder, or we can reuse this, where we can add those directly here. So I'm going to add the entities first. We need two entities. One is for link, the URL, and one is for that URL analytics. Okay, so that URL analytics we could say. So we could call it link or the URL, whatever you want. I'm using link. Okay, so public class link here. First thing, we need one ID. So let's use long ID. Then we'll have long URL. Then we are going to have two things here. So one is going to be short code, and then one is going to be short URL. Why two different things? That's because we might use different domain to resolve our short URLs. What I mean is, right now, if you check from here, if you go to my links, right now all these short URLs are using this blzurl.in/c, then this short code. This is short code, this section. In this particular case, this 3m1qd8, this is short code, and this complete thing is short URL. Okay, so if we want to maybe extend this project, maybe we want to make this domain configurable, then short code and short URL might be different. And maybe you could implement it as a SaaS platform where you are allowing user to provide their own custom domain. Then also it is going to help you out in that particular case. Okay, so we are going to use this approach. So short code and then one property. let's increase the font. String short URL. All right. After that, we will have one user ID who created this link, right? And then one more if this link is active. So bool is active, all these fields we need. Okay, and if you are following me, you would know that I love data annotations. So I'm going to add these things here. So for long URL, I want this required, and we will have short min length and max length. So let's say min length of 10 and maximum length of somewhat 250, or you can adjust it as per your requirement. Then short code, this is again going to be required with a length of, let's say we'll have minimum length of 6 characters and maximum length of, I don't know, maybe 10. Then comes short URL. So minimum length 10 because this is a URL, or maybe, yeah, 10 should be, no, yeah, let's have 10 should be fine. And then max length maybe 50 because this is a short URL. All right, then we have user ID. This is again going to be required, and length we can skip it. This is going to be a navigation property basically. Then we have is active, and we are good. So on this, we have this user ID, which is actually going to point to this application user entity, which came with ASP.NET Core identity, right? When we chose that individual accounts authentication. So in this application user, if you go to identity user, and its base class is identity user of type string, and here we are going to have this ID, which is of type string in this particular case. So this user ID is going to be of type string, and then we can define a navigation property using this. So we'll say public application user okay, and we are going to make it virtual, and now we are good. Our Blink entity is ready. Okay, then we need one more for our analytics. So for that, in this data folder only, let's create one more entity. Let's call it link analytic. Here we need one ID, so we'll use public long ID. Then we are going to use link ID, okay, which is going to be that navigation property which will point to this link entity we just created. After link ID, we will track when this link was clicked. So date time, we'll say click that, save, and now you can extend this application by having other fields in this link analytics. Maybe the IP address that click came from, right? The referrer from where this, no, referrer, yeah, referrer can also be a case that from which domain, which URL this link got clicked from. So there could be multiple things, right? So for the sake of simplicity, for this particular application, we are just going to track click that, when that link, that short link was clicked. All right, now we have this link ID. So let's have the navigation property here, which will be of type link. Let's call it link only, and we'll make it virtual. Save. This ID is going to be key, and that's all. Save everything, and we are good. All right, now in link, let's add one to, this is one to many relationship. One link is going to have multiple link analytics. So in link, let's create one more property here, public I collection of link analytics. link analytics, we are going to call it this. Let's add virtual, and now we are good. Okay, we can add inverse property as well if we want, but because this is the same name, we can have it, or maybe let's add. So we'll say inverse property, the name of property. When we say inverse property, that means whatever property we are having here. So in link analytics, what is the name of the property which points to this entity, right? So if you go to link analytic class, there the property name is this link, which is navigation property, which is pointing back to the link entity, right? This one. So here we are going to say link analytic dot link. This is the name of inverse property. So by default, it follows the convention. The name of this entity, it is directly going to use that. If that's not the case, maybe instead of link, we named it something else, maybe original link or anything. In that case, it benefits us. So we can use this thing. So now it is able to figure out that how this mapping is, how these two entities are mapped with each other, right? But we are not going to use that. We'll use simple thing, link. By the way, do let me know in the comment if you are familiar with all these and of all these EF core related stuff, this mapping and all these things. If, or maybe I can create a dedicated video for this, for explaining all these EF core related stuff. Do let me know in the comment if you want a dedicated video for this, and please like this video if you haven't already, and share this video, and don't forget to subscribe my channel. All right, so now we are good. We have link analytics, we have link. Now we just need to add these to our application DB context, right? So which is already there. EF core, this ASP.NET Core identity already created this for us. So we are going to add those two entities here as a DB set. So DB set link links. I'll copy this, and then link analytic and link analytics. So now we have all these things ready now. So we have already a migration for ASP.NET Core identity related stuff, that user management and all those things. We have added these two things, link and link analytics. So let's add migration for these two. Okay. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply go to tools, or maybe we can directly go there. So package manager, here we have package manager console. We'll go there, and here we'll say add migration, and let's say initial migration, or maybe let's say add link entities. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, but the output we want in a separate folder, so we need it in data/migrations. Here we need the output of this migration, because we already have migration in that folder. By default, it adds those migration in the data directly in migration folder on the root. Build succeeded, and now it has generated this in the migrations folder only. If you see, this is the migration, and here we can verify what all we have in this migration. So it is going to create this table links with ID, big int, identity 11, long URL, short code, short URL, user ID is active. It is going to add primary key, then foreign key with user ID. Then we have link analytics with ID, link ID, click date, date time, big int, primary key on ID, then foreign key on link ID, and then it is going to create the indexes. Create index on link ID and user ID. All right. We should have one more thing. We should have one more index, that unique key index, right? On link, because the short code, it should be unique. Okay, let's add this as well. So for this, we'll go to our DB context. Here we are going to override one method, which is going to be on model creating. Okay, this time we should call this base.onModel creating, because in this identity, ASP.NET Core identity must be setting up its stuff. We go here, if we go to this one, it must be setting this on model creating version 2, on model creating, on model creating. Alright, so when we work with this, it's always better to use the base version as well. And after this, we'll add our thing. So for our thing, we'll say builder.entity link. And on this link, we'll say, no, these mapping has one with many, has foreign key. All these we have already set up with those data annotation and all those navigation properties. Okay, now we need to add the index. So we'll say has index l.shortcode. We are going to add an index on this, and we'll add is unique. So this is going to be unique. All right. All right. So this means we need to generate one more migration now. So let's again go back to package manager console. Let's add a migration, and this time we'll say, let's say add shortcode unique index. Shortcode, right? Yes. All right, let's press enter. And we have this order column shortcode. On this, it is going to create an index. Okay, unique index. So save it. Now we are good. Now we can run these migrations in our database, right? So before that, if we directly go to app settings.json, here we see default connection which this application is using. If we go to program.cs, here we can see it has connection string builder.configuration.get connection string from default connection. So it is by default using this. We can change it if we want. Let's say blazing URLs connection, we can change it easily. And then we'll go to app settings and we can change this name. All right, so I'll adjust this connection string. So what I'm gonna do, server is dot, which is a default instance of SQL Server in my machine. Then database name, it is using this long thing, but I'm going to use just blazing URLs YT. And I can leave everything else like this only. The only thing I'll add for my local, I'll say encrypt equals false. Okay, and I don't have user ID password, so I can also use integrated security true, which is for Windows authentication in SQL Server. Okay, so you can adjust it as per your system or your requirement. And one more thing I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this section from app settings.json and I'm going to add it to app settings.development.json so that I can have environment specific connection strings. Okay, if you don't have this app setting.development.json, you can simply create this file. I'll simply cut this from here. I'll go to app setting.development.json and I'm going to paste it. You can paste it anywhere in this JSON file on the root. Basically it shouldn't be inside logging. So logging is one key, then connection string is a separate key. All right, so save it. Everything will work same, no change. Now we have connection string ready, we have migrations ready. Now we can go to package manager console and from here we can run a command update database. Press enter. What it is going to do, it is going to first check if we already have this database created. If not, it will create database, then it is going to run all these migrations. That means it is going to create all our tables there. It has created and we can see whatever SQL command it has run, so we can check it is creating table here, this links table, link analytics table, creating index, ASP.NET role users, all these are ASP.NET identity related tables. So our database should be ready now. All right, so save everything, and now we are good. Our database related stuff, DB context, entities, all that is done, and migrations, all that is done. Now we'll start working on our UI. I'll close all tabs. Yeah. All right, so for UI, first we'll design our layout, and for layout we will see what fonts we are going to use, what icon library we are going to use, what is the color scheme we are going to use. So for all that stuff, let's open up the browser. So first thing, font, we are going to use Poppins font from Google Fonts. So we can go to Google Fonts and we have Poppins. You could go here and search for Poppins. So this is Poppins. We'll come here and let's see if we already have this added. One font family selected. This is the one that is selected. Okay, so here we have get embed code, download all. Here it is. Yeah, so we can download it or we can check the embed code, and here we have these options. So we'll select web because we are working on web, and here we have these two options. We can either use link tag or we can use this @import in CSS directly. So we are going to use this link. Let me zoom it so that you can see it clearly. So this link tag, we are going to copy this, and then we'll go to our project. In here, blazing URLs, components, and app.razor. This is the main HTML page, which is the placeholder for our complete app. This is the main. So this routes and this head outlet, these are the two sections which are dynamically going to get data from all the components. All right, so inside this, maybe after bootstrap, we are going to add those CSS which we just copied. Okay, for Poppins. All right, and then in order to use that, you see Poppins CSS classes, we can set these. So font family, for this we can use Poppins, sans serif. So let's check it. We'll come here. So here if you see, we have this app.css, which is the global CSS file for our application. So we'll go to www root folder, then app.css, and here we have this HTML body. We have this font family. We are going to remove this font family and we are going to use that Poppins and sans serif which we just copied. All right, so now our font is set. We can check it if we want. So it's here. You can see the font is changed now. The appearance is different. So we have added font. After font, we will use the colors, what colors we need in our application. So for that, I have two colors. There is one main color and there is a variation of gray color. So I have those copied. I'm going to use those somewhere here only after HTML root or HTML body, or maybe on top of this. So we are going to use :root, and we are going to use these colors, and these are CSS variables, so that if tomorrow we want to modify our theme, we want to change it, we can just change it from here at one place, and all the CSS, everything is going to be changed. All right, so now we have this root, we have HTML body. After this, all these thing, we don't need all these because we are going to change the layout. So we don't need these. What we will have valid, we will have invalid class. This is for data annotation, not specifically data annotation. This is for that edit form validations. Then validation message, this is also fine. And then Blazor error boundary, this is also fine. Then darker border, checkbox, form check input, we can remove this. This is also we don't need it. All right. So now after HTML body and all these, we are going to add some helper classes for our colors. Okay. So how we are going to use these? So there are two places, two things. Either we can use background color or we can use text color, right? These are the main things where we use color. So for this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create couple of classes. So bg main, which is for background color of main color, this color. So for this, I'm going to use background color colon. Then where this is the way we use CSS variables here, and we have nice IntelliSense as well. So color main. All right. So bg main. Then let's say bg gray. Background color gray. All right. After that, we'll use the same thing for our text colors. So we'll say text main, and this is going to be color, which is actually text color, and we are going to use our main color. Same thing, text gray. So color, our variable of this color gray. All right, so we are good now. Now after this, we want to modify the buttons color as well. We will have a different kind of button, right? So Bootstrap provides us those BTN primary and all those buttons, but we have a different kind of button. For example, this button, or maybe let's go to, yeah, let's click on it. So this shorten URL, you see this button's appearance, this is a bit different. All right. So for this, what we are going to use, we are going to create one more class here. We'll say btn main. Okay, and here we'll set some things. First thing, we need to have a background color. This, let's see what all it gave. Background color is color main, and text color is going to be white. Apart from this, we don't need all this. Okay, fine. Then we need one border color as well, which should be something a bit different from this, maybe lighter or darker. So this color also, I already have it. Let me copy it. So we can go to here only, root, and here we'll say color main border. All right, this is a different color, hash 93254C. So here on this btn main, we'll use border color, as that color main border, this one. All right, now on hover we need some styling as well. So btn main hover, not after, btn colon hover. Okay, so here we need background color a bit. We can see this also is going to be a different color. So you see, when we hover over it, it becomes a lighter version of this color, this button's color, right? If we go to dashboard, maybe not dashboard, home page, and here also you see the shorten URL, this is a bit different. So this is some light color of the main colors version, right? So for this, I also have this copy. Let's come here in our CSS variables. Here we are going to add one more color. This is going to be color main light, and this is going to be this color. All right, now let's come to btn main hover, and here what we'll do, we'll say background color. We need background color, this light color version of the main color, and same thing we'll say border color as well. We'll set the same color, word and color main light. All right, fine. And then let's change the color as well, which we want to have it white only. We are setting it because it may conflict with the predefined CSS button classes. So for that we are explicitly setting it white on hover as well. All right, so I guess we are done with our global level CSS styles. Now next thing, the icons, right? So for icons we are going to use box icons. We can search for that, box icons. You can go here, you can download it. Okay, from here you can download it. I already have it downloaded, so I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy that in our www root folder only. So here we have box icons. Here you will see a lot of things. We just need CSS, fonts, SVG we can use or we can remove. We are not using these. We are just using CSS and fonts, these two things. All right, so now we need to use this box icon CSS in our project. So for that also we'll go to our app.razor, and here we'll just copy this box icons.css, and we are going to add this right after font and before all these styles. All right, so it is using two things, box icon.css, min.css. so we'll use just min.css, and we are good. Now we can use these box icons. So how to use those box icons? For that we are here, so you can check any icon. For example, if I want to check how the link icon works, so this is the link icon. I can click on it, or I can click on this link. So you see we have web component, but we are not using web components. You can use download PNG SVG, or you can simply go to font, and this is the thing we are going to use in our application. Okay, so this is a simple I tag. Let me zoom it. So I class bx link. So these classes are coming from that box icon CSS, which are actually going to render this icon. All right, so save everything. I guess our icons are also fine. Let's quickly check it out. So let's go to home page, component pages, home.razor. Here let's use h1, and inside h1 let's use I class bx, which is for box icon, and bx link. Let's check link only, this icon. So save it, run it, and maybe let's check button as well. Let's stop it, and I'm going to add a button here. So I'll say button, type button, and class btn. It is coming from Bootstrap for actual styling. Then btn main, which is for our colors. Okay, so save everything and let's run it. So now we should see this button with our styling, and we should see this icon from box icons. You see, icon did not come, but the button is coming. Button is working fine. Let's see what's wrong with box icons. So looks like there is some error. Let's go to console, and it's saying 404. It could not find it. And why? If we check the URL, is the path is wrong. Okay, so let's check in Visual Studio, app.razor, and this is the issue. You see this tilt icon. So this is not applicable with Blazor applications. So we just need to follow the convention others are using. So without anything, just remove it. It is going to use this base href with this. So save it. Let's try to restart. And now we should see icon as well. And boom. Alright. On this hello world, let's see if text main class is also getting applied. So on this hello world h1, let's add class text main. Alright, save it. Let's try to see if hot reload works this time. And it doesn't. So for me, it rarely works actually, hot reload. So I just need to stop and restart the app. And now we can see this. So that means our button classes, our colors, our icons, our fonts, everything is working fine now. Now we can finally start working on our layout. Alright, so let's close all. So now we'll work on layout. So for layout, let's go to components, layout and main layout. Alright, so we have all this stuff here. We'll just have @body and we are going to remove all other stuff. But we'll have this Blazor error UI intact, right? This is to show that if there is some error, so it shows that. So we just going to have it, and before it we are going to have our @body. We also have this nav menu, right? We'll modify this nav menu as well, but for now let's have this @body only, and now we'll start designing our page. So first thing, we need a top banner kind of thing with the background color of our main color, which is going to take the entire width. All right, so for that we are going to use div class container fluid. This is for full width. Okay, and after this container fluid we are going to use bg main because we need our main background. On this we'll have text white. This is coming from bootstrap, so because on our main color, that or reddish kind of color, we need white color text. And then we need some additional styling as well. So for that, let's have a css class here, top banner, and inside this we don't need anything, so we'll just add %nbsp, which is simply as for space, so that this div container is not empty. And now for this top banner we are going to add some css styling for this. So for this we already have this scoped isolated css for this. So main layout.razor.css, we'll come here and we are going to remove everything in this css file except this Blazor error UI, this thing, these two things, right? Because these are this Blazor error UI which we have. So before this Blazor error UI, we are going to remove all these things because we are adding our own HTML. So the CSS classes and all CSS related stuff is going to be our custom. All right. So on this, I'll say top banner. So dot top banner, and on this top banner, we'll add our styling. So first thing, we need this to always at the very top and taking the entire width. So for that, what we'll do, we'll have our position absolute, then we'll say left 0, right 0 and top 0. Let's quickly see it. Hot reload does not work as expected, which is a very bad developer experience for this kind of stuff. If we could have that, I'm changing the CSS or HTML and it is updating real time, hot reload is working, then it should have been much easier. But let's see. So what I am going to do, Do we have this thing? No. Okay. So what I am trying, I'll do this thing like this so that it is on top half. All right. Then let's have it on bottom half. All right. All right. So we have main layout.razor.css and we have this layout.razor. Now after this we have this section. We need some fixed height as well for this. So on this top banner, I'm going to say, let's say min height, and we'll have it somewhat around 250 px. Save it, and now we can see it. All right. Now for the text content, right now text content is somewhere here, which is hidden behind this. That's because we have this position absolute, so it is taking that up. We can check this using maybe, let's say, background color. If I set background color to transparent, we should see it. You see, we have that section behind this. So we need that text on top of this. So for that, what we can do here, we can simply use JAD index. Not one, let's say JAD index at some lower JAD index, so -1. Now the text is here. If you could see, the color is not, we are not going to see it, but we can see this text colors and we can see this. That means text is on top of this background, right? This top banner. So this is what we need. Now after this, on the main layout, let's change this section to somewhere in between the center of the screen and having some spacing from the top. So for that, we'll go to our main layout, and in main layout, after this top banner, we are going to have one div class container, and we are going to have some spacing from top, so mt3, margin top 3. Inside this, we are going to have div class row, row, and inside this also let's have some spacing from top and some spacing from bottom. We'll see if we need to adjust the bottom spacing. All right, now next thing, we can have the complete width. So div class call 12, which is actually for entire width, and inside this we can have our, okay, inside this also let's have a div class row. Now here we can define all our stuff, whatever we need for our body, or not for body, for header actually, the application name, project name, app name, and then right navigation menu for that thing. All right, so for that, what we are going to do, we are going to divide this section into two sections. In left, we are going to have the application name, blazing URLs. On right, we are going to have our nav menu, right? Login, logout buttons, dashboard, my links, all those navigation menus. So for this, inside this row, we are going to have div class call sm6. Okay, and in this call sm6, we will set display flags. Okay, we'll see later if we need this. Okay, here we need our application name. So for that, let's use maybe h2 with some classes. We'll see what classes we need. Blazing URLs is the name, but we need anchor tag here. So we'll say href slash, and here also we are going to add a couple of classes, and now we are going to have our application name, which is blazing URLs. Okay, so save it. Let's see if it is coming. The hot reload works or not. Yes, hot reload did work this time. Great. So let's, on this h2, let's add couple of classes. First thing, we need text white. It should be in white color. After that, on this anchor tag, we don't need this underline, so we'll say text decoration none. These classes are coming from Bootstrap. Text decoration none. So save it. And hot reload does not work by itself. We need to click on it. So let's click on it and let's see if it worked. No, it didn't. And why it didn't work? Text white. Yes. Yes, this should work. Oh, because of anchor tag, we have something on anchor. Yes, on a tag, we have this default styling. So instead of this adding text white on h2, we can add text white on this anchor tag, text white. So from h2, let's remove this text white and let's save it. Let's hot reload and we can see this. All right, now we need it as bold. So for that, on this anchor tag, or maybe on h2 only, let's add fw bold. So font weight bold. Cool, we can see this now. So it is fine now, it is working. All right, looks fine. Now let's work on the right side. We'll fix it more, but let's work on the next column. So div class call sm6. Inside this, we are going to have all our buttons, all our links. So, but for now, let's have only one link, that button. So we'll say button type button classes. Let's say btn outline light, and let's say login. Save it, hot reload, and let's see how it looks now. And we have this login. All right, cool. Not cool. This login should be at the very right. Okay. So inside this call sm6, on this button type, this thing, we'll add one class where we'll say align self end. Save it. And it didn't move. Why it didn't move? That's because on this call sm6, this align self end, it should it needs its parent to be display flags, but call sm6 is not by default display flags. So let's add d flags here, save it and hot reload, and it came to the bottom. But the problem is d flags, this is actually align self end. Align is for vertical cross axis what when we say, but it is, if we have the default display flags, which is actually flags direction row, on row align is for vertical axis and justify is for the horizontal spacing, right? Horizontal alignment. So we need horizontally at the very end. So we can remove this align self end from here, and we can simply say on display flags, we'll simply say justify content end, and now it will move to the end. Yes, it is here now. All right. Okay, we'll design it further, but before that, let's have the actual wrapper for our actual content for all the pages. So first, let's remove this console. So for all this section, it should be somewhere here. So for that, after this div class container, inside this, not after, maybe inside this only, we are going to add another row. So this first row, it was totally for this section. Then we are going to have second row. So div class row, and inside this again we are going to have div class called 12, the complete space, and here we are going to say bg white. We need background white. So if I save it, and then I'm going to move this body to this section. Now we need body here. When we say body, all the pages or routable content, all the routable pages content or all the components, everything is going to render inside this. So let's hot reload, and boom. Now this is the thing, right? Now let's design it further. First thing, on this section, this white section, let's have some padding. So we'll say P4, save it. And after P4, we need to have some spacing. For not spacing we already have. Let's have some shadow. So for this, we'll say shadow LG, large shadow. And then let's have rounded corners. So for that, we have this rounded class. Save it, hot reload, and now we can see this. All right, it is a bit different now. It is looking cool. All right, now if we see this login button, it is the spacing between login and this section is very less, whereas in this blazing URL and this section, the spacing is a bit larger than this one. So what we need to do, we need to have the same spacing. So what we will do, we will simply move these blazing URLs to the bottom in this display flags. Okay, so align and basically for both of these. So let's go to this blazing URLs, this main heading. So on this call SM6, we will add display flags, and here we'll say align items and save it. If we'll click on this hot reload, nothing happened. Let's see why nothing happened. If I come here, if I do this, so we have this margin on this H2 which comes from Bootstrap. This margin bottom 0.5 REM. Okay, so we don't want this. So what we'll do, FW bold, here we'll say M0, so no margin. Save it, hot reload, and now it is good. All right. Okay. Okay, now let's have some main, this page's main heading. Okay. So for this, before body, we are going to have one H1 tag here. Okay. Inside this, we'll say URL shortener, and then in a small tag, we'll have some helper text. So shorten any long link or URL. All right, save it, and if we see it, it should come here. Okay, it's here. Now let's, on this H1, let's add some classes. So we'll say text main, FW bold, okay, and text center. So make it main color, make it bold, and move it to the center. This is what we are saying. Save it, and we can see this now. All right. Cool. Now let's quickly see. Now there is one problem with this. We will fix it later. But now let's quickly see how it looks on smaller screens. Okay, maybe we can try this. If I'll try to shorten this on the very small screens, on mobile screens, there is no spacing from left and right. You see, this is at the very left, this is at the very right, and this section, this white section. So the look and feel we are having here on the larger screen. So there is this background a bit different than this white section. It is in the center of the screen with some spacing from left and right. We can't see that on mobile screens, right? So we need to have that here as well. So how can we do this? We'll simply use bootstrap. So here we are using call 12, right? 12 column grid. But what if we use 11 column grid? So instead of this call 12, we'll say call 11. Same thing we'll do on this call 11. That means let's take 11 columns. And now if I do this, now we see we have this spacing. But now the problem is all the spacing is from right side only. But we need the spacing equally distributed on left and right, both of these sections. So on larger screens, it will look good. No, not good. Again, 11. So we need this section to be 11 grid, 11 columns, but it should be in center. So for that, what we can do? The row class. This is actually a display flex by default in Bootstrap. So on this div inside this not this one, this call 11, on this we can use mx auto. mx auto is actually margin start auto, margin end auto. That means automatic from left and right on the x-axis. So it is going to move this call 11 to the center of the screen. All right, so I'll add this mx auto to both of these call 11s. First this blazing urls and login, and then second one for our body. So save it, auto reload, and it is in the center now, right? Let's try to shrink this, and you see we have the same appearance. All right, this is fine. Now on these smaller screens, on this mobile screen, what we need, this the name of the application and this navigation, we need this to be center aligned, but only on mobile device, right? On bigger device, we need the same behavior we are having right now. All right, so now we need to tweak some of the classes here. Okay, so for this first one, this blazing URLs, this says this is this call sm6 display flex align items end. Now this is fine, but for this, what we will do now, we need to say justify content center to move the content to the center horizontally. Now if we directly do this, it will be center aligned on the bigger screen as well as on the smaller screen. So for smaller screen it is good, but for bigger screen we need it left aligned only. So for that, what we can do, justify content center, this is default, but we can say justify content SM for smaller screens, not smaller screens. SM is for actually a bigger screen. The second breakpoint, actually it has without any breakpoint, then SM, MD, LG, and then XL. So for SM we needed left, which is start in display flexes language. So by default it should be in center, but on SM and greater than SM it should be start. Start is the very beginning. Now if I save it and if I do this, now on bigger screen this is actually justify content SM. So it will be here, and if I shrinken this, now it is center aligned. So this is without any breakpoint. The same thing we'll do with this login button. Okay, so we are going to do the same thing for login button. So let's copy all these things, copy, and let's add on this thing. But the only thing we need extra, that is justify content center. So instead of justify content center is going to be okay, but justify content sm end. This is for the login button so that it is horizontally at the very end. All right. So save it, hot reload. It would be like this only, but when we do this, we will have this thing. All right. Now we need some spacing between these two. We can add some margin top on this button, or maybe this call sm6, or maybe let's have on this button only. So we'll say mt2. Save it, and we have this spacing, and on bigger screen it should be fine. All right. So this top section is fine, this heading is fine. Now there is one issue. The issue is we have set this thing hard coded on layout, but this is not where it belongs, right? Because this thing, this heading is going to be changed for all the pages. For example, on login page it should be login, on the my links page or dashboard page it should be dashboard and my links, right? So this section is going to be dynamic, but it should be here only. So the placeholder that where this content is dynamically going to inject, that is inside layout, but the content is going to come from the inner pages. So for that we have one body, we cannot have multiple bodies, but for this Blazor gives us section outlet. So we can define sections on the layout, and then we can provide content for body for those sections on the components or on the routable pages, page components basically. So that is what we are going to do here. So instead of having this h1 like this directly on the layout, what we will do, we will have a section here. So for that I'll say section outlet. Now we are going to use it. So let's cut this Microsoft ASP.NET Core component sections, this section, and let's add it to our imports underscore imports, component underscore imports, so that we don't need to use it. We don't need to add this complete thing, and we don't need to use using statement on this page. So now we can directly use section outlet like this. All right. So on the section outlet, we need to provide section name or section ID. Okay. So section name is what we are going to use here. So here we'll say maybe just heading or maybe page title, something like this. Page title does not make sense, right? Let's use heading only. Heading. All right. So now we can provide body for this section outlet, which is going to be section content on the inner page. So let's cut this h1 from here. Now there is no h1 on layout. We'll save it. If we'll hot reload, we will see there is nothing. It is going to get removed from here. Now it is not here. We'll go to our pages and home page, and here we are going to define our section content. All right. Inside this section content, we are going to add that h1, which we just cut from the layout. And in order to bind this, that this section content, there could be multiple section outlets, multiple section contents, right? So we need to tell that this section content, this belongs to this section outlet. So for that, we will use this same section name. This is heading. So in this section content as well, we have section name and section ID. So we need to use the same thing. So it is heading, same heading. Now if we, after saving it, if I hot reload this, I should see the same thing here again. All right. So that means this thing is working. Our layout is ready now. Now we can start working on our inner pages. All right. If you want to just test it, we can try it. Let's see. We got this weather page, for example. Okay. So right now, if we directly navigate to this weather page /weather, we'll see direct content without that heading. And now if we simply come to this and we'll simply add our section content here with the same section name of heading. And here we can define anything. It could be HTML or direct string or some dynamic string, anything. Okay, let's make it dynamic. So I just show you, we have this forecast, right? So let's make it dynamic by showing the number of weather forecast results we have. All right, so here let's say I'm going to have weather forecast result count, something like this, and we can have it dynamically like this @forecast. Is it nullable? Yes, it is. So @forecast question mark dot length or 0 if it is null. All right, like this. Now we have this dynamic without HTML. Now if I save it and hot reload it, I'm seeing this weather forecast result count 5. If I refresh this, I see this count 5. If I go to home page, I see this. So this styling, this is coming from the child page only, the inner page only. So this styling is totally different. We can have different styling for this, or we can simply cut this. We can have the same h1, we can have the same classes. So one is text main, then text center and fw bold, and then save it and hot reload. Now we should see on weather page, we can see this thing. All right, you see initially it was not 5, it came 5 later. Initially it was 0 only. So let's go to home page. Let's quickly see one more time. So I'm just trying to show you that it is dynamic. You see 0 then 5. So this is the way we use sections. So now finally our layout is ready without navbar. Of course, nav menu, we'll extend that later, but for now we are good with this. Next thing we'll start working on, or maybe we should work on navbar only. Okay, let's work on navbar, but before that let's close all these, stop it, save it. Right now we have hard-coded login button in the main layout only, this hardcode login button, but we need this to be dynamic. If user is not logged in, then it should show login, and if user is logged in, then it should show 3 different links: dashboard, my links, and then logout button. Okay, so all that logic we are going to move it to nav menu. That is what we are going to do next. All right. So we saw how this login button is going to work. Now let's simply, it should not be button actually, it should be anchor tag with href as /account/login, which is actually the default login page which comes with ASP.NET Core identity. All right, we can change this. If we go to components, accounts, pages, here we can see this login.razor, and here we can see the @page, and then this is the route. We can change it if we want, but let's use this default only. So this is account login, type button, we don't need this now, and now we are good. All right, so save it. Now let's move this thing to our nav menu. So in nav menu we have a lot of things. We don't need all these things. We just need logout section, which is this logout. So let's copy this thing, remove all other things, have this here, comment this out. We will add this at the appropriate place, the required place where we need this. All right, now here first thing we need authorize view, which will tell us that if the user is logged in or not logged in right now. So first thing is not authorized, so that means user is not authorized right now, If user is not authorized, we are going to show the login button. Here it is. It should be here. This login button. Okay, save it. And on the main layout, let's use that nav link component, not nav link, nav menu. Nav menu component here. Save it. Save everything. Let's run it. Let's see if the appearance is still same. Okay, it is coming and we can still see it the same thing. All right, so we are good now. Now we can just enhance this by adding other links as well. Okay, so let's go to nav menu only, and here if it is authorized, user is authorized, then we are going to have all those buttons. So first thing, we need our some container because we are going to have 3 different links. So we are going to have one div class. Let's use display flags only. We'll add other styles later. For now, let's have a href and let's have app/dashboard for dashboard. Then we are going to add a couple of classes here. Let's use link light, which is white color of link, and then this is going to be dashboard. All right, save it and copy it. Second is going to be my links, link light and my links. All right, then third is going to be our logout button. So for that, let's copy this form, paste it here. Okay, and inside this button, type submit. On this thing, this class nav link, instead of this nav link class, we need to give it the appearance of this similar as login button. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll say btn and btn outline light. All right, so now we are good. Save everything. This icon, this is bootstrap icon which we are not using, so we can remove this. So save everything, and now let's check it. We can't check it right now because we don't have that login logout mechanism right now. So what we can do, we can make these inverse. So let's use it for not authorized, and let's change the first one to authorized, which is not right. We'll change it, but we just want to see the UI. Now we can see these UIs, these 3 things here. All right, now let's inspect it and we'll add a couple of classes here. Then we'll use those classes directly in our code. So let's come here and we have, let's zoom it. All right, so we have this div class dflags. On this display flags, let's do this. Let's make justify content between. Okay, but we can't see anything. That's because we need some height or width predefined for this. So for this, what we are going to do, we'll simply say let's make it width 100 or maybe width W75, and now we can see it. All right, so these things are like this. Now we need these vertically center. Okay, so for that, after this thing, justify content center, we can say align items center. Save it, and now these are here. All right, then we don't need this underline here, and we changed it for this blazing URLs as well. So this is going to be at lot of places. So what we can do, we can actually remove this text decoration underline on global level, right? So for that we can go to app.css, which is the global CSS. So let's go there in w root app.css. In here let's add anywhere, we'll say a anchor tag. Here we'll say text decoration, and we'll say none. We don't need any text decoration for this. All right, and let's copy these classes: full flag, justify content center, align item center, and w75 for this one. So let's copy this, and let's go to our code nav menu, and let's add this here so that we can have it in sync. And now we have all these things ready. So our nav menu is also ready now. Okay, and hover, we should have some effect on hover, right? Let's do this. On hovering of on links, let's add underline. Okay, so for that what we can do, let's go to app.css only. Here we define that on anchor tag we don't need any text decoration, but if we are hovering over it, so we'll say a colon hover, and here we are going to say text decoration underline, save it, and let's check if we are seeing something. Yes, all right, looks fine now. Right now these links are not going to work because we have not defined these pages, but at least we can see this. So design is fine. Let's check login. Let's fix these. So first one should be not authorized, where we are going to display our login, and the second one is going to be authorized, where we are going to display our internal links. So save it, hot reload, and now login as well. So everything looks fine now. All right, so our main, this navigation bar is ready. Now we can start working further. Now we don't need this form, this commented thing. We can remove this section, and we are good. So save everything. All right, now our layout is ready, our nav menu is ready. Now we can start working further. So first thing, we'll work on our login and register pages. So for that we already have something which came with the scaffolding when we selected that individual account, and it added ASP.NET Core identity pages. So in pages we have login and logout. In components account pages we have login button, login page, and we have register page. Okay, so we are going to use these two pages. Let's run it. So let's see if we can see something. We already added that login button. Let's see how it looks, how the UI looks. Login, if we click on it, we can see this thing. All right, we just need to modify it a bit. We don't need this another service login. We need this section to be in the center. All right, and heading and all that stuff. Let's do this. So first thing, we'll see the layout for all these login, these identity pages. So for this we have in components account shared, we have account layout. This is the layout. So on this we have the HTTP context is null, login, body, so there is nothing, so we are good with this. We don't need to change anything in the layout. Now we'll go to login page. So in login page, we are here. We have all this stuff. What we'll do here, first thing, page title is fine. We'll add our section content. Okay, so this we can copy from our home page. Let's go pages, home page. Let's copy this heading, this section content. All right, and here we'll simply say login, because this is login page. Okay, now we don't need this h1. Now we have this row call md4, which is fine, or maybe call sm4. And after this call sm4, what we'll do, we'll move it to the center. So mx auto, because row is display flags, so mx auto, this is going to move this sm4 to the center. And after this sm4, we have this md6 for external login provider, which we don't need, so we can remove this. Now we just have sm4 with mx auto, so it will be in the center. On this we can have border class, we can have some padding p3, and I guess we are good. On the page title we'll say login, and then we can add the blazing URL, the application name. Save it, save everything, hot reload. Let's see how it looks now, and it is like this. Let's remove this user local account to login, this thing as well. So this is this h2, and remove this hr as well. And validation summary, we don't need this, we can remove this as well. Save it, everything is fine. On this button, this submit button, this is btn lg btn primary. So what we'll do, we'll have simply, we'll remove this w100, we don't need it full width, so we'll have btn and btn main. That's all what we need. So save it. Let's see how it looks now, and it is coming up good. All right, now let's remove all these three things. We'll have this register as a new user. So let's move this login to the right and this register as a new user on the left. All right, and then this thing, let's not use these floating labels, we'll use simple form control text boxes. All right, so here for the submit button on the container div, what we'll do, we'll say div class display flags justify content between, so that we can have items as left and right, and align items center, so that vertically items are centered. So account register, this thing, let's cut this and add it here. So we have registered as a new user, and then we'll remove forgot password, recent email. You can have it if you want, but for this simple application I'm not using this. All right, then we have login button, which will be on the right side. And for this first register as a new user, let's change the text. So we'll say, are you a new user? So new user question mark, if yes, then you could register from here. Save it. All right, save everything, we should be good. But before that, what I'll do, I'll simply remove this form floating classes, form floating, and we are good. All right, then we'll change the HTML places. So we'll first have label, then input text. First label, then input text. And for this one, this checkbox, we are okay with this design. So looks like everything is fine. Let's save it. We have this section, we don't need explicit section for this, so let's remove this section as well. So I'll do this, and we should be good now. So let's save everything, let's hot reload, and let's see how it looks. And it is looking like this, which is better. All right, Now if you go to register page, we have the similar kind of thing on register page as well. So we'll modify it same as login page. Okay, let's do this quickly. We know what all we need to do. So register.razor, first thing, register blazing URLs. Then we need our section. We don't need h1 on this, so we'll have this section, and here we'll say register. All right, then we'll have this call sm4, and we'll have mx auto, we'll have border, we'll have p3 or p4, what was that, p3 status message. Then we have edit form. From edit form we'll simply remove validation summary h2 and hr, remove these, we are good. Then we'll remove form floating classes, so form floating and form floating from 3 places. Then we'll have label first and input text after that. All right, then submit button, we'll simply wrap this in a div with class display flex, justify content between, what is the problem, justify spelling, justify content between, and align items center. All right, we have this register button. The second div we don't need for external login provider. All right, we need login link. So for that we can go to login, and we can simply copy the anchor tag, paste it, and instead of account/register we'll say account/login, and here we'll say existing user. If you are an existing user, then simply login. So okay, and for this register page, register button, we'll have btn and btn main, these two classes. So save everything, and I guess it should look same. Save everything, hot reload, we have login and we have register. It looks fine now, right? Existing user login, register, it looks fine. All right, now let's have some spacing between these two, this register and this border. Okay, so for this let's do this on this. After p3 let's add empty, maybe margin top 3 as well, right? So I'll add this for both this register and login page. So on login as well I have this p3 on this main div and empty3. Now we are good. So the styling is done for login and register pages, right? Now we can start on its functionality. With functionality, most of the functionality is already there for login and register. We just need to tweak it a bit. All right. So first thing, if we check, let's go to login. When I log in, it takes some time. Then it shows this. That means the request goes to server. So this is happening because we are not using enhanced forms. Okay, so let's use enhanced form for this. So what enhanced form is, if we go to network tab, if we close this, let's remove this overview. All right, we are here, we are on all. Now if I click on this login, you see there are new requests. If we go to doc, it is actually a document, that means full page refresh. Okay, there is nothing in fetch access tab. This is different, this is browser link for hot reloading. Now in order to make it enhanced form, what we can do, on this edit form we can add one parameter which is enhance. So we'll add this on login and register both. This is register form enhance, okay, which is a shorthand for enhance equals to true. So if it's boolean and we want to pass true as a value, we can directly omit this equals true, we can directly use enhance. So save it, maybe stop and rerun. So now we should see that it will not make the complete page refresh, it will simply use the fetch request. If I come here, if I open it, open network, clear everything, clear all, and now if I press login, there is one request. If I go to fetch, we see this is a fetch request. So this is not a full page refresh now. Alright, now let's try to add something. Login, it is not a valid email, let's use some valid email. Login and invalid login attempt, that means this thing is working. Now let's go to register, same validation is there. Let's quickly register a user. So I'll say abhay1@gmail.com. Password, now this need that if I add some simple password, what was that, 123 123, if I register, password must be at least 6, so 123456. All the validations are working. 456, register. Now this is an error, we need a secure password for ASP.NET Core identity. So one special character, one alphanumeric, A to Z, special character and everything. So for that, let's do this. Let's add pwd capital P @123. Okay, let me show you what I'm using here. So we can say this text. So this is the password. Let's use the same password here @123. I'm using a different password, so it is saying password do not match. Password should match. Okay, register and we are good. So this is default register confirmation and all these. I'm going to remove this. If you have your email client and everything is ready, you can use that. So click here to confirm your account. Email is confirmed. And now if I try to log in with this thing, it should allow me to log in. Abhay1@gmail.com, pwd@123, login, and we got logged in. And now it came to home page and we can see this dashboard, my links and logout thing. That means now this not authorized and authorized section is also working. Now if I log out, I should see just login button. That means login and logout functionality is working, register functionality is working. All right, now we'll start working on our other things. pwd@123, login, cool. Okay, now we can start working on this home page. Cool. All right, so for home page, let's first close all these and let's just open home page in blazing URLs, components, pages, home.razor. Okay, so here we will have this section content, which the main heading of this page. We'll have page URL, page title. So let's have it blazing URLs only, and then we'll remove everything else from here. Now on this page we are going to have two different sections. First we'll have our short URL generator form. Okay, and then we are going to have some quick features static section. Static section is static hard-coded HTML, we could say, the features of our application. All right, so this short URL generator form, this is going to be one form with one button, one text field, and we can click on that and it should generate, it should make a call to backend, and then it should generate a short URL for us. All right, so this section is going to be used, this form is going to be used from two different places. One, from this home page, we will have it here. Then on the admin pages, we are going to have one button, and from on click of that button, we will open up a modal pop-up, and inside that modal pop-up, we are again going to have this same form. Okay, so that means it is going to be used at two different places. So it's a good candidate for a separate reusable control or reusable component. All right, so because all the admin pages, those are going to be interactive using interactive auto, so those should go to client project. All right, so this form we are talking about, the short URL generator form, this should also be in the client project because this is going to be used for both of these projects. Okay, all right, so in client project we are going to create a folder, let's say shared or maybe shared components, and inside the shared components we will have a this form. So let's say short URL generator form dot razor. This is going to be a Blazor razor component. All right, and it is here now. Okay, inside this we need one model, so that model is going to be used at this place only. So we can simply create a class here with short URL generator form. Yeah, this seems good. Short URL generator form model. The name is very long, but yeah, we can keep it like this only, or maybe we can short URL generator model, we could say this is fine. In here we are going to have this long URL, only one string type property. All right, and on this we are going to have a required data annotation. Okay, and here we are going to have that length validation. It should be the same what we have on entity. So let's check in data. In link.cs, here we have long URL 10 and 250. So min length is 10 and maximum length is 250. All right, so we are good with this model now. I'm having it here. You could have it in a separate class file or anywhere, but I'm having it here because it is going to be used at this place only within this component. That's why I'm having it here. All right. Okay, so for this component we are going to have this state, private short URL generator model underscore model equals this new with default value. All right, and this component is going to be interactive. All right, so we can have all sort of loading or loading state or global loader and all that kind of stuff. All right, okay, so now we have this piece of state model. Here we can have private bool, let's say is processing. Okay, cool, so save it. Now let's have the actual form here. So here we'll say edit form with model. It is going to be our underscore model. All right, and inside this model, and let's do this. Let's create a wrapper div here, div class. All right, here we are going to have our edit form, and inside this edit form, first thing we need data annotation validator. All right, after that I'm going to have one heading here, h2, let's say shorten a long URL. All right, now let's have some helper text again, p, we'll say enter or paste a long URL. All right, then we are going to have our text box. So div class mb3 margin bottom 3. and inside this we are going to have input text with bind value model.long URL class form control and then validation message for this long URL. Alright, and here we can have some placeholder as well. So let's have placeholder, and here we can simply let's add my YouTube channel's URL. So https www.youtube.com/@ Abhay Prince. This is my channel's URL. By the way, if you have not subscribed my channel, please subscribe this and please like this video and share this video. Alright. So we have this place for this input text, then we have this validation message for this input text. Alright. After this, we are going to have a button. So div class mb3. Inside this, we are going to have a button type submit class btn main, because we are going to have our main class. Then we are setting disabled attribute with this @_processing. So if we are processing, that means if we are in loading state, then we'll disable this button, and when we are not in loading state, we are not processing, then this button is going to be enabled. Alright, now here we are just checking. If we are processing, then we'll show this shortening this URL and ... and if we are not processing, then we'll show shorten this URL, shorten URL. Alright, that's all we need. Now if we have this is processing, so we could show a loader as well here. Okay, so for loader, what we can do, that loader is going to be used at multiple places. Alright, so what I mean is that should also be a shared component. Alright, so inside the shared component only, let's create one more loader.tracer. Alright, we don't need any code here, we just need pure HTML. So first thing, we'll have some overlay kind of thing which will going to take entire screen. So here we'll say position fixed, first thing, and then we are going to have PG secondary, which is actually some grayish color. Alright, then we need this to fill up entire screen with position fixed. So that what I mean is we will set left, right, top, bottom, all the properties. Okay, so for this we'll say style, or maybe we can do this, we can have one we can have some class in app.css on global level, or maybe let's do this loader. Inside this loader only, we'll create isolated CSS file here. So we'll say loader.razor.css. Alright, and here we'll simply define a class, we'll say full screen. Okay, and here we'll say position fixed, left 0, right 0, top 0, bottom 0. Alright, this, and then on this loader.razor position fixed, we can remove this, we can have full screen, and we can have BG secondary. Alright, this is actually an overlay, we could say. So for this, save everything, we are good. This is simply a background. Now on top of this, we are going to have our actual loader content. Alright, so we are again going to have a div with some bootstrap CSS classes. So this is also going to be full screen. Okay, so it takes the complete entire screen again, and on this We can have display flex. Then we can have justify content center, and we can have align items center to make the content inside this div to the center horizontally and vertically both. All right. And then inside this we are going to have one more div with class. Here we'll say bg white, white color, then p3, or we can have p5, some large padding, and then let's have shadow as well on this. And now inside this we are going to have a loading state or loader, that loading icon, right? So for this we can simply use bootstrap only. So in bootstrap we have spinner, so get bootstrap.com. We are using version 5.1, and here we could search for spinner, and here we could see this is the spinner. So you could choose whichever spinner you want. So this is a grow and this is this rounded. So let's use this one only, this one. All right, so let's copy this and add it here. All right, we need to make it bigger, so let's have h3 class or h2, not h-2, just h2, and we can change its color as well. So we could say text main. All right, save everything and we should be good now. Now there is only one thing. First, this bg secondary, this is going to get entire screen. So on this we can have one z index which should be on top of everything whatever we have in our custom css and bootstrap. So bootstrap, the modals basically use 1049 z index. So for this we will use 2000 category, so style z index 2000 for overlay, and on top of this we are going to show actual loader. So for this we will simply use z index 2001. Okay, so it will be stacked on top of this, right? All right, so looks like we are good with this now. All right, save everything. Let's go to short URL generator form again. Here we have this is processing. So here we will define, we can have it anywhere, wherever we want. After or before does not matter because it is going to be on top of everything. So here we'll simply check if we are in processing state. We will simply show this loader component. All right. Now when we'll submit this edit form, on valid submit, we'll say, let's say shorten URL async. We'll call this method. So let's define this method in our code block. Here we'll say private async task shorten URL async. Right now we don't have that logic which is going to actually shorten the URL. So till the time, what we can do, we can simply have some delay of, let's say, 2500 2.5 seconds, but before that we'll set is processing to true, and after 2.5 seconds we'll say is processing to false. All right, so that we can see if this loader is getting displayed. All right, so enough talking for generating this component. Now let's use this component in our home page. So we'll go to home page. Here we'll use that short URL generator form, but this does not exist here. So we can use this using blazing urls.client.shared component, but we are going to use it at multiple times, or maybe we can use some other components from shared components. So it's better to use this using inside underscore imports.razor file. All right, I moved it here so that it is going to be accessible on all the Razor pages inside this project. So now we can see this. Okay, now it is saying something. What is it? Found markup element, unexpected name, short URL generator form. Okay, sometimes it just freaks out. If I'll close it and if I'll open it, at the rate using directive for its namespace, something is not right. At the rate using, yes, we have it, and it got fixed now. All right, so we are not going to directly have it like this. We are going to have a wrapper div here. We need it horizontally centered. All right, so for this, what we are going to do, on home page we'll have div class row. Inside this row we are going to have one div which will take entire, or maybe let's make it smaller. So we'll say curl sm6. Okay, and inside this we are going to have this short URL generator form like this. And on this call sm6, let's have some other things as well. We will have some margin, so vertical margin my5 from top and bottom. All right, then mx auto, so that it moves to the center horizontally. Then we are going to have some shadow, and let's have rounded corners for this. We are good now. After this, div class row, short URL generator form, everything is fine here. Now we'll have some features of our app here. All right, so for this we'll say div class row, and here also we can have some spacing, so let's say my5 only. And inside this we'll say div class call 12 to take the entire width. Then we are going to have h3 here with some classes, and here we'll say features. Okay, and the classes we are going to use, first thing text main, then fw bold, so font weight bold, and some margin, so mb4. All right, save it, and we are good. Now we can have one ul with all the style what we are going to have. So on this ul, first thing we will have simple list unstyled class. It comes from Bootstrap. So by default ul li, it has that the disk kind of thing, those circular icons before that, right? Using list unstyled, it is going to remove those. Okay, now inside this we are going to have li, and in li we are going to have, let's say p. Inside p, let's have some class here, so we'll say h3 and mb3. All right, inside this first we are going to have an icon, so for that I'm going to use span with some classes, and where I'm going to use HTML symbol, so ampersand right arrow, so r a r r, this one, this is right arrow. All right, and after this I'm going to have some text, shorten any link URL, the suggestion is great. All right, save it, and we are good. Now okay, this suggestion is also good. So right arrow, copy the shortened URL to clipboard, save it. All right, after that we have shared the shortened URL. This is the third point. Then let's have one more point. It is going to view the analytics of shortened URL. Right now what our application will do, our application will just track the clicks, right? So we can change this to track the number of clicks on the shortened URL. Save it, and we are good now. Now let's have one more. Let's copy it, one of this, so that we don't need to rewrite the HTML. And here we'll say and it's free. All right. So now our home page is ready. So if I check it, there is one small issue with this, the functional issue. Do let me in the comment if you guys figure out what the issue is. If not, we'll simply check it and we'll fix it. All right, so I'm going to run it. Let's see how this page looks, that form and loader and everything. And there is some error. Let's see what it is. It is saying component attributes do not support complex content. Yes, if you are following my videos previously, so we know that we can't mix. There is some this error in short URL generator form, line number 125, short URL generator form, line number, there is no 125 line, but there is some. Okay, we'll see that later, but if we'll not later, right now, but first let's fix this one. So here we are saying cannot mix complex content. So if the component is custom component, when I say custom component, that means it's not a predefined HTML element. It's a component created by us or Microsoft or any third-party library. So this input text, this is a custom Blazor component. On this, whatever attribute we are using, bind value, class, placeholder, any attribute, we cannot mix static and dynamic content. For example, this line here, we are using this @ which is actually an indication of dynamic data in Razor or Blazor or Razor components, basically, right? Razor and CSS HTML files, Razor view engine, basically. So this is dynamic content. So this is not able to process this. It should either be totally dynamic or totally static. What I mean is, it could be something like this. Now there is no @, so it is simple static string. Or another thing, we can use something like this. We can have it here. So we'll say private, let's say private static read only string my YouTube URL, something like this. Now we can have @ here, and we can directly use it with @ like this. It will work. Okay. Or if you don't want to have it as a separate variable, we can make it dynamic here only. We'll place @ here. We'll have parenthesis, braces, and inside that we'll make it dynamic like this. So https www.youtube.com/@Abhay Prince, and now it should be fine. Or let's remove this thing. Okay, let's try it. And looks like we are good. We are good. Okay, and great. You see, we have this section, and then we have this section as well. Short and a long URL, it should have been text main, right? Or we have not added text main class on this heading. So h2, we have not added anything here, right? All right. Now if I press on this thing, you see we have some error. The shorten URL, as soon as I press this, we see page reload and we have this error. The post request does not specify which form is being submitted. To fix this, ensure form element have a @form name attribute with any unique value, or pass a form name parameter if using edit forms. So if you are following me in previous videos when we were working with entirely with Blazor SSR, then we need this form name. And by default, all the pages, all the forms, everything is in SSR mode. So this home page is in SSR mode, Blazor SSR. We have not defined any render mode explicitly. So whatever we have on this page, all those components will act as SSR only, static server side rendered, unless we define explicitly for any part of the component or for any component whichever we are defining here. So this short URL generator form, we need this form to be interactive and we don't want it to act as SSR. That's why on this we have not used this form name attribute. All right, so we'll change this. The way we can have it, we can have render mode here, or we can have the render mode on this component level like this. We can have render mode here. So Microsoft recommends, or we should try to use render mode on the consumer side only. Mostly we can have it here also, but for this particular case I'm going to use it here. So when I'm calling this component, at that time I'll say render mode. Okay, and here I can set interactive auto, that this should be interactive auto. That means when I first load this page, it should be using signal R, and when I revisit this page, then it should use Blazor WebAssembly. All right. Okay. Let's try it out. I'm running it. Open DevTools. Why is it in? Oh, because we zoomed in for that error. All right. Now if we go to network, we need to refresh it first so that the dynamic thing comes here. And now we check WS, we have this blazing URLs WebSocket connection. And if you go to console, here we see it downloaded this WebAssembly as well. Right now it is using signal R. Now if I press this shortened URL, we can see that error here, which is the form validation, the data annotation error. That means it is interactive now and it is working. Now if I add something, maybe something, and long URL must be at least this. If I press this, we see this loader for 2.5 seconds, then it got removed and it is looking ugly. Let's reduce this padding and let's change this background. Let's add some opacity to this background. All right, so let's do that. So for that, what we are going to do first, we will go to our short this and we'll remove this is processing. Okay, we'll remove this is processing false. I'm removing this so that we can see that loader always, and then we can design it, and then we'll uncomment this. All right, so save it, and it is not saved, so save it and hot reload it. So we are here now. Let's see if that is working. All right, now we'll first come here. We have P5. Let's remove this and let's say P3. This is fine. Shadow, let's have rounded as well. Rounded. Okay, now it has this H2, which is fine, or maybe we can say H3. H3 is also fine. And after that, on this background, let's have, after Z index, we are going to have opacity of 0.5. Oh, not this one. We should have opacity on this background. So on this, we'll have opacity of, let's say, 0.5, and it is fine, right? All right, so we'll do this. On overlay, we will have opacity 0.5. Let's do this. Let's go to loader and the main overlay. Here we are going to have opacity 0.5. You can move it to CSS as well if you want. And on this div, instead of P3, P5, we'll use P3. We'll have rounded, and instead of this H2, we'll have H3. So save everything, and then go to short URL form generator, remove this is processing, save again, save everything, and hot reload. Refresh. And something got broken. Let's run it again. So now on this page, this particular form is interactive, nothing else. All right, so shorten URL. Let's add something. Loader, and it got removed. All right, so looks like everything is working great. Everything looks fine now. Now, what should we work next? We should work on the functionality of this now, right? The generating actual short URL, right? All right. So our homepage is ready, UI wise. Save, close all tabs. All right. So now we'll work on generating the short code and short URL. Okay. So for that, what we are going to use, first we'll create a service. So in Blazing URLs project, let's create a new folder, services, and in this we'll say short code service, or maybe short code generator service. All right. Okay. So here, we will have one method. So public async task of string. All right. So generate short code async. Okay, and from here we will return short code. So first we need to generate a short code. So for that, what we'll do, we'll simply follow the basic approach, where we'll say we'll have all the available characters which can be used as that short code. All right, so we can use all the character from A to Z, uppercase, lowercase, and 0 to 9 numbers. These are the only thing we are going to use. So let me copy this. All right, here we have A, B, C, D till Z, capital letters, uppercase letters, then lowercase letters, and then 0 to 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, now out of these characters, now we need to randomly pick some characters. All right, this is the very basic implementation of generating a short code. So we could have duplicate short code. For that, we will have a separate logic, but right now we'll simply say we'll have simple short code chars, which are characters. So here what we will do, we'll simply say enumerable dot repeat. Okay, so it actually generates a sequence that contains one repeated value. We want to repeat something, and how we are going to do that? So we'll have characters, then how many characters we need. So we need the short code length actually. So we are following 6 or 8 characters length. Minimum is 6 or 8 what we are using. If we'll go to this link, and here we have short code 6. 6 is the minimum. So we'll use 6 here. All right. Now from here, we will simply add select method. Okay, and from here Now from here, instead of C, this is not C, this is this complete string actually. The name is up to us. So this as this is of type string. So basically we are repeating this whole string, and from here we will get random character. All right. So here what we can do, we can simply get a random character. So here we'll say some random number, and this random number we need random, or maybe we could say random dot share dot next, and here we will use one overloaded method with min value and max value. So inclusive lower bound, that means that initial value should be included, or we can have max value. So start from 0, the actual overall number to be generated, max value must be greater than or equal to 0. So it will start from 0 and it will go till exclusive max value. So here we can say s dot length. All right. So now we will have a random number here from 0 to s dot length, which is this length. All right. We can have this outside as well. So here we'll say int available length, something like this, chars dot length. This we already know, available length. Now we have this random number. So from this s, which is this string which we are repeating so again and again, and from this we will get this random character. All right. Now this select, this is going to return us enumerable of string. We could say to array. Now we check, it is going to return us character array, and from this character array we want to again convert it to string. So from here we can say return new string, and we'll pass this character set. Now our random shortcode generator method is ready. So all right. Now there is one case. Now this shortcode, this could be duplicate. We can have the same shortcode in our database. So in that case we are not going to use that. In that case we need to generate another shortcode. Okay. So for that we'll have our logic. First thing, let's move this section to a separate helper method. So here we'll say private static string, and let's say generate shortcode. We'll have length parameter, how many characters of this shortcode we want, and then we'll simply move this entire thing here. All right. We are returning this, everything is fine. This length, this is going to be this length. So instead of 6, we'll have this length like this. Let's say, let's rename this to available chars, available characters basically. All right. Now we can get this. So here we will have short code equals this generate short code with this 6, and we are good. Now we can return this short code. So this method is ready. Now what if this shortcode already exists in the database? So we need to check if this exists in database. So for that we need to inject our DB context here. So because we are using Blazor, so it's good idea to use DB context factory. So I DB context factory, application DB context, application DB context, and we have this context factory. All right. So we'll generate, create and assign a field. Now we have this underscore context factory. Now here we are going to use this context factory. All right. So first we'll generate shortcode. Then we are going to use await using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context async. What is the issue? Dispose async. If we are using await, then let's use this create db context only. All right, now here we are going to apply a while loop, and here we will add a condition with await context dot links dot as no tracking, because we don't want to track any change for this. We will simply check if this code exists or not. All right, and then we'll say dot any async, and then we'll provide our predicate that l dot short code if this short code exists in our database. Let's remove this and let's do this. All right, so first we have generated short code, then we created instance of our db context, then we are checking if this short code exists in the database. If yes, then we want to again generate the short code. So here we'll simply say short code equals same call, actually the short code equals generate short code, like this. All right, now it will again generate short code. If this exists already, it will again generate short code, and then it will again going to check that new short code if that exists in the database. If it exists second time also, then it will again come here and it will again generate a short code. So it will keep on doing this unless it finds a unique short code which does not exist in the database already. All right, and when that case meets, then this this condition is going to be false, and it will simply come out of here, then return short code. It will simply return that short code. Okay, all right, and here for this db context factory, I guess we have not changed the default registration. So if we go to program.cs, here we have this add db context. So builder.services.add db context, which came with the ASP.NET Core identity when we selected that individual accounts authentication when we were creating this project. So instead of add db context, we'll say add db context factory. This is the only thing we need to change, and now it will register idb context factory which we are using. All right, so our shortcode generator service is ready. We are generating shortcode, we are checking in the database, so this shortcode is going to be unique. And it's always a good idea to have some let's say breaking logic. Maybe we want to retry for some time, we don't want it to run always, although we know our use case is short, so we are good with this. But you can have some breaking logic, maybe that you want to let it try for 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, that kind of stuff. All right, now let's do this. Let's extract a database interface from this. Let's add to current file only. We have this I shortcode generator service. Let's register this. So we'll come to program.cs. Here before builder.build, we'll simply register this. So builder.services.add transient I shortcode generator service with shortcode generator service. And now we are good. We can use this shortcode generator service now. All right. So where we are going to use this? We are going to use this in our main service, which is going to be, let's say, link service, in where link URL service, basically, where we want to perform CRUD operations on link. So let's, in this service folder only, we are going to create one more file. We'll say link service. All right. Here first thing, let's inject our db context factory, idb context factory of type application db context. So context factory underscore context factory. Then we need our I shortcode generator service as well. All right, so now we have this constructor ready. Now in this we will add all our methods which we need So first method we need, that is going to be creation of a short URL, that means insert a new link, generate short code, short URL basically. So here we'll say public async task, and we'll see what we want to return here from here. But here we'll say create link async. Okay, and here we want to have something, some link. All right, so for this link, that means this is going to be some DTO. So now we need to create a DTO, or maybe for creating a link we just need two things: one, the long URL; two, the user who is trying to generate this short link, right? So we can remove this. We can simply have two things. We'll have string long URL, and we can have string user ID. That's all what we need. All right, or maybe let's do this. Let's add these two things in some DTO only. So we'll go to our client project, because DTO is going to be used from client as well. So in this client project, we are going to create a folder, let's say DTOs, and inside this we are going to create a DTO link create DTO. All right, let's create it as a record. So we'll say public record string long URL string user ID, and let's, yeah, I think that two things are fine actually. All right, link create DTO. Now instead of having these two things like this, we'll simply say link create DTO, and here we have this DTO. All right, now when we are creating a link, first thing we need to get a short code. So here we'll say var short code equals, this we'll get from our short code generator service dot generate short code async. All right, now we have short code. After this we'll simply generate a link entity. So var link equals new link. Let's fill out the fields. ID will be automatically created, and let's go one by one. Long URL, this is going to be dto.long URL. So spelling mistake, let's rename it to long URL, save it, change it to long URL. All right, after that short code, so we'll already have short code. After that we have is active, let's set it to true by default. Then we have analytics, which with navigation property it will be automatically added. Then we have user ID, so dto.user ID is fine. And then we have one more, that is short URL with the domain. So this is domain slash short code. So we need to get some domain from here. So ideally how this is going to work, we are going to have one more project which will be the actual URL, which actual project which is going to resolve these URLs. So that is going to be a separate project. So for that, what we can do, we can simply have one app setting here. So in app setting.development.json, let's say just have it domain https something, some project, some 1 2 3 4. We'll see when we'll create that new project, then we'll see what is the actual domain, and when you deploy it, then you will have this, the actual URL from there. All right, so we have this domain. Now we need to access this domain in here. So because that is in app setting, we can simply inject iConfiguration, and from iConfiguration we can simply access it. So we'll say configuration, and then here we can access the domain. This we know it should not be null, and if it is null, then we simply want to throw it. So that check, if you want to add, you can add it here. So we'll say domain equals underscore configuration dot, or maybe just configuration.domain, and here you can check, or maybe you can add it here only. We'll say throw new, maybe what should be, we can say argument null. Should we pass that or no? So we'll see what we can do. Maybe new invalid operation exception for now. Maybe I don't know what should be the correct error here, but let's do this. Here we can pass a message. So we can simply say domain is not defined in app settings, something like this. All right, so now we have this domain. Now we can directly use this domain here like this, comma, and we are good. Now our link entity is ready. Now we can directly add it to our context. So for that, first we need to create our context. So we'll say var, or maybe we'll say await using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. All right, now we have this context, and on this context dot links dot add async, and we can add our link model here with await. All right, now when this is ready, we can simply call save changes async. So context dot save changes async. Now our link is created, added into the database. Now we are good with this. All right, now we need to return something. So from here, let's do this. Let's go to our DTOs. Where our DTOs are there, I'm going to create one more file. I'll call it link DTO. Okay, and let's have some properties here. So we'll say ID. Second, we'll have string long URL. Then we are going to have string short URL. Then we are going to have bool is active. We are going to use this link DTO throughout our front end basically. So from here, as from this service, let's return that link DTO. All right, so we'll create this link DTO. We'll say return new link DTO, and here we can start adding things. So first thing, ID, which we can get from this link.id, which will be filled now by entity framework. Then we'll have long URL, then we'll have is active, then we'll have short URL, link.short URL, and is active, it should be link.isActive. This long URL, we are getting it from DTO, although both are same, so we can use DTO.long URL or maybe link.long URL for consistency. So now our creating a link method, this is ready. All right, after this we'll work on other methods as well. Let's pin this. Now before adding other methods, let's test this, if this create link async this method is working and we are able to save this the link in the database. So first thing what I'll do, I'll simply extract the interface from here as well. We will keep on adding other methods as per our requirement. So right now let's register this link service in our dependency container. So builder.services add transient and ilink service with link service. All right, okay, now there is one problem. Where is it? Link service will come here. We have iLink service here only. Now that short code generator, that component that exists in client project, right? In client shared component short URL generator form, right? That UI is here. So from here we need to generate that. We need to call that method. But right now we have that interface and service both defined in services folder in main project, which is server project blazing URLs. So what we need to do, first we need to move this iLink service interface to the client project. Okay, we can't move this link service implementation to the client project because it has a database, and whatever is in the client project, that is going to be shipped to the browser. So we cannot have database related stuff and all that thing in the client project. We need to have this here only. We just need to move iLink service interface. So in client project, let's create a folder. So here I'll simply add a new folder, maybe interfaces or contracts. So name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. And then inside this, let's create a iLink service interface, and let's copy this or maybe cut this from our blazing URLs project to this client project. All right, save it. Now we have it here. We just need to fix the using statement in our link service. Now everything is fine. We have interface there. Now we can directly inject this interface in the shared components short URL generator form. Okay, because we need to use that here. So we'll say inject iLink service. Let's add using statement. Here we'll say link service. Save it. And now we have this method shorten URL async, where we are setting each processing to true. Now instead of this await tags.delay, here we'll say word link equals await link service dot create link async. Now it needs a link create DTO. So let's create that link create DTO. So var DTO equals new link create DTO. So we need to use this using statement, and this using statement we are going to use DTOs throughout all our components. So it's better to move both of these usings to underscore imports so that we we don't have to add these usings on each and every component. So let's cut these from here, go to underscore imports.razor, and let's add in both the projects. All right, so save everything and we are good now. Here we have iLink service, and now we can create link create DTO. It needs long URL and user ID. So long URL, we know we have this underscore model dot long URL. We can get it from here, but we need user ID as well. So we need to get the user ID. We know we will be logged in, not in every case, but if we are logged in, it gives us, this Blazor gives us one cascading parameter which is passed to each and every component and page routable page component, that is public and task of authentication state get set task of authentication state auth state. All right, and this is going to be a cascading parameter like this. So Blazor framework is going to provide this for us, and we can use this to get the actual authentication state, if user is logged in or not logged in, and if user is logged in, what is the identity, what user ID and all those stuff. So we can get these things. So here inside the shorten URL async, what we'll do, we'll simply say var, let's say auth state equals await this auth state task, because this is a task of authentication state, so we can await it. Now we have this authentication state here. On this we can check if auth state dot user dot identity what is it, if this is null, or auth state dot user dot identity dot is authenticated, if user is, if identity is null or user is not authenticated. Okay, so in both of these cases we know user is not logged in, user is not logged in, but our system, our project, it requires user to be logged in, right? Then only we can get the user ID and we can generate a short URL. So from here what we'll do, we can say return to or navigate to maybe login page. All right, so for navigating, let's inject navigation manager, and using this navigation manager we will simply navigate user to /account/login page, which is our login page. All right, and then we'll simply return from here, we will not do anything further. Now if that's not the case, that means user is logged in, identity is there, is authenticated, is true. So now we know user is logged in, we just need to fetch the user ID. So for that what we can do, we can say var user ID equals, we have auth state, inside auth state we have user, which is actually claims principal. From here we can get all the claims and we can get the value for user ID, that is name identifier, default ID name identifier basically. So on this we can say dot, we could find it from claims, or maybe we can use find first, this helper method. So here we just need to provide claim type, and that we know for user IDs it is claim types, which will come from using system security claims dot name identifier, like this, and here we can say dot value. Okay, so for this we know this is not going to be null because we already checked it. So now we have user ID ready. All right, now we can use this user ID here. So our DTO is ready. Now into this create link async we can pass this DTO, and now everything is fine, it should work, but it is not going to work. There is a problem which I'm going to discuss with you, but before that I just want to show you if how things are working and what error we are going to get. All right, let's run it. There is some error, let's see what it is. Link service generic type, what is it, ilink service. All right, because we moved this to client interfaces, so using statement was missing. So let's add it, let's run it now. Okay, it's coming. Okay, we are here, let's add some URL, anything, click on shorten URL and breakpoint got hit. All right, we are here, we came here, auth state, If we check this auth state is authenticated is false, that means it is going to come here and it will navigate us to login page. Here we can log in. What was the password? pwd@123. Was it the password? Yes. Now there is some error. We'll check that. But if you see, we added long URL, we press shorten URL, it navigated us to login page. Now after logging in, we came back, but now that URL is lost from here. We don't have that URL. Now I need to add that URL again. So this is not a good user experience. It should be something like this. If we have added that and it navigates us to login, and if we come back to this page, it should already have that URL somewhere, and after logging in, it should simply process that. That is the actual that is the better user experience. We'll work on that, but before that, let's see what is the error. So if we come here in console, we check cannot provide a value for property link service on type this. There is no registered service of type this. So this is typical render mode auto problem. So I already have a dedicated video for this to explain how to register services for interactive auto render mode, how to fetch data from server with interactive auto mode. I'm going to drop the link of that video in the description as well, or you can go to my channel and there you can find that. So youtube.com/Abhay Prince. If you go to my channel, here if you go to videos and this one, so this current error that is explained in this video with why that problem is there, what is the solution and all that stuff. So how to fetch data from server in Blazor interactive auto render mode. This is the video. I'm going to drop this link in the description box. And while we are here, so please subscribe my channel if you haven't already. All right, so let's quickly see what is the issue. It is saying they cannot provide a value for link service for this iLink service. So it should be, we have already registered it, but it is saying it cannot find that. Why? But when we opened this app, then there was not, this problem was not there. Let's try it again. I'll simply open it. When I'll run it, here also this form is here, but there is no error. Now it is. Initially there is no error. After that this error comes after some time. So the thing here is, where are we? So how this render mode interactive auto works? First it works on server. First it executes on server, and when we talk about server in interactive auto render mode with Blazor, so whenever we talk about server, that is this first project, which is actually ASP.NET Core Blazor application. Then whenever we talk about client, that is this client with WebAssembly. So initially it works on this Blazing URL's main project. Here we have program.cs where we have registered this service. So it finds that, and after that when we revisit that page, or we already opened that page, then comes back, or maybe after pre-rendering, it comes to this client project, and here, because this is here, after that when it gets executed inside this client project, then there is no registration in program.cs. So there should be some registration in program.cs for this iLink service. Okay, now we are going to get a problem. The problem is this iLink service, the implementation lives in the main project link service. We cannot move this link service to the client project because it has our database logic. So that means we need to have some other approach there. Now that video which I just talked about, how to fetch data, so that is a very detailed video. You will get everything to know using that video. So I would recommend you to just pause this video here, go to that video, check that video out, and then come back to this video so that you know what we are going to do next and why we are going to do next that thing. Okay, so now when we talk about interactive auto, so for Blazor server over SignalR, it is going to simply come to this main project, it is going to find this, but from client, from when it executes inside WebAssembly, then there is no server, so it cannot directly call this link service, it cannot come to this project. So in that case, we need to, in order to fetch data, we need to use API endpoints. So we are going to use minimal API in this project. You could use maybe gRPC or other, no, not gRPC, HTTP API basically. So HTTP API, for that we need to have API in our main project, then we need to have that API's client in the client project. All right, so in this main Blazing URLs project, let's create a folder, we'll say endpoints, and inside this I'm going to create a link endpoints.cs. Now I'm going to use minimal API here, so let's use this public static class link endpoints. Here we'll say public static, and we are going to use extension methods in order to register our endpoints. So here we'll say public static I endpoint route builder. Here we'll say map link endpoint, something like this. This name is up to you, you can name it whatever you want. And here we'll have this I endpoint route builder, and this builder will name it app. So it is going to be same as if you come to program.cs, and here if we want to define something, for example we'll say app.mapget and all this stuff, we are going to do this here. Okay, so yeah, here what we are going to do, we are going to say app.map link endpoints like this. All right, now let's go to this method, and from here we'll simply return app. This chained extension method, this is the approach Microsoft is using, so I use this approach always so that we can chain anything. For example, if you see this first one, this is also the same thing, so we can chain. So instead of having this separate, we can simply do something like this, it will work. And it is not going to work. Why? Doesn't contain a map. This is different. This is endpoint convention builder. So what I mean is, maybe if we have multiple endpoints classes, so we can map these like this, something like this, so we can chain all these if we want to. All right. So inside this we'll create an endpoint to create a link URL. Okay, so here let's do this. We'll say app.map_post. This is going to be post endpoint. First we need to define our pattern, which is URL. So here we'll say API/links, that's all. This is the RESTful API. So API/links with post, it is going to create a new link. Now let's define our handler here. So first thing, we will get something from the body, and that something is going to be link create DTO. This DTO we are going to get from request. Then we will inject our iLink service in order to call that method on this. So iLink service will add our using. So here we'll say link service, and then it's always a good idea to get the current user ID from here as well. Right now we are getting that user ID from link create DTO, but because this is a REST API request, maybe someone can modify it on the way, or from UI we can pass any user ID. If that user ID exists, then it will not be safe and secure. So for that, what we can do, we can simply cross verify this user ID passed as a parameter in this link create DTO with the current logged in user, which we are going to get from request. All right, so for that we can simply use claims principle here. This is also going to be provided by ASP.NET Core only. We don't have to worry about this claims principal, and we'll call it user or maybe principal. All right, now we have everything. The first thing, we'll get user ID from this claims principal. So how can we get that? We are using this, so let's have this thing here. So our user ID equals, so principal dot, same thing, find first, and here we'll say claim types dot name identifier dot value. All right, now it should not be null, so for that we know it is not going to be null. How can we know? On this map post we are going to add one check that is going to be dot require authorization. We're adding it here. That means this will only be called when the user is authenticated. If user is not authenticated, it will simply return 401, which is the responsibility of this ASP.NET Core only. All right, so here we know that this is not going to be null. Now this thing we are going to call it again and again, so it's good idea to move this somewhere. We can have it here, or this thing principal.find first and getting the user ID from claims principal. This is being used here in main API project, and we just saw this thing in our short URL generator form here as well, because here this auth_state.user, this was also claims principal. So we can create an extension method on this claims principal to get the user ID. And because this is going to called from both the projects, it's better to have it in client project. So in this client project, we are going to create a folder. We'll say extensions slash, here we'll create one class, claims principal extensions.cs. Alright, because this is going to be extension class, so for extension method, so this class needs to be static. Then this method needs to be static, so public static string, we'll say get user ID, and this extension method we are creating with this for claims principal like this. And from here we can simply have this logic, claims principal dot find first, this thing. So principal dot find first name identifier dot value. Now this time it could be null because here we are not sure. So let's handle that case. Let's return nullable string from here. So save it, and we are good now. Now we can modify both the places. So here we are getting user ID. So what we'll do, auth_state.user dot get user ID. Now we need to add that using statement here, this. So it's better idea to move this as well to the underscore imports. All right, so save it. And now on this Blazor component, we are good, get user ID. Now same thing, we'll go to our endpoint. Where is our endpoint? Link endpoint, and here instead of doing all this, we'll say principal dot get user ID with this using statement, and when now we are good. Okay, so now we have user ID. Now we can check if user ID equals dto.user ID. That means what is passed from the UI, that means the logged in user's ID on the UI and on the server both are same, then we are good. If that's not the case, we can simply return maybe forbidden or maybe unauthorized results dot unauthorized, like we can return this. All right, now if this is correct, that means on client, on UI and on API the current logged in user is fine, everything is matching. Then we can simply say word DTO equals, or maybe word link equals await link service dot create link async, and we can pass our DTO from here like this. And now from here we can simply return results dot OK, and we'll return this link. Now our endpoint is ready and we can use this endpoint from our client project. Now from client project we want to use this. So one approach is using HTTP client, but that is going to take a lot of time, lot of boilerplate and error handling, and there are so many things. So if you are following me from previous videos for Maui and Blazor, so I love one HTTP client library, that is Refit. So I use that. Some people call it Refit or Refit, so I call it Refit. So I'm going to use that only. I think I have already created a video for that as well. For using Maui, I am sure we have a video. For Blazor, I don't remember if we have or not. Let's quickly check. Oh, channel is open here. Videos. Blazor missing part, complete full stack, this, pull to refresh, render mode, tab bar. I guess no. No, that is not here, but we have one video for Maui, this one. So I'm going to drop this link as well if you want to check it out how Refit works, or I'm going to explain in this video, but not in much detail, but yeah, we'll work on this. Alright, if you want a dedicated video for this, how to use Refit client for Blazor WebAssembly, interactive auto and interactive WebAssembly, do let me know in the comment. I can try to create a dedicated video for that as well. Alright, so for that, in client project, we are going to install a NuGet package. So manage NuGet packages, browse, and here we'll say refit.http client factory, this package. Let's install this, apply. All right, now in program.cs, here we can now say builder.services.add refit add refit client. Didn't it? Yeah, using Refit. So add Refit client, but this needs something, this t type parameter, generic type parameter. So we need to provide this thing. Now how this Refit client works, we need to just create interfaces, and the implementation is the responsibility of Refit. So Refit is going to create an implementation which will actually call the API or whatever endpoint or URLs we are providing. So for this, what we are going to do in this client project, we are going to create a services folder. Inside this, I'm going to create an interface iLink API. All right. So this is the interface. Here we need to define our API endpoints related stuff. So right now we just have one API which is of type task link DTU. This is the return type. Here we'll say create link async, and here we need to provide link create DTU like this. And now we need to just provide HTTP verb. In this case, this is going to post, and inside this we need to provide path. So that is a complete URL, that is API/links. This is the URL. Now we are good. Now we can simply use this iLink API in program.cs when we are registering this add refit client. So here we'll say add refit client, and we'll provide this iLink API. Now inside this we can provide refit settings if we want. If not, that is also fine if we don't want to. All right, So after adding this, it has one method, extension method, configure HTTP client, because using this we provided the URL, the path, but on which domain the actual API is, the main domain. So API is base URL basic, that we have not provided. So for that we can come here on this add Refit client and we can say configure HTTP client. It is taking one action delegate of type HTTP client. So we will get this HTTP client here, and now we can modify this HTTP client. So on this HTTP client, what we are going to do, we are going to set the base address. Okay, so on this we can simply set whatever base address it is, and because we are running this as interactive auto render mode, so the main wrapper project is actually the main ASP.NET Core project only, so we can use the same domain which we are right now on. Okay, so for this what we'll say, we can say var current, or maybe let's say API URL equals, we'll say builder dot host environment dot base address. This is the current URL. So we can use this only. This is of type string, but base address is of type URI. So here we'll say base address equals new URI, this API URL. So using this, our Refit client is ready. Now we can simply inject this iLink API and we can start using it. Now we can inject this iLink API here wherever we need it. For example, we need this in here, but here we have one problem. The problem is this iLink service still the implementation of iLink service is not here, right? So one approach could be we can inject iLink API here using this link API. We can add this using statement here. Now we need to check if we are rendering this component on server, then we need to use this link service, and when it is going to be used from WebAssembly from client, then it needs to use this link API. So we need to have some conditional thing here, but that is not the way to work. So what we will do here, we will simply add one more implementation of iLink service in this client project. Okay, so we have the services. So in services only, we'll create our, let's say, link service, or maybe link proxy service. We can name it whatever we want, maybe link API proxy, something like this. Okay, and this needs to be an implementation of iLink service. All right, let's implement this interface. We have this method here. So create link API. Now we know this link API proxy, this is actually a class which is going to make HTTP call to the API using that on that endpoint. So that means in order to make that HTTP call, we are using Refit. So we need, and for that we already have this iLink API. So we can inject this iLink API into link API proxy. So here what we'll do, we'll simply add a constructor. Here we'll have iLink API. We'll have link API like this. And then from here we can directly have link API underscore link API dot create link async, and we can pass this DTO directly like this. All right, now we are good here. What we can do now, we can simply, we are already injecting iLink service on this Blazor component. We just need to tell this that this, if you are running on WebAssembly on client, then you need to use this link API proxy as an implementation of iLink service. So what we'll do in this program.cs, we will simply register it using, we'll say builder.services.add transient. We'll say iLink service, and then implementation is link API proxy like this. So now this registration is in both the projects. If it is running on server, we have this. So for inside server, for iLink service, it is going to use link service, which is defined in here only for database with database interaction. Now if it is running in client, then for client we are saying that for iLink service you need to use link API proxy, and if you go to link API proxy, here we are injecting iLink API. Okay, so iLink API is actually the traffic client which is making HTTP call to the backend to the same thing, and in the backend we have this endpoint where for this slash link service we are using this iLink service. Now this is again inside server. So in server, this iLink service implementation is the actual link service, this one with database interaction. So at the end, this method is the main method which is going to be called from both the places. From server side, it is going to directly call, and from client side using WebAssembly, it will be HTTP call, and then it will come to the same method. So actual implementation, the final implementation is this only. All right, so all this thing, this sounds confusing, complex, but I have explained this thing in detail in that video where I showed you how to fetch data in Blazor interactive auto render mode. So I would highly recommend you to check that video out and then come back to this video. So then it will make more sense and you will be comfortable with this, all this setup, right? For me, it is not that complicated because I have already implemented it and I know how these things are working. So if you'll see that video and then come to it, so you will also understand it for sure. And if still there is something which is not clear, so I'm always there. You can drop me a comment and I can answer it. I'll be more than happy to answer. Or you can connect with me on the Discord. I'm going to add Discord link in description as well so that we can have discuss around it there as well. All right. Okay, so now all the PCs are connected. Now we can try to run it and I can show you by adding couple of endpoints. First in link API proxy, then we'll come to the server side. We have link endpoint, then service is link service. All right, so I have added 3 breakpoints. Let's run it. Okay, it's coming, it is here. Now let's do this. Let's first inspect network, and here we'll have fetch selected. We'll see. Now let's add some URL here, shorten URL, and breakpoint got hit, and this time this is the component level breakpoint, so we know this will go to this login page. We'll fix this later. Let's add this pwd@123. Let's use remember me, or maybe not. Login. This time there is no error because it found that thing the implementation insert client project as well. All right, now what we'll do for now, let's do this. This time we are logged in. I'm simply going to refresh this page so that we have it using SignalR. All right, so here I'll add that long URL, https abcd.com, shorten this URL. It came here, and I'm going to put a breakpoint here on this line now, and then this line. All right, so let's run it. We are here from link service. Now let's see where it goes. This time it went to link API proxy. That means it is running using WebAssembly. And let's run, continue it. There is some error. What is it? Memory access out of bound, condition disabled, not met. What is it? Something's not right. Is there in the server side there is no error? There is some error in client side only. uncaught, error in promise, exit status, program terminated with exit. And what is the error? We don't know. Let's check network tab. Did it try to create initiate that request? And it did not. Let's stop it and let's try to run it one more time. Maybe something is missing or something is not right. Link API, create link async. If you go to this /API/link post and program.cs, we have this registration. So everything seems fine. Let's see what we have here. If I put a breakpoint here, let's run it. I just want to see if this is giving us the correct URL. And it didn't. Breakpoint didn't reach here. All right, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's first log in. pwd@123, and now it came here. All right, API URL 7108. This is the same, right? 7108. Yes, this thing is fine. So we can continue. And this now it came here. Continue. And we are good now. Let's open network, fetch. Let's try to do this. https abcd.com, shorten URL, breakpoint, shorten URL, continue, link API proxy, continue, and now it came here. So maybe it was not built properly. So from link API proxy, it came to this API endpoint, minimal API endpoint in the server project. Here we will check, we have user ID. Yes, this is the current logged in user ID. Then we are simply creating this link. Here we have domain, which we already defined 1234. Shortcode, it got generated HO2RYT. This, then we are creating link, saving it into the database and returning this. So now we are good. We simply return it. Now it's processing false. If we check this link, we should have the link ID 1 is active true, long URL ABCD, short URL, and we have one problem with the logic. Short URL should have that code as well. So I'll stop it. I'll go to link service again, and here short URL, this. So this should not be domain, this should be domain slash the shortcode. All right, now we are not sure if domain is going to have that slash or not. So it's better to trim and trim the slash from end if that is inside domain, and then we'll add our own slash. So it will always guarantee that there will be only single slash between these two. So now it will be something like https localhost :1234/ then our shortcode, whatever it is, hxcy2, whatever it is. All right, so it will be something like this. So save it, and now from there we are coming like this. That means it is working fine. Now if we'll run it, now we can, I guess, remove all the breakpoints. So we are able to get the data using the API layer as well. Debug and disable all breakpoints. Continue. Now we don't need this thing, we'll remove this thing. All right, so we are here. Now we can add the short URL here and then shorten this URL, so it should work fine. Now let's, okay, so for now let's try to create one more. https abcd.com. again I'm going to use the same thing, shorten URL, and this UX will fix it. pwd@123 login, Again, we need to add that https abcd.com, shorten the URL. It again came here. Why? Is there some issue? Let's try it out. Blazing URLs. Let's go to our form. Let's add this breakpoint here. We need to work on this as well. If this shouldn't be here if we are not logged in. Try log out, log in, pwd@123, login. https abcd.com, shorten URL, breakpoint got hit, auth state, and is authenticated is true. Everything is fine. DTO, this link, we have loader, and then let's check if we got the data in this link. So id2 is active true, long URL this one, and short URL is localhost 1234 slash this iz90hs. So that means the URL is generating. So our create link service are fetching the data with interactive auto. This thing is also working. Everything is working fine. Now we'll start working on next piece, which is going to be fixing this thing to provide a better user experience, so that user don't have to add or enter or paste the URL, long URL again. All right, that thing we'll do next. All right. So now to fix that user experience, we have two options which I can think of right now. All right. So what options we have? The options we have when we come here and user is not authenticated, user has already put the long URL, then we need to somewhere store that URL, and then we can navigate to login page, and then we can come back to this page. And because this page is interactive, we have access to browser. So what we can do here, first thing, we can either have this long URL as a part of the actual current URL. So instead of directly having this account slash login, we might have something like maybe something like this long URL equals, and then here we can have model long URL. So like this underscore model dot long URL, we can URL encode it. Now I'm not in favor of this because we can easily tamper the URL. So the second approach, you can try this approach if you want. And the second approach we have, we can store this URL somewhere in the browser storage. When we say browser storage, we can store it in local storage or session storage. So we are going to use this approach only. All right. So for that, let's create a new service here. So in services folder, I'm going to create a service. I'll say session storage. You can use local storage as well, but this is a small piece of code which belongs to this current tab or session, we could say. So we are okay if that got lost, if user closed the browser or anything like that happens. All right, so yeah, session storage.cs. All right, and now here it is going to have, first thing we need to use, in order to access session storage or local storage, we need JavaScript, right? C# can't directly connect to it, so we will connect using JavaScript interop. So we need to inject IJS runtime here. Okay, let's call it JS runtime only. And now we will have first public async task, we'll say set or maybe save async. Okay, here we need one key and then value. All right, and from here we could say await JS runtime dot invoke void async. Now this session storage window dot session storage, we can access it like this, and then we need to provide the parameters here. Now window session storage dot set item, this is the method. All right, and then parameters, the parameters are going to be first key and second value. Now when we save something, it does not return anything, so that's why we are using invoke void async. So save part is ready. After this we need the getting part. So public async task of string, we'll say get async, and here we need to provide key. All right, so from this key we can simply use this complete line and we'll change it. First thing, it should not be invoke void async, it should be invoke async, and it is going to return us a string. All right, and that too nullable string, we could say. So instead of set item, the method name is get item, window.session-storage.get item, and it requires one parameter which is key. All right, so from here we need to return this, and let's make this return nullable. Okay, then we can have third method, public async task, we'll say remove async and string key. All right, so it has, let's use this invoke void async. So when we remove any item from the session storage, it does not return anything, so we are going to call invoke void async. The method name is remove item, and it also needs just key, nothing else. So our session storage service is ready. Now this service, this JavaScript belongs in browser only. It does not exist on server. Okay, so it will be called from interactive parts only. That means from client only. So we cannot register it in the main project. We need to register it inside this client project only. All right, so we'll go to program.cs of client project, and here we'll say builder.services. We can use add scope, and we'll say session storage. Oh, I just call it session storage. Let's rename it to session storage service, or maybe let's have it session storage only. All right. Okay, now we can easily use this session storage. So if we go to our form, let's inject it on this short URL generator form. Inject session storage, name it session storage. All right, now when we are coming here, when user is not logged in, then what we'll do, we'll simply save this long URL in session storage and retrieve it when user logs in. All right, so save this long URL. So we'll save this long URL, session storage dot save async, key and value. So this key, it could be anything. Let's do this. Session storage. Let's change it to session storage service, the name actually, so that it can distinguish between these. So in session storage only, let's create a public constant, although it belongs to some constants, but I am not having that right now. That's why I'm having it like this. So public const string, and here we'll say long URL key. So this name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. All right, now we are in here. So here we need to provide key, that is going to be session storage dot long URL key, comma the value, that is underscore model dot long URL. This is the value. So now we have saved it. It is saying something because this call is not awaited, so we'll await it. All right, now we saved it. Now user is going to navigate to login, and after login, when user comes back, then we need to check if we have this value, and if we have this value, then we need to process it. Okay, so what we can do, when we comes back, the return URL could be anything. Maybe user is coming back to dashboard page, home page, or any other page. So we need to have this logic somewhere centralized so that it does not matter on which page your user comes back from login. Okay, so for that, what we can do, we need to have this logic somewhere on the layout. So component layout, main layout, we need to have that logic somewhere here. Okay, so but that logic should belong only when user is logged in. All right, so now there could be anything else as well. So we are going to follow one approach which Microsoft also follows. For example, there is this return to login dot tracer. Here it has just this thing, the server side related stuff, and this return to login, they have it somewhere in the routes, I guess. Not authorized, they are using this route redirect to login, and in that component they are directly using this on initialize and navigating to somewhere. So we are going to follow this approach only. What we'll do in our shared components, we are going to create one more Blazor component, and we'll call it, let's say, post login action. You can name it whatever you want. So post login action means if there is any action which should be performed after login. Okay, so post login, or let's after login action, something like this. Okay, and here we will have that logic, but before that we need to call it somewhere. So we'll go to our layout, and here on top or bottom, it does not matter, we can have it anywhere. What we'll do, we'll simply add one authorized view. Inside this we'll use authorized. Inside this authorized, we are going to use after login action. Okay, so now when user is authorized, then only this component is going to be rendered, and we are not going to have any UI in this component. We are just going to have our logic in this component. Now on this page, first thing, we'll set render mode. This time I'm setting it on this component level, because whatever we are doing in this, that is kind of interactive, that is going to be executed after page has rendered. That means it cannot work inside SSR, never. All right, so in render mode, we'll set, this time I'm following this route, interactive auto render mode, and we need to define this parameter as false. We cannot have pre-rendering for this. Again, pre-rendering happens on server, and on server JavaScript does not exist. Alright, but we need JavaScript for this component to action. Alright, now we are not going to have any UI for now. After that, in code statement, we need to check if we have that item, that long URL in our session storage. So for that, we will inject our session storage. So session storage service. Alright, and here now we have two options. First thing, we can say we can check it in on initialized async, but we are going to have one problem with this on initialized async. That is, so this interactive auto render mode, that means it can work with SignalR, with Blazor server and Blazor Web assembly. So when we talk about web assembly, at that time we are already in the browser, so we have access to browser APIs, we have access to JavaScript, we have access to session storage, so it can work with web assembly. But for Blazor server, the component gets initialized on server. Alright, so on initialized works on server, and after that it comes back to the UI on the browser. So that means if we are using Blazor server for interactive auto render mode, if it is using SignalR, then it is not going to get the JavaScript inside this on initialized async. So that's why what we'll do, we are going to override one more method, that is on after render async, this method, which will be called for both the cases after on initialized. Alright, so when the first render happens, after that it gets called, and here we'll simply check this. If this is the first render, then only we need to do this, because this method gets called each and every time we are performing any operation, we are adding anything, we are interacting with the page, then it keep on calling. If we are changing some state, then also it keeps on calling. So we just need to have our logic for the first render only. Alright, now what is that thing which we need? So we need to check if we have long URL. So we'll try to get it from our session storage service dot get async, and here we'll say session storage dot long URL key. Now we'll check if not string dot is null or white space long URL. That means we have long URL in storage. So now what we need to do? We need to generate short URL for this now. Alright, and after this if, we will simply clear this long URL. So we'll say session storage service dot remove item or remove async session storage dot long URL key, this thing. Alright, now we need that logic of generating the short URL here as well. So let's check what we are doing there. In short URL generator form, we were simply injecting ilink service, and then we were doing this stuff, getting the user ID, generating the DTO, and then calling this create link async method. Alright, and then is processing true and false also we are doing. So let's do all this stuff. Now we know for this particular case, this thing does not belong here, because we are calling that when the user is logged in. That means this does not applicable there. Alright, So let's do this. Let's have this is processing because we need this. After that, we also need to get the current user ID. So let's use auth state as well here. And now inside this, we will set is processing to true. And at the event end, let's say is processing to false. And now in between this, we need to have first, let's get the user ID. So we'll say var auth state equals to await auth state task. And then we can get user ID. Well, let's copy all these things. So we are getting user ID from auth state.user.get user ID. Then we are creating DTO. So link create DTO. Now we need long URL, which we already have in this variable long URL. So let's use this. And then user ID. Then we are generating link. So link service. Let's inject this. Inject link service. Link service. And now we are good. Now we have generated a link from here after login. So we are setting this is processing. Let's use this is processing. So how we are going to use this? We are going to render this. So we'll say if is processing is true, we'll render our loader component. So save it. Everything is fine now. Let's quickly try it out if it works. And now we are getting this problem. There is no register service for this SessionStorage, but we registered it. So let's see what is the problem here. So let's see what the issue is. The issue was registration of this. So when we are first coming to this, we are coming to our home page. And on home page, we have the short URL generator form with render mode interactive auto. That means first it will run using SignalR. It will come here, and when it is running in SignalR, we don't have registration for this. So SignalR registrations for SignalR, all those should go to Blazing URLs only, the first main project. So that means we need to register that service here as well. And to handle the JavaScript interop, we are already using the service related stuff in on after render async, right? So it is going to handle the, if this is SignalR or WebAssembly, it is going to handle both. But for this to work with SignalR, we need to have it registered at server project also. So what was that? SessionStorage. Okay, now let's run it. So it's here and we are not logged in. Let's try to add something. So let's use this URL only. So shorten URL. What happened? Oh, we have breakpoint. Let's continue. We are here. We are on login page. Let's quickly see. In developer tools, developer console, we need to go to application tab. Where is that? Application. And here, if we see, we have this local storage and session storage. In session storage, if we expand this, we have this current domain. And here we can see this long URL, the key we have defined, and this is the value. So this thing is working. We are able to set it into this. Now we'll simply register, log in. Let's log in. Now we are here. And looks like nothing happened. but something should have happened. Let's try it out one more time. I am logged out, and let's try to put a breakpoint in after login action. So let's add one breakpoint here. All right, let's try. Shorten URL, continue, login, and login, and we are here. And we are here, long URL. We should be able to get this long URL. And we got this long URL, all right. We are processing it. Now from after render async, if we are modifying some state, it does not automatically re-render. So we need to tell it explicitly to re-render. Okay, so we'll do this. But before that, let's see if things are working. And we have some error. Let's see what is it. 401 unauthorized. 401 unauthorized. 401 unauthorized. And why so? Did something break in between? Oh, now we can't see that call. We'll see that call in a bit. But before that, let's do this. Here we'll say state has changed. Explicitly, we are going to tell that something has changed. In this case, this is processing flag has changed. So you need to re-render this. When it will come here, it will check is processing is true. So it is going to display this loader. And same thing we'll do at the very end. After doing this is processing to false. All right, let's try it out. Okay, it's here. Shorten URL, continue, login, we are here. Let's remove this breakpoint, continue. And we still didn't see that. Something is not right. I have put that breakpoint. Now I have removed that breakpoint. Let's see if it changes something. So I have seen this behavior sometimes where breakpoint just breaks the things on the UI in the Blazor. https abcd.com, shorten URL. Now again breakpoint, remove breakpoint, continue. We are on login. Let's check it one more time. Login, and we can see this loader. So loader came, but this error still is there, and 401 only. Something is not right. We need to check what is it. So for that we need to check the request. We'll see that. So at least that loader is working, and this time it worked. You saw just there was one call, this link API/links post request, and we got the actual thing, everything came back. Okay, if we log out, we are still here in network. https abcd.com, shorten URL. In application tab we can see this value, and if we check cookies, we have this anti-forgery cookie only. Now if we do this, login 123, login, we have ASP.NET Core identity cookie. So this is how the default identity authentication in Blazor SSR works. It simply uses cookie authentication. So it has the identity cookie. It should have everything. Now if we go to network, if we go to links, is it not providing or sending cookies? No, it sent this, right? This is anti-forgery. This is identity application. Everything looks fine. There is something which is not right. If I refresh this page, and this time it worked. Again, the same network request. If we check the anti-forgery, let me quickly debug this. I'll see what the issue is. Alright, so I found the issue. The issue is actually with enhanced navigation or enhanced form submission, we could say. So what is happening right now, after logging in on this edit form, we have this enhance flag true. So that means this login form, this is not completely posting the page. This is not complete refresh. This is actually a fetch request. Okay, that ajax request. So what is happening when we are logging in, it is adding password sign in async. It is actually setting the login cookie and all that stuff with the HTTP context, but because this was fetch request, it is not working as expected. So we have one approach. We can remove this enhance for now. So we'll do this thing for now unless I figure out some way to work with it, that how can we get everything working with enhance. Okay, so if I found that out within this project, then I'll simply maybe add it in this, and if I don't figure it out within this project when I'm building this project, so what I'll do, I'll simply create a separate video for that. All right, so for now we can simply remove this enhance. So now this form is not enhanced, and now if we try it out, it should work. Okay, it is here. Let's try this URL only. So I'm adding it, shorten. We are on login page. So let's log in. And this is posting, and we have breakpoint. Let's remove breakpoint, continue. We are on this page, there is no error. We got loader and then nothing happened, but it should have worked. Let's try it out with adding a breakpoint in the after login this component. So let's add this breakpoint here. Let's try that thing again. Shorten. We are on login page. Login. And it got hit, breakpoint got hit, and here we can see the long URL. All right, after that we are setting is processing to true, then state has changed. Now with this we should see this loader. We are checking authentication state, we are getting user ID which we got, then we are creating this DTO, and after that this link. Now this was API call. Now if we check, we should have the short URL here. So ID10 is active true. This is the long URL. This is the short URL. All right. After that, we are setting it false. And at the very end, we are removing that long URL key from our session storage. Continue. So that means this functionality is working now. All right. Now next thing is when we have this working, we should show this generated link somewhere on the UI. Okay, so for this what we are going to do, we are going to simply display a modal pop-up in where we are going to display the shortened link. All right, So because we are using Bootstrap, we are going to use Bootstrap's modal only. So let's go to getbootstrap.com. We are using 5.1, which is default. Here, if we search for modal, it is here. Now let's check launch demo model. If we click on it, it opens this model. So let's try this out. Okay, so we'll click on it. Now whatever we have on this, we'll use this thing. So it has two part. It should have two part. First is this model, the content of this. Then second part is this background. If you say this overlay. So these two things. All right. So first thing, let's copy this model, and this is going to be used at other places as well. So what we will do, we will simply have it as a reusable component. Okay. And because on this model we are going to have this close button, these buttons, so this is going to be an interactive component. That means it should go to the client project. All right, let's do this. So we'll go to our client project. In client project, we have shared components. In the shared components, I'm going to create one new razor component. Let's say modal.razor. All right. And in here, I'm going to paste whatever I copied, the default model stuff. Okay. Do we have ID somewhere? Yes, we have ID. So we should not have this because we might have multiple modal pop-ups. Okay. So we should remove this ID. We are not using this ID. Tab index, that is fine. Area labeled by, let's remove it. And this ID as well, let's remove it. We are not using these IDs. Database dismiss, this is the default Bootstrap CSS and JavaScript. These works with combination with to remove this model, but we are going to use our own logic to close and open the model. So we are going to remove this database model, this thing, and from here as well. All right. Okay, let's save everything. Now this model title, this is going to be a dynamic part. So the component or page component which is going to use this model component, it's their responsibility to provide this model title. So we'll have a parameter here. Let's say public string title. All right, and this is going to be a parameter on this, and we will add editor required because this is required for this component to look good. And then we'll add this @ title here so that it gets rendered here. Now after this, this part, this body, this is going to be dynamic. Whoever is calling it, they will provide their own body for this. So then this is going to be HTML content. So for that, this is going to be in Blazor's language, it is going to be a render fragment. All right, so let's add one more parameter property here. This is going to be render fragment, and the default will use child content. This is the default render fragment name, and here also we are going to use parameter, and this also is required because without, so we'll add editor required. So without child content, there is no point of this model. There is going to be nothing in this, so that's not the thing we want. So inside this model body, we'll add child content. All right, so save everything, and now we should be good. After this, we have one more case. These buttons and action on these buttons, these might also be different for different use cases and different places. Okay, so this thing should also be dynamic. Now there could be two cases. One, we know we need these two buttons, but sometimes we might have some different use case or different buttons or something like that. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to get this also from the consumer of this component. So the way we are getting child content, the same way we are going to get these buttons. All right. So here what we'll do, we will get one more render fragment, and this will say footer content. So footer content get and set, and here we'll say this is also going to be a parameter. Now we are good, but there might be some cases where we don't need these this footer content. We don't need this separate thing. So that's why we can make it nullable. So now this footer content is nullable. We might provide it if we want. If we don't want, then we'll simply skip it. All right. So now we'll see if we have provided this footer content. So this footer content is not null. Is not null. Then we'll render this footer content. If this is null, then we'll have these buttons. Now with these buttons, we can remove this save change button, or we can remove one of these buttons, because in that case we don't know what action we need to perform. So we'll simply have one button, default button. We'll say okay. Okay, and let's have the buttons as btn, maybe secondary on this. Secondary, yeah. All right. Now inside this footer content, if we have multiple buttons, we might have a use case where we don't need this footer at all. For example, if we are having some form inside that pop-up, then all that is going to be part of child content, because this is going to have that edit form, and then buttons are going to have input type submit or button type submit. So submit button should be inside edit form. So now these two are at different levels, so this is not going to work. So let's do this. Let's have one more property here of type boolean. We'll say show footer, and this is going to be a parameter. Okay, then if this show footer is true, then only we are going to render this modal footer thing. If that's not the case, we'll simply skip it, and it will just have this child content. We can have buttons and all that stuff in child content only. Okay, now this looks fine. And for this show footer, we'll have default value as true. So it should show the default footer. All right, so looks like we are good now. The only thing is, when we click on this OK or this close button, it should close this modal, but display of this modal, it is being handled by its parent, its consumer. So what do we need to do? Whenever we are clicking on these buttons, we need to notify the parent that we have clicked on this close button, so you need to remove this modal component from this HTML template. So for that, we are going to have an event here. So here we'll say public event handler, let's say on close, and this is also going to be a parameter and editor required. We need this, because if we don't have this, then this modal component is going to be on this page forever. We need to remove it. All right, now we need to call this when we are clicking on this OK button. So here we'll say on click, call this on close. What happened? Event handler, event. Oh, sorry, my bad. This should be event callback. All right. Okay, and same thing we'll do on this headers close button. Here also we'll say @ on click equals on close. And now we are good to use this, but there is one piece missing, which is that backdrop, that overlay. So if we click on it, you see this faded background. So this is a separate HTML. We'll simply use this. So if we check this, let's open it again, and this is where it is. Modal fade. This should be at the very end somewhere. This thing, this modal backdrop. I don't know if you can see it. Let me zoom it. So this, let's zoom it more. This is div class modal backdrop fade show. This is the HTML for this background. So we will simply edit as HTML and we'll copy it. Div class modal backdrop fade and show. We'll have this in our modal component. After everything, we can have it here. So now we'll save it and we are good to use this modal component. All right. Now let's go to this after login action. And here, when we have generated this link, after that we need to show, or maybe after the is processing is false and state has changed, after this we'll show that, or maybe before this we'll show that that modal in which we are going to have this short URL. Okay, so for now let's quickly check it. What we can do, we can have private state here. So private, let's say bool, we'll say show link generated modal with a default value of false, and we need to have private string, nullable string at short URL, because this is the thing we need to show. Okay, now in this HTML we can simply say if the show link generated modal is true, then we'll simply going to show our modal. Now we'll see it is showing us this warning. This is saying title is required, child content is required, and on close is required. So let's have all these things. So we'll have some title. We'll say short URL generated. Okay, then we need child content and on close. So first have this on close. So on close, what we need to do, we need to set it false and set it short URL as null. Or what we can do, maybe we can remove this thing, this flag at all, and we can simply use this short URL, and here we can check if this is not string is null or white space. That means we have some value in this short URL, then we need to show this. So on close, we can simply say just set this short URL to null. Alright, now it is saying child content is also required. So here we can simply provide a child content. For now we can say, let's have a P. We'll say generated short URL, and here we can simply show this. We'll change this UI, but for now we just want to see if this model is getting rendered and we are seeing this short URL here. And after this is processing false, here we'll say short URL equals link dot short URL, and then state has changed, so it should re-render. Save it and let's try to run it. Okay, it is here. Let's try this URL only. Save it, shorten, login. loader, and we need to have something which we are not having right now. We can see backdrop, that means things are working. But on this modal fade, we need to have one more class, that is show, right? Okay, maybe we are missing something. Let's quickly check what are we missing from this bootstrap. So this is default, and when we click on this launch demo modal, then if we check on this modal, it has modal fade show, and with this it has this display block, right? This style. So we are missing this, so we need to add show and this display block, this style. And area model true, role dialog. Maybe let's do this. Let's copy this div, the opening tag. So this is the final div which should be when we are displaying that modal. So let's go to our code. Let's stop it for now. Let's go to modal.razor, and we'll simply have this here. The modal fade show, we'll remove ID. We are not using it. Tab index area labeled by, we have removed ID, so let's remove this as well. Area model true, role dialog, and we should be good now. Save everything and let's try it out again. It's here. Short URL, generate pwd @123, login, and boom, we can see this now, right? We have not provided any footer, that's why this default button is coming. All right, so that means this thing is working. We just need to we'll change the appearance. So on this modal title, we'll change this to our main background color. And now let's try, if we press on OK, then it got removed. So that means modal is working, our short URL generation is working. Now there is one specific case, not one, but this is also the case. If I copy this URL, paste it here now I am already logged in. Now if I try to generate a short URL, we saw that loader got removed from here, and after that nothing. But we know that short URL generated because that loader came and went. So we need to have that modal here as well. Okay, so let's do these two things. First, on this modal header, we'll say bg main and text white. Save it, and then we are displaying this modal on that after login action right here. But we need to have the same thing on home page, or maybe in the short URL generator form as well here, because if we are already logged in, then this piece is not going to be executed. And here also we are getting user ID, generating DTO, and then sending this call to generate the link. So we have that thing here as well. So let's quickly do that. I copied that HTML. Let's add it here, and then let's use this underscore short URL. So we'll have it private string nullable string underscore short URL, and then we can have the short URL here. So underscore short URL equals link dot short URL. Save it, and we are good now. Now one thing, we'll quickly see that, but before that we need to repeat this thing. We need to duplicate this thing, right? And we are going to change this inside this thing. Here we are going to have some different text with this short URL, and we are going to have copy to clipboard button as well. So there are going to be multiple things. So instead of duplicating all this, it's a good candidate to be created as a separate reusable component, because we are going to reuse this. All right, this inner part as well. So we'll do that, but before that let's check if this modal is also coming from this home page when we are logged in. So let me stop it and rerun it. Okay, so it's here. Now we are not logged in. Let's try it out. Login. Let's add the username, password, login. We are on this page and loader, and we have this nice. So this header is good. We have this short URL generated. We'll say okay. Now we'll try to generate from here. Now we are already logged in. So shorten URL. We saw that loader and then this modal pop-up. So that means this thing is working. Now we can simply design this stuff and add a copy to clipboard button here. Alright, that we'll do next. So now for the generated link model, let's, in the shared component only, let's create a new component. What is happening? Add new razor component and let's call it generated link modal. Add this. We are here. So in here, the actual thing, or maybe let's copy that that thing from maybe short URL generator form. So this modal, we need to copy this because this is the thing we are going to add in this generated link modal. So here we have this modal, then this title, short URL generated, this is fine. Now the short URL, this does not exist here. So we'll have a property here of type string. We'll say short URL, and this needs to be a parameter and editor required because this thing is needed for this component. So here, and on close, if we set it true or false, that is not going to make any difference because the displaying of this component, this is being controlled by its parent. So we need to just notify the parent, then that user has clicked on this thing. So that means this on close, we need to have one event callback, the same way we are having inside this modal. So we'll have public event callback on close, and then same parameter and editor required. And on this on close, we will simply call this on close event callback. And now we are good. We just need to design this thing. So now what we'll do, we'll say div class. Inside this, let's have one p. Here we'll say your short URL has been generated successfully. All right, then let's have one more p tag here. Here we'll say click the button below to copy the short URL. Copy the generated short URL. All right, and after this we are going to display the short URL. So here we can have multiple, the UI design is up to you, but however you are designing, but let's use this as a text field, mb3, and here I'll say input type text, class form control, and I'll add read only, and on this value is going to be our short URL. Alright, so it will be displayed in read only mode. And after that we need to have two buttons, one is for close and one is for copy the generated short URL. Now if you remember, in the modal we have two things. If we are not show footer is by default true, if that is true, then it will come here, and when it comes here, then it checks if footer content this HTML is provided. If not, then it will use simple single button. So we need this section in this case because we need two different buttons, right? So we'll use this thing. Okay, so let's come here. Now we need this thing, that means we need to provide footer content. which is a render fragment. So we need to tell it that we want footer content here. Now there is one case, if we have multiple render fragments in a component, and if we do not provide any named render fragment, then the default HTML text which we add inside the custom component, all this goes to child content render fragment. Now if we explicitly set footer content or any other render fragment parameter, then we need to change the first one to use the child content explicitly, like this. Okay, so child content, which is in this modal component, this child content, and then show footer is this one, footer content. So here first thing, I'll have div class, let's say display flex, justify content center, not center, between, so that both of these buttons will be on each edge, left and right, each corner, and then align items center, so that vertically centered buttons. All right, inside this I'm going to have two buttons. One button is going to be this similar button, this button secondary on close, and here we'll say close or cancel. Okay, or maybe let's say close. Now we want to have one more button here, and that button should be of type btn main, our main colors button. On click, we'll see what we are going to do on this, but we will have this copy text here. Now whenever we are clicking on this copy, let's have that on click back, we'll say copy async, this method. Let's define this method here. So we'll say private async task copy async, and we'll add our logic here. All right, so I guess everything is looking great now. Okay, now we need to have this copy logic, and that will require JavaScript. So before doing that, let's check this component out. But before that, when we click on this copy, we will change its text to something else, let's say copied, and then after 1 or 2 seconds we'll change it back to copy. So we need this also as a dynamic field here. So here we'll say private string, we'll say underscore copy btn text, which is by default copy. Let's use this text here, and now when we click on copy, then it will come here. Here we are going to have our logic, we'll say logic to, or maybe JavaScript, call JS to copy to clipboard. After that, we will set this copy btn text to copied, then we'll wait for 2 seconds, and then we'll change this button's text back to copy. All right, let's quickly check if it is working. So save it and run it. Oh, sorry, we have not used this, right? We need to use this generated link modal form. Let's stop it, and we need to use this. So let's go to short URL generator form first. Here, instead of doing all this, we'll simply use that generated link modal, and on this, if we see, we need to provide short URL and on close. All right, so for short URL we'll provide underscore short URL, and for on close we'll simply say underscore short URL equals null. Now we can copy this, we can go to our after login action, and here also we have these things. We can simply remove this and use this. generated link model. So save everything and let's quickly run it. It is coming. Let's try it out. Some URL, shorten, and we are here. Let it call this, and we have this. We have these two buttons, close and copy. If we click on copy, button text changes to copied and then back to copy. You see? Alright, so this is looking a bit better, but this close button, this should go to the very left, but that is not what we are seeing right now. So let's see what is the issue. Okay, we have everything. Modal footer is already display flags. Okay, so we can try different approaches. First thing, we can add these justify content center, align item center on this modal footer, or if you don't want to do that, then we have maybe inside this we can have w100, which is width 100%, so that this is content is 100%, and then we have display flags on this div, and then we have this thing. Okay, there could be multiple approaches. Another approach could be we can directly have these buttons inside modal footer, and then we can provide maybe margin and auto on the first button, or maybe margin start auto on the second button. So there could be different approaches, but this requires minimal effort. So let's do this. On these buttons we'll say w100 on the wrapper of these buttons, and apart from this everything looks great. So let's try it out from this page when we already logged in. Shorten URL, and here also it looks good and it comes with all this, right? Let's quickly add that CSS class, generated link model. Here we'll say w100, which is width 100%. All right, now when we have this ready, now we can work on this copy async functionality. Okay, so for this it needs JavaScript. So let's create a JavaScript function, and we might need other JavaScript. I don't remember if we need, but let's assume we are going to have it. So inside www root folder in main project, I'm going to add one new file. Let's say app.js, the global JavaScript, whatever we need. Here I'm going to create a function on this window object. Let's say copy to clipboard, so that we can access it from anywhere. On this I'll say async function, and we can say data to copy or text to copy. Okay, or instead of this we can say async, and then we can make it the arrow function like this. All right, now inside this let's have try catch, and then we will have navigator, which is a browser's API, and on this navigator we have clipboard. Okay, and on this clipboard we have couple of methods. First is write, and then write text. So we are having text, so we'll use this write text method. If you see, it returns promise, which is task in our C#.NET language. So it returns task without any return type parameter, so just task. That's why we are having this as async, and we can apply await here. So write text, and here we can provide our text to copy, and now we are good. Now if something does not work, we have this error here. We can do whatever we want, but go to log it. So console.error, and here we can define this, that something bad happened, something like this. So here we'll say, yeah, maybe do this, error while copying to clipboard, and then error will provide this error like this, and we are good now. Now we can use this window.copy to clipboard from anywhere in our application. But before that we need to add this app.js to our app.razor page. So in the components, in app.razor, this is the main HTML page which has all our head and main JavaScript. So here only we'll add this app.js without this tilde and slash. Okay, because for Blazor it uses this base href, so we can't have the tilde and all that. So now we have added this app.js. Now we are good to use it. Let's go to our generated link model, and from here we can copy that. Now in order to use JavaScript on any Blazor component, we need to inject IJS runtime. Okay, so we'll call it JS runtime only. And now inside this copy async, we'll say await JS runtime dot invoke void async, because it does not return anything. The name of the method, which is window dot copy to clipboard, and then the parameter to this function. So the parameter is short URL. So save it, and now we are good. Let's quickly try it out. It's here. Let's first log in, and this time let's use pwd@123. Let's use this remember me option so that we don't need to log in again and again. Now we are good. Let's try this URL only, paste it, shorten it, copy, and nothing is happening. Let's go to the console. Do we have any error? No, there is no error. If we try to paste, allow pasting, if we try to paste, you see IBNDIF, this thing is working. That means copy to clipboard functionality worked, but this text is not changing. Now this is the fundamental Blazor concept. So this time it worked. So the thing here is why this is not changing. That is, if we go to our code, and here how the Blazor change tracking works, if we are in any method and whatever whatever state we have changed, after that if we have hit first await, then it is going to change or apply all those things. But after that again, if we have after first await, it goes to directly, then it is going to update the state when the execution flow leaves this method. That means first change tracking will work here, and after that it will work directly here. So inside this, it is not going to track any change, it is not going to re-render. Now we have some scenarios. For example, this one, we need to tell it that you need to re-render here and then at the very end. So for this one, when we are saying re-render after this, we can explicitly tell Blazor that you need to re-render. So we'll say state has changed. We are telling Blazor that state has changed, that whatever internal state we have on this component that has changed, you need to re-render. So now when it is going to re-render, it will check now underscore copy btn text is changed to copied. So it will simply re-render this. It will change this text. Let's try it out. So I'm running it. It's here. This time it is already logged in. Let's do this. Shorten URL, copy. You see it changed to copied and then back to copy, copied and then back to copy. All right. So now if I paste whatever I have copied, this WLIU3C, this should be here. So if I paste it, WLIU3C, that means this thing is working. Alright. So our JavaScript interop is ready. I guess this is the only JavaScript, custom JavaScript we need for this entire application, right? Alright. So save it, and now we are good with this generated link model as well. Okay. Now we can start working on other parts of the application, maybe post login. Now we'll work on my links page. Alright. Okay. So for my links page, first we need service ready. Okay, entity is already ready. And if we go to service, in link service, if we'll see right now we have only one method, create link async. We need one more method for it, which will return the links, generated links for the currently logged in user. All right. So let's go to DTOs. In DTO, we have this link DTO. So we are going to use this only. Go to link service, go to iLink service, this interface. We'll go to this interface, and here we'll create one more method. We'll say task link DTO, array of link DTO. The return type is going to be this. And here we could say get links, maybe by user. Okay, and here we are going to get a parameter string user ID. All right. Now we will have paging as well on this, and we are going to use QuickGrid. So we'll follow the parameters which QuickGrid gives us. So we'll follow those start index and page size thing. So let's add other parameters as well to this get links by user. So int start index, then int page size, and we are going to have one toggle kind of button on that page my links, which will toggle if you want to show all the links or just active links which are active right now. So for that we are going to get a flag here, bool active only. So this is our interface method. All right. Now let's go to link service. Now we need to implement this method. So implement interface, we have this get links by user. First thing we'll add async. Then now we will create our context. So await using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. All right. Now here, because we want to apply this paging and this condition, so we will use deferred execution from link queue. So we'll generate our query in multiple parts. So first thing we'll say var query equals, here we are going to say context dot links dot where. So first thing we need l dot user id, it should be this given user id. This is the first case. All right. After that we will have a check for active only. If this active only is true, then we'll modify our query to query equals query dot where l dot is active. So wherever l is active, return those only. So if you are familiar with link queue, this is not executing right now. We are just generating this query. It will be executed once we materialize this. All right, so this is fine. After this, in order to work with QuickGrid to show the paging, we need two things. First, we need records for that particular page, and we need total number of records as well, so that QuickGrid can generate those page numbers, page 1, 2, 3, and next and previous pages, all those stuff. So here we need, first thing we need total item count, or maybe total count. So this total count, we'll say await query dot count async, And after that, now we'll get our links on this await query, on this query. Now in this query, what we are going to do, we'll simply say var, not var, query dot skip start index, just skip these items, then take page size, so this is for paging. After that we'll say select, now we need our link DTO. Okay, so we'll say var link DTO, and we are going to fill all these values: ID, long URL, is active, and short URL. All right, and there is some issue. What is it? Queryable does not contain a definition for get awaiter. Yeah. All right, after select we'll say dot to array async, and our data should be ready. Now we have total count in total count, and then links, this is an array of link DTU. Now we are good with this. Now from here we need to return these two pieces of data. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply create a model for paged results. So for that we'll go to our DTOs. So inside our DTO we are going to create a new class. We'll call it paged result. All right, and this is going to be a record, and this is going to be a generic type. So T result, and first thing we will have all the items, so records, and then second we'll have int total count. Now we'll return this paged result from here. So let's go to interface, let's change the return type. It should be paged result of link DTO. Alright, now go to our implementation, and here also we are going to change this. So we'll say paged result of link DTO, and now from here we are going to return new paged result link DTO. First we'll provide records, which is links array, and then total count. And now our method is ready, we are returning this. All right, so this is fine if we are running on server, but if we are running on client, so it should come from API, through API basically. So let's do that part. We'll go to endpoints and link endpoints. All right, and here after this map post we will add one more. We'll say app.map get, this is going to be a get request. Okay, then slash API slash links, we need all the links, then async, and here we will have I link service, and we need user. So for that we'll simply have claims principal as a parameter. Principal, both of these will be provided by this ASP.NET Core only. Okay, now from here from this, first thing we will get a user ID, so which is this. So we can have this thing here. First we'll get the user ID from this principal, and now we have user ID. After this we'll simply have our paged result, which will be await link service dot get links by user, and we need to provide user ID and other things as well. Now when we say other things, all those parameters, start index, page size, active only, these things we need, and all these are going to be part of query string parameters. So whatever query string parameters we have, we can directly have those here. So we'll have int start index, int page size, and bool active only. Then we can provide all these things. So get links by user, user ID, then start index, then page size, then active only. Now we have this page result. We need to return this. So we'll say return results.ok page result. So our API endpoint is ready. Now this should also be authorized, right? It should also be protected. So here we'll say require authorization. Now if you see this URL part and this require authorization, we need to repeat it. Okay, for other endpoints also we are going to repeat these things. So what we can do, we can simply have a group of these routes, these endpoints. We'll have a group and then we'll have direct things. So what we'll do, we'll say var, let's say links group. Here we'll say app.map group. Inside this we can provide the URL, base URL. So base URL for us is going to be API/links, and we can add additional stuff on this. So here we'll say require authorization directly here. Now instead of this app.map post, what we can do, we can simply use links group.map post. Now how this is going to work, this will take URL prefix from this group and then append whatever we are adding here. But for this post part, we don't need anything apart from this API/links. So what we can do, we can simply remove this from here. Now it will be /API/links direct. Same thing we'll do here with app.map get. Here also blank because this is get request, so it will use this API/links only. Now we can remove this require authorization from here and from this map get, because this we have, and this should be links group, this app, because we have already applied this require authorization on a group level. So this is going to work as expected. All right, so save everything and now we are good with map get. Now server side we are ready. Now let's go to Refit. In client project services iLink API. Here we will define that second method. So it will be same task of page result of link DTO, and this name is up to us. Whatever we want we can name it, but let's use the same get links by user async. Did I miss async on that? Yeah, it should be get links by user async. So get links by user async, and here we'll have the same parameters. First thing, string user ID. Do we have user ID here? We can provide any user ID, but it will be actually provided by the no, we don't need this user ID for this thing, for this endpoint, because we are getting that user ID in our endpoint from our claims, right? From claims principle. So we don't need to pass this. So we'll not pass that user ID. But apart from that, all other stuff, start index, int page size, and bool active only. These things we'll have here. Now we'll add this HTTP verb attribute here. So it is going to be a get request, and the URL is going to be API/links, the same URL. All right. Now our iLink API is ready. Now let's go to link API proxy. So here we will simply implement that additional method, this method. Now from here, what we'll do, we'll simply say underscore link API dot get links by user async, and then we can provide start index page size active only. We are skipping this user ID here, right? But we need to have it as a parameter here because this is the signature from interface, so we can safely ignore it. We are sure that from API, in API side, from endpoint, it is going to get it from the claim. So we are good with this. All right. Now all the pieces are done for the complete flow. Now we can directly work on actual UI. All right. So this page is going to be interactive. So we'll go to blazing URL.client project. Here we have this pages folder. Inside this pages folder, what I am going to do, I am going to create one more folder named app / here I'll say my links.razor. This is going to be our page. and the URL for this is going to be page attribute slash app slash my links. All right, now we can inject our navigation manager. First thing, navigation manager, then we can inject our link service. All right, now inside this code, let's have a piece of state. We will have private and then link DTO, array of link DTO. We'll say underscore links. We'll initialize it with this blank array. And something got missed. Private link DTO underscore links, everything is fine. And something is not right with Visual Studio. Let's close this file mylink.razor and let's open it again and again. Alright, so I'm going to close the Visual Studio and open it again. Okay, now the error is gone. Alright, now we'll use our on initialized async method. We are overriding it, and here what we'll do, we'll simply say var paged result equals await, and this is going to be link service dot get links by user async, and here for now user ID we can discard it. Then start index, let's say 0, page size, let's say I don't know 10, active only false, let's have it string.empty for now. This is not required for this method to run actually. So page result, and because this is a record, we can simply do this. We can have, let's say links comma count. So we will have links as a link DTO and count as a total count, and after that we can simply say links equals links like this, or we can simply remove this. We can have this underscore links here and this var count like this, and now we will have this underscore links filled with the actual links. Now inside this, let's quickly, first thing we will have the same UI, initial UI. So let's go to maybe home page. So we'll go to home page, components, pages and home. Here we have this section content, page title, and then this row. So we'll use this thing there. So here we'll have my links, then section content, and now for section content, now we are going to have one more issue with this. Okay, we'll fix this, but section content, it is not getting picked up. The reason is the section content is not added in our underscore imports.razor page for a client project, but it is there in the server project. So this using Microsoft ASP.NET Core.component.sections. So let's copy this. Let's go to the underscore imports.razor for the client project, and here let's add it. Now if we go to our my links page, it should get filled. Yes, we can see this section content, and here we are going to say my links, and now we are good. Now after this, let's do this. We'll say div class row, and inside this we are going to simply have a UL for now, and after that we'll apply a for each var link in underscore links, and here we'll have li @link dot, let's say short URL hyphen @link dot long URL, just to see if we are getting the data. So the URL is /app/mylinks. Let's check this is the same URL in our navbar. So we'll go to our Blazing URLs main project, components, layout, nav menu, and here for my links we have app/mylinks. So the URL is correct. Let's run it. And we have some error. Let's see what it is. Page result. What is it? Error list. We missed something. Doubles semicolon. Okay. Alright, this was the issue. Now before continuing, I just realized that we have not added the render mode on this page. So by default it will run in SSR mode. That is not what we want for this particular page, because we are going to have interactivity on this page. We are going to have copy, we are going to have edit and delete functionality on this page. So this page is going to be interactive. So we want this to be interactive. So what we'll do, we'll simply set the render mode for this @render mode. And because this is interactive and we don't need, this is not related to SEO, so we can simply disable pre-rendering. Okay, there is no point of rendering it on server then again render it on client, because we can directly render it on client, so we can skip the server rendering. So here we'll say @render mode, new interactive auto render mode, and inside this we can provide pre-render false. Now let's run it. Okay, so it is here. Now if you go to my links page, there is nothing. And why so? Let's see if we have some error. Error is not there, and this thing got run actually. But we cannot see anything here. Let's quickly see if anything got rendered or not at all. We are here. We have this row. We have UL without anything. If we go to network tab and let's try to refresh this page. Now we can see this. Initially there was nothing on this page, right? Let's close this and try to run it again. I know there is one missing piece, but still that should work with the ally, but it is not working. So we'll see what is it. My links, and we cannot see anything. Oh, now we can see these. All right, but heading, you see, we can't see that heading. We can see the links but not heading. All right, so for that heading, now the point is we are setting the section content, right? We are setting it with my links, but from where this section content is coming, that means where is this section outlet defined with this heading? If we check it, where is it? If we check it, it's in main layout, which is in main project, and this section content or this section outlet, this is not interactive. So that means when it gets rendered, it is whatever it is for the first time. On home page, we are seeing that because the home page is actually home page, login page, and register page. All these three pages are statically server side rendered, so it exists there. But when we go to this interactive pages, interactive auto render mode, in this case this my links page, this section is not interactive. So initially it was blank, there was nothing inside this, so that's why we can't see anything. Now we need to make it interactive. Now we can have multiple approaches for this. If we make it interactive here only, that is not a good approach in my opinion, because that now this section will be enforced by statically server side rendered pages as well. But for those pages we don't need this interactive. All right, So I'm going to take a different route for this. So first we'll fix this thing. After that we'll design the my links UI, the UI for all these links. All right. So for this, what we'll do, we will have one more layout, which is going to have this section as interactive. Okay. And that interactive thing that is going to be go inside this client project. So inside this, in pages, or maybe we can create a new layout folder here, layout slash, here we'll say interactive main layout. I'm naming this interactive main layout eraser. All right. Now for this thing, first thing, it should inherit from layout component base, so that it is layout and we can have access to @body. @body. Now before this body, we need that section. So we'll say section outlet, and we can have section name here. We have that heading, and on this page we'll set render mode equals interactive auto, and now we are good. But now if we and we need to set the layout for this page inside this app. On my links page, we need to define that layout, that for this page the layout we need, that is interactive main layout, and we cannot see that interactive main layout. This is the thing. Now this time if we run it, this everything, the UI is going to be distorted for this page. The reason is by default it was using main layout. On main layout we have everything, the header, that color, that styling, all those things. But on this interactive main layout we don't have anything. It is directly a section and direct body. So we need both of these designs. We need design from the main layout, and then we need to add this section outlet for this, and we'll add other things as well on top of that main layout. So in Blazor we have nested layout concept. So this interactive layout, interactive main layout, we are going to use it as a nested layout. So how we can do this? How can we make nested layouts? On any layout we can simply define layout property, and here we can define our main layout, that this is a layout, but on this page also there is a layout which is main layout. So this is going to be a nested layout. Now we have one problem. The problem is this main layout exists in the main project. The dependency direction is not this. So we cannot access anything from the main project into client project. Alright, but we can access anything from client to main. So what we will do in this case, we'll go to Blazing URLs project, we'll go to components, we'll go to layout, and we are going to cut both of these, main layout and nav menu. We are going to cut both of these, and we'll paste this inside this client layout folder. Alright, now we have this here. Now we have this here. And from the main project we can remove this layout now. And now we go to interactive main layout, we can access main layouts, it is fine. But now other things will break. So the using statements are going to break, so we can fix these. So we'll go to components, we'll go to underscore imports.razor. Here everything looks fine, right? Yes. If we check in app, everything is fine. If we go to routes, there is one problem. This default layout, layout.main layout. So now this does not belong directly in layout. It belongs in client.layout.main layout. So it got fixed. Now it should have somewhere in a components account as well. So pages underscore imports. Here we have account layout. If you go to account layout, which will be in shared account layout, Here also we have this main layout. So now this is not here at this place, it is at this place, blazing urls.client.layout.main layout. So now we fix this as well. Now everything is fine, everything will work fine, but there is only one problem now. Now we have this section outlet here in interactive main layout with the section name as heading, and we have the same section. And now after login action, this is not working. Why so? Blazing your client shared component, let's add this. All right, in all this main layout also we have this section outlet with the same section name. Now there cannot be multiple section outlets with the same name in a complete hierarchy, the complete component tree. So right now the main is main layout where we have the section outlet with the name heading. After this we have interactive main layout. Here we have another section layout, a section outlet with same name. So it cannot be same name. We cannot have two section outlets with same name. So we need to change this. So here we'll say interactive heading, or maybe we can say client heading. So now these are two different two different section outlets. So on the statically server side rendered pages, SSR pages, this thing is going to work, section outlet, section name, heading. And all the interactive pages where the layout is this interactive main layout, for those pages we are going to use this client heading. All right, now if we go to our page, which is our my links page, here we have this section content. So we are going to change this section name to client heading. Now we'll save it. Let's run it. We should see home page same as before, and we should see this change on the my links page. It is coming. There is some error. Let's see if that error, is there any error in console? No, there is no error. And sometimes we need to hard refresh it. So now we can see this is saved. Now if we go to my links page, here we can see my links, and then all these things are coming. So this takes some time, and at that time we can show loader, but we'll work on that later. No, not later, next. So now we can see my links is here. If you go to home page's heading is also here. That means both of these layouts are working, and this section outlet and section content is working as expected. All right, now next thing is designing this thing and adding that loader and all that stuff. All right, let's close all but this, because we'll work on this mylinks.razor page only. All right, so first thing first we'll add our loader. So for that, let's have a piece of state here. So private bool is loading with a default value or false, or maybe we can have it as true also, but it's fine. And inside this, inside on initialized async, we'll say is loading true, and after getting the data we will set is loading to false. Now in our HTML markup, we will check if is loading is true, then we will render our loader. That is this shared component we have created. Else we'll have our actual content. All right, now we need to do this, having all these blazing URLs, client, shared components, all this line. So it's good idea to move it to underscore imports.razor file for the client project, so that we don't have to write this fully qualified name. So we'll go to underscore imports.razor, and here we'll add the rate using blazing url.client.shared components, and now we should be good. So save everything, and now we should see the loader. We'll check this, but before that let's try to work on the design of individual link items. Okay, so inside this for each, we'll remove this UL first. We don't need this UL. And inside this for each, we will have a div with some classes. So first we'll have some padding, let's say P2. We'll have margin bottom, MB, let's say 4. We will have border bottom. And we will have a shadow. All right. Now inside this, we will have 3 or 4 columns. First we'll have our link icon, that is just for indication, the UI looks good with that. Then we will have the link text, link URLs basically. After that we are going to have total number of clicks and a view details button. And then at the very end we will have one more column, and there we will have our edit and delete buttons. So for that, let's have div class row. Inside this row, we are going to have first column for the link text, link URL. So for that we'll have it as div class, let's say call sm3. Okay, or not 3, let's say 6. All right, and there is some div missing here, closing tag. Okay, after this 6 we will have 3 for that. So this 3 for view details and total number of clicks, and then after that one more call sm3 for our edit and delete buttons. All right, so inside the first one, call sm6, here we are going to have one div with some classes, and inside this, here we'll have that link icon, then vertical line, and then long URL and short URL. Okay, so we'll make this using bootstrap classes basically, with some custom styling if required. So let's first add this, then we'll see how it looks and what is my vision actually for this. All right, so in this call sm6, in this div class, I am going to use display flags. First thing is this, then I'm going to use flags column. And in this flags column, first thing we'll have that link icon. So I class, and we are using box icon, so bx and bx link. This is the icon we tested when we were trying box icon, right, if you remember. All right, after this we'll display if the link is active, we'll display check mark. If link is not active, we will display that cross mark. Okay, so here we can check if link dot is active. If link is active, then we'll say I class not fa. I have used font awesome in my life a lot, so I still have that habit with I class fa. Do let me know in the comment if you guys have used font awesome icons. All right, so bx and bx check, this is the class for the check mark, and we'll make it green. So text success, this class comes from bootstrap of course, and let's make it bold, fw bold. All right, and let's have this title attribute. This is pure HTML, so that we know what this is. All right, now if the link is not active, so we'll add else part. Let's copy this I, And here first thing, instead of bx check, we will use class bx-x, which is for cross mark. Then the color, we need it in red color, so text danger. And then this title, this is going to be inactive. All right, now this is the first section, those two icons. After that we are going to have one vertical line. So for that, Bootstrap gives us VR class, which is vertical rule. So it is kind of that horizontal rule HR. So HR is a pure HTML tag, but VR is a class. And for this VR to work, we need to have this VR should be a child of display flags. So on this call SM6, we are going to use display flags. So now we have this vertical rule VR, and after that we are going to have the links basically. So here let's say div class. Now whatever space remaining after these two, we want this div to span to the entire space inside this call SM6. Okay, so for this, in flex box in CSS we have flex grow properties, right? So here we'll say flex grow 1. Okay, this class comes from Bootstrap, which sets that flex grow to 1. That means just start growing till whatever space is remaining, you can grow. All right, so now inside this thing we'll add our links. So first, the short URL, which is the main thing for us. So for that I'll use h5 tag, so that that we can show that short link in a bigger font basically. So in h5, first I'm going to have an anchor tag, so a href, and in this we are going to use link.short URL. So it will be a link, we can user can click on it and it will open up the short link, right? And then we can open this in a new tab or new window, right? For that we can simply say target underscore blank, so that it opens up in a separate window or separate tab. All right, now in this we are going to add a couple of CSS classes. So link, let's say dark, to make it a kind of black color link. Sorry, yeah. Now in this, let's have the same title attribute, so we'll say link.short URL, and I guess we are good. This is the link, and the display text, it is also going to be the same short URL. All right, after this anchor tag we want to have that copy button here as well, so that if we want we can copy that short URL. Okay, so for this we'll say button type button and on this we are going to say class btn sm for small button, btn default, this is for color basically, and we'll have ms, which is margin start, so that we can have some spacing between the link and this copy button. On click we'll add it later, but for now the text of this button is going to be I class bx copy, that copy icon. All right, so now we are good with this h5. After this we will have the long URL. So for that what we can do, and we will use a small tag so that it looks small, and on this small tag we are going to have class display flex, and now we are going to have let's say span. Inside this we'll say long URL, and here we'll have our long URL, the same kind of HTML which we have for this short URL. So let's copy this short URL HTML, this anchor tag, and we'll add it here. The only thing we'll change, it should be long URL. Title should be long URL. And the href should be long URL. Alright. After this, we'll have same copy button. So let's copy this. Copy button. And now we are good. Now our first section is ready. Now for the second column, call SM3, we want to show number of clicks, the total clicks, and then we want to display a button with view details button basically. Okay. So here we'll have, let's say H5 only. Here we'll say total clicks, and we can get it from link dot total clicks, and I think we have not created anything related to this. So let's quickly do that first. So we'll go to our link DTO first. We'll add a property here. Public int total clicks. Alright. After that, we'll go to our service in main project. Main project service is link service. So here when we are getting the link, get link by user async, here when we are selecting this link DTO, here what we'll do, we'll say total clicks equals L dot link analytics. This is the navigation property, and on this we are going to use count property. Alright, so now we will have total clicks. So whatever entries we have in this, we are going to use that. For now it will be 0 because we don't have that logic yet. We'll implement it later. Alright, let's go back to my links, and now total clicks. Here we can say @link dot total clicks. Alright, and after this we'll have an a href, and this should be the detail page for single link. So here we'll say /app/mylinks/link URL, link ID basically. So here we'll say link.id. Alright, on this we are going to add classes. So btn sm and btn main. Let's use this. Alright, and inside this anchor tag, let's have one icon. So I class bx and bx chart, bx-chart. This is this chart, and after this we are going to have a span, and here we'll say view details. Alright, now let's have some spacing between these two. So me margin end 1. Alright, so our second thing is ready. The second column is ready. Now let's go to the third column where we are going to have two buttons, one for edit, one for delete. Okay, so these buttons, we want these buttons vertically. Alright, so for that what we'll do, on this call SM3 we'll say display flex, then we'll say flex column, so that whatever direct items we have inside this div, those should be vertically stacked, so in a column. Alright, now in this display flex column we can say justify content center and align items center, so that these buttons are vertically and horizontally center aligned. Alright, now inside this we are going to have first button. So button, type button, then bootstrap classes btn sm, let's say btn outline dark. Okay, inside this we are going to have I class, so bx added, this is the icon, then we'll have a span here, and here we'll say edit, and on this bx icon, this icon as well, we'll say me1 margin end 1 to add some spacing. Now let's copy this button, paste it again, change the icon to bx trash delete icon, and instead of edit the text is going to be delete, and the buttons class btn outline dark, instead of dark we will use danger for deletion. All right, so looks like our UI is fine. Now we can check how it looks and then we can fix further if any change is required. Okay, there must be some things which we need to fix when we run it. So let's see how it looks. And it's here. If we see, if we go to my links, what happened? Okay, so we can at least see the UI. We need to fix the appearance a bit. We'll do that. All right, so let's start first from this first section. Let's try to see if the hot reload works. So here, first thing, this link icon and this thing, this also we need flex column. Okay, it should be flex hyphen column. So if we save it, is hot reload working? And looks like it is. Yeah, it worked. It took some time, but it is working now. Hopefully you can see it. These icons are very small, so let's make these bigger. Okay, what we can do, maybe on this div where we have display flex, let's say h3, save it, hot reload, and yes, at least we can see something. On this VR, this vertical rule, this line, let's have some spacing from both of these sides. So on this VR, what we'll do, we'll say mx3. All right, it is looking fine. For these things, these icons, let's make these vertically center. Okay, so we have flex column. So for flex column, what we need to do, let's say align items center, but for flex this should be justify content center. Yeah, it moved a bit, right? All right, so this thing is fine. Then we have long URL, short URL, we have copy buttons, we have total clicks, view details, and then we have edit and delete, these buttons. So for these edit and delete buttons, let's have some spacing between these two. So for these buttons, we have this display flex column, justify content center, align item center, and then we'll say gap, which is a predefined class, we'll say gap2. And we can see some spacing here. All right. So finally we are good with the design. Okay, it looks cool. Now next thing we need to work on the, we don't have paging yet, so we want to implement that QuickGrid so that we can have paging. Okay, that thing we'll do next, and after that we'll work on this copy, these copy icons, so that we can copy the long URL, short URL, and then we'll have that logic here that we want to display all the links or just active links. All right, so these things, let's quickly start working on these one by one. So first thing, QuickGrid. Stop it. For QuickGrid, we need to install a package okay, which is from Microsoft only. So we'll go to client project. We are going to open manage NuGet packages. In here we'll search for QuickGrid, and we should see we need this one, Microsoft ASP.NET Core.components.QuickGrid. Okay, there is one QuickGrid with from someone else, but this is not what we need. We need Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.components.QuickGrid, which is from Microsoft itself. Okay, so we'll install this, apply, I accept, and it is installed. Cool. Now we'll come back to mylinks.razor page. Here we are going to add one using statement. So using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.components.QuickGrid. This is the thing which we want to use. All right. So for this, what we'll do, because we are going to have paging and we are going to get data from the server. When we click on, we are not having client side paging, we are going to have server side paging. That means when we click on any of the link, it will go, request will go to the server, it will fetch the data and it will come back. So for that, the way we are going to use, we need one quick grid items provider, grid items provider. So we'll say private grid items provider. It is a generic type. We need to provide what type of items grid is going to have. So it is going to have links with type of link DTO. All right. So here we'll say, let's say links provider. All right. Let's make it nullable. And now with this links provider, we need to provide body for this. So inside this on initialized async, we'll say underscore links provider equals, this is going to have delegate. So here we'll say async, and inside this async, we will have a request, and now we need to provide body for this. So for this thing, we will fetch the data, and the data is going to be this, links and count. So we'll say links comma count equals await link service dot get links by user async. Now we need to provide all these things. First thing, we need to provide a user ID, which we can provide simply string.empty for now, or maybe just a blank string, because we don't need this. It will be provided from the current claims, currently logged in user. Then we need start index, so that we are going to get from this request parameter. So request dot start index. All right. After that, we are going to have request dot count, which is for the page size basically. After that, we have active only, if we are displaying active or all records right now. So for this, we are going to have a piece of state here. So let's have a private enum here. So we'll say, let's say show type, and here we'll say all and active only. All right. And we are going to use this show type here. So we'll say private show type and underscore show type, and a default value we are going to use is active only. All right. Or maybe let's get it from query string. We are going to have those buttons, so we can get this from query string, or should we have it direct like this only? When we'll click on it, we'll simply modify this thing. Okay, let's use query string approach. So we'll have same page but with different query string parameter for active only and for all. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll simply say, let's say private string nullable string, we'll say show get set with a default value of show type dot active only dot toString, and we are going to get this thing from query string. So we'll say supply parameter from query, and we can use this show as the parameter name, which is default, which is the same name, but let's have it explicit. Now for the show type, we can have this show type as a helper computed property here, or maybe let's do this. Let's have private bool, and here we'll say show active only. This is going to be a computed property from this show query string parameter. Okay, so here we'll say if this string dot is null or white space this show, if we have not provided this show, this query string parameter, we'll consider it as user wants to show or see all the active links only. So active is our default. Or if that's not the case, we have provided something with show, then we can check show with if show is equals show type dot active only dot toString. So we'll consider that show active only if we have not provided show this query string parameter, or we have provided it with active only. All right. Okay, so save everything. Now we can provide this thing when we are making this grid request. So the last parameter will say show active only, and it is going to be a boolean parameter. Now the request.count, this is a nullable int. So if this is null, we can have some default page size. So for that we can have this default page size here at the very top. Let's say private const int page size, and let's say 5 for now, we'll increase it later. So here if this request dot count is null, we'll use that default page size. All right, so now we have links and we have count. Now from this links provider we need to return something, and that something is going to be grid item provider result. So grid items provider result, this is the return type, and on this we have this grid not request grid item provider result dot from, it has this factory method. So from, now if you see the signature, we can provide a collection of grid items and total item count. So we know collection of grid items, which is this links, and total item count is count. And now we are good, our links provider is ready. All right, now we can simply get rid of all this. So save everything, and now we are good. All right, now we need to use this. So here inside this else part, inside this row, we are going to use our QuickGrid component. Okay, and on this QuickGrid component we have one items provider property. So this we are going to use our links provider. All right, and after this links provider we can provide a paging as well. So pagination, it needs pagination state, this object, this class. So for this we'll create this pagination state object here. So we'll say private pagination state underscore pagination state equals new pagination state, and in here we can define something which is items per page, which is our page size. All right, so let's move it to single line only. Now we have this underscore pagination state. We can come here and on this links provider, we can define this underscore pagination state, and now we are good. Alright, now it uses this, but it does not display paging. So for displaying that paging, we can use paginator paginator component, which is again provided by this ASP.NET Core QuickGrid component. So on this paginator, if we see, we need to provide pagination state parameter, which is a required parameter for this. So we'll say state equals underscore pagination state. But now this is the paging and this is the state which we are using. Now we are good. Now inside this we can define our designer items basically. So for now we are going to have the single column. So this complete thing we can cut from here. We can come inside this QuickGrid and we can define a template column. Okay, here do let me know the comment if you want a dedicated video to QuickGrid. I can create a dedicated video where I can explain everything related to this QuickGrid component. Okay, how to work with local data, then server data, all the paging and all stuff related to this template column. We have property columns, so we have a lot of things related to this QuickGrid component. Okay, all right, so now inside this template column we can directly add this, paste this. Now when we were using this for each loop, we had this var link in underscore links, but now we don't have this for each loop. So how we can get the current link item, this link? So for this, for all of these template columns and all these inside this QuickGrid, it gives us a special variable, special parameter, which is context. So that context is a one by one single item from this links provider. This links provider is same as underscore links. If we could see, it is providing link DTO one by one. So at the rate context, inside this is going to be the single link. So we are going to replace all these links with at the rate context. So context dot is active, and we had anything else here? No. Now after this we'll directly go to this link dot short URL. So context, 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 and again context dot long URL, and context dot total clicks, context dot ID. And now we are good. Now our QuickGrid is ready. Alright, now quickly we can check it out. So if I save it and if I run it, I should see the QuickGrid with paging, of course. Okay, it is coming up. My links. Something is not right. And now we can see this, but the 20 items, page 1 of 4, this is not coming. Let's hard refresh it. And now we can see it. When we added that link, it was not able to, so it was getting something from caching. That's why it was not rendering it. So now we are good. We have total 20 items. We have 5 items on this page, and we have this pagination, right? Page 1 of 4. We can go to the next page, page 2 of 4, page 3 of 4, page 4 of 4. Now the next and last item, last page icons are disabled. We can go to the first page. So now paging is working fine, and we have implemented this. The design is same, everything looks great. All right, cool. Now we'll work on some next thing. Let's see what we are going to work on next. So we have that active flag, right? So let's start working on that active flag. So we'll display one heading here that if we are right now showing all the links or just active links, and then we are going to have a button here which will act as a link. So if we are on all links page, it will say active links only, and if we are on active links page, that button will show all links. All right, so let's quickly do that. So save everything. Now we don't need this section, so we can remove this. And now we don't need this underscore links, we can remove this as well. All right, save it. Now after the section and before this quick grid and everything, here we are going to have a div class row, and let's have margin top 3 empty 3. All right, inside this I'm going to have a div class, let's say call 12, which is total. Then we are going to have a display flex, justify content between, so that I can have the heading and the button on each corners horizontally. All right, and then for aligning, align item center, so vertically center. All right, inside this first I'm going to have a heading, so I'll say h3. Inside this we will check if we are currently showing show active only. If we are showing active only, we'll say active links, and if not, we'll say all links. This is displaying all, and links we can have outside of this condition, so it will say active links or all links. All right, so save it. After this we are going to have an anchor tag a href, and here we need to show the URL. We need to have that URL which will add that query string parameter. We'll work on this. Then we are going to have some class btn sm, let's say btn outline primary. Then we'll say show and the opposite of this condition. So let's copy this. So if we are showing active right now, so for this we'll say show all, or if we are just displaying all right now, we'll here say show active links, or we can have this links outside same way, show all links, show active links. All right, now for this URL we need to have this URL dynamic on the basis of the current show condition. So what we can do, we can simply have one more computed property, the way we have the show active only. Same way we can have private string, let's say show button link URL. Okay, and here we will check if show active only. If right now we are showing just active, we'll say app slash mylinks slash show equals all, right? Or maybe we can make it dynamic like this, and here we'll say show type dot active only, no sorry, show type dot all. If that's not the case, that means we are displaying all right now. So for that we can simply copy this, paste it here, and we'll say app mylinks show active only, like this. Now we do show button link URL, and here on this ahref we can simply use the show button link URL, and now we should be good. So we'll save it and we'll run it. So we'll see, we can see these two buttons, and these buttons are changing the URL and heading. So my links, active links, show all links. If you go to show all links, I have added this slash, I should have added question mark. So question mark, because this is query string, question mark, save everything, run it. Okay, so now let's go to my links, active links. Right now we are displaying active links. It is showing 0 items. If you go to show all links, so the URL is changing and this text is changing. Right now we have all links, so it is saying show active links. If I click on this show active links, right now we are showing active links and it is showing show all links, but it is not working. The logic is not working. We are not able to get the links now. This thing we are going to fix now. We are going to fix next basically, but for now we are good that this functionality is working. All right, so let's have this page here and close all others. Close all but this. All right. Now for this to work, we need to see what is the issue with this current implementation. So I'm going to add a breakpoint here in this on initialized async. Okay. Now I'm going to run this. Now it is running. We'll go to my links page. On initialized async got hit. If we check show active only, this is true. We will continue and we are good. Now if I click on this show all links, you see nothing happened. This changed, heading changed, button text changed, URL changed, but that breakpoint did not get hit. Again same thing, everything is changing, but the code, the breakpoint is not getting hit. That's because how Blazor works. If so, let's open it again. Right now we are on this page, mylinks.razor page with this mylinks URL, and when we click on this button, we are on the same URL, and for this URL we have this same page component, that mylinks.razor. So we are on the same page component, and if we are clicking on any link which points to the same component, same URL. So all these JavaScript frameworks, for example, Angular, and Angular also does the same thing. So they reuse the existing instance of the page. So that means that instance is already there. So this mylinks.razor page is already there. So on initialized already got executed. So it is not going to execute it again because it already has that instance. So it is going to reuse that. But we are changing something is changing, this parameter is changing for this thing, this show. So for this, Blazor gives us one lifecycle method. We are going to use that method. So that method is on parameter set and or on parameter set async, this thing. So we are going to use this thing here. Let's now put a breakpoint and put a breakpoint on initialized async and on parameter set async in both of these methods. Let's run it. Now we'll see. We are here on this page. We'll go to my links page. On initialize async, we'll continue. On parameter set async, we'll continue. And we have this thing. Then we'll go to show all links. Now you see on parameter set async method got hit. We'll continue. We are here. Show active links on parameter set async. We'll continue. So we are coming on this on parameter set async method each time when we are doing this. So on initialize getting executed only once, and when this after that on parameter set async or on parameter set, these methods get executed whenever there is any property or any parameter of this page is changing. All right, so we are going to use this. Let's stop it. First thing, for this first on initialized async, we are not using anything async inside this. So this async, this is actually value for this links provider. So we are not directly awaiting anything inside this. So we can use the normal version without async version of this on initialize. So we'll say protected override void on initialized. Now we need to, whenever this parameter set async is getting called, we need to refresh the grid because that something has changed. When we'll refresh the grid, it will force this thing to rerun. Okay, so in order to refresh this QuickGrid, we can have access to this grid's reference. Okay, and that reference will be of type QuickGrid only. So let's have that reference here somewhere. Here we'll say private QuickGrid of type link DTU. We'll use underscore grid. Now this could be nullable. So it will be null before first render. Okay, because this reference, this is actually, we could say, the reference of the rendered QuickGrid. So that does not exist before rendering. So it will be there after render, after first render basically. Now we need to bind this to the grid. So on this QuickGrid, let's expand this. On this QuickGrid, we'll set a ref at the rate ref property. What's happening? At the rate ref. Okay, and here we'll say underscore grid. So this is the reference for this. Now we have this underscore grid, and now whenever we are coming to this parameter set async, here inside this we can call a method underscore grid dot refresh data async, and because this is async we can await it. Now this grid can be null and will be null for the first render. So for this we will first check if underscore grid is not null, then you need to refresh it. And we are, what is happening? Okay, we are missing async. Yeah, save it. Now for the first render, for the first thing, this on initialize this version, this is automatically going to be executed, and after that whenever we are changing any parameter, it will come to this thing, and then we'll explicitly refresh the grid. So it will re-render this thing or re-execute this thing, which will re-render the QuickGrid with the latest data. So here now we can have our is loading to true and false explicitly, and now we are good. Let's remove this, save everything, and we are good. Let's try to run it now, but we will not be able to see the grid refresh, right? Let's add a breakpoint inside this links provider so that we can see how many number of times this links provider is executing, because right now we don't have that active and inactive link logic. In backend we have that, but we don't have any active or making the link active or inactive. That UI is not there still. We'll work on that when we'll work on edit link functionality. All right, for now let's go to my links. It got hit. We'll continue and we should see something, but we are not. We'll check what is happening here, but we are good. Now let's click on show all links. It again came here. Continue, and we are good. It came, although the data is not coming. We'll see what is happening, but for this we are good that okay, we are here, this method is getting executed. Let's try it one more time. If we click on show active links, we are here, we can continue, and it is coming here. All right, okay. Now let's see what is happening. So this functionality is working. We just need to see why data is not coming. Okay, so it comes sometime, it does not come the second time. So we want to see what is the issue with all this. For that, let's run and let's try to see what is happening inside network. I'm going to open it. Let's go to network. We have fetch. Let's go to my links. We got data this time. If we click on show all links, we again got the data. Show active links, we again got the data. Was it not? Was it some caching issue or what was it? Okay, we'll see next time when it does not work, then we'll try to debug it. All right, for now we are good that this thing is working. We can see the loader and we can see this, all this thing is happening, and we should see the paging. This is also working, so we are good with all these right now. All right. Now next thing we'll work on, let's say quickly work on this copy, these copy buttons. All right, so we want to copy the URLs, these URL. When we click on this one, it should copy this long URL, and when we click on this, it should copy this, sorry, short URL, and then it should copy this long URL. All right, so we already have that copy functionality that is on our generated link modal, right? So we'll go to shared components, generated link modal. Here we have the JavaScript interop. We are injecting JS runtime, IGS runtime, and then we are invoking this copy to clipboard. Let's copy this thing, this line, await JS runtime invoke void async window.copy to clipboard. We already created this JavaScript method. We are going to reuse this. Let's go to my links. Here I'm going to inject IJS runtime. I'm going to call it JS runtime only. Then I'm going to create a method, private async task copy link async. All right, and here I'll provide link, or let's say link URL, and inside this I'm going to just paste this await JS runtime invoke void async window.copy to clipboard, and this copy this link URL, and we should be good. All right, so let's use this method on our copy buttons. So we have those copy buttons in this flex grow 1. We have first copy button here, button. So here we'll say, what is this? ms1 margin start 1, ms1. All right, here we'll say @ on click, and we are going to call this method copy link async, and we need to provide the link URL. So for this first one, it is going to be context.short URL. All right, now let's copy this on click, paste this for the second copy button, and here it is going to be long URL. So save it, and now we are good. And now let's run it again. Let's see if this functionality is working. Okay, we are here, go to my links, and again it didn't work. It's good. When we can reproduce the issue, then it's always a good sign for us, for developers. If we can reproduce, we can fix it. Show active links. The request went to this thing, app my links, show all. What? Why it went to this URL directly? Payload, show all, and it should have been just that API request, right? Console, we are running inside WebAssembly. If I click on it again, this is again a fetch request for this complete URL. Because we are on this URL, that's why. Strange. So this page, if we go and if we see interactive auto render mode, we are in auto render mode, and then we are using anchor tag. It should be fine actually. Let me quickly see what is the issue here. So it took a lot of time, but I still not able to figure out what the issue is. But the good thing is we have alternative approach as well for this. So we have one alternative solution for this. The solution is also 100% legit. We can use it. So the thing is, when we click on these buttons, these, instead of uh, making it as link click, we can directly have button click. All right. What we can do, instead of making it as anchor tag, we can simply have it as a button. So I'm going to comment this anchor tag out for now. I'm going to use button, type button. What is happening? Button, type button, and we can remove this href. We'll have the text and everything same. We will just add one on click here, and we'll say, let's say, show or toggle active only, something like this. All right. So now we can define this method. Inside here, we'll say private async task toggle active only, and here we'll say show, or maybe now we don't need this thing, the supply parameter from this thing. We can simply comment this out, and we don't need this as a computed property now, and we don't need this show button link URL here. I'm going to leave these like this commented lines only. So if you want to try it out, or maybe if you guys know what is happening here and how can we fix it and what is the issue, so do let me know in the comment. Maybe I can also learn something new. All right. So instead all this, what we'll do, we'll simply have a private bool underscore show active only, and default value will have true. All right. And now when we are using this thing inside this on initialize links provider, we are going to use this lowercase underscore show active only, this variable. All right. After this, what we'll do, in toggle active only, we'll say underscore show active only equals opposite of show active only. So if it was true, we'll make it false. If it was false, we'll make it true. After doing this, we will refresh the grid. Now we can simply copy this thing, whatever we have in on parameter set async, we are going to use it here. So we'll set is loading, we'll check if grid is not null, then we'll simply refresh it. Although we know that this is not going to null now, because this thing is interactive, and interactive means we already have rendered something on the page. So we are good, we can safely remove this condition from here, because we are sure that grid is rendered. So we have this grid's reference. Save it. And now we don't need this on parameter set async. We can simply comment this out. Now we'll go to the top, show active only. This does not exist now, so we'll use that underscore show active only. Same thing we'll use here, underscore show active only. All right. So now we have changed this approach, or I think this approach makes more sense in this, because this page is interactive. So there is no point of changing the URL and getting something from server and changing this route and everything. We can simply have interaction here. So we can simply call this. So this method is better. Let's see if it works. Hopefully it should work, but let's check. Okay, so it's here. Let's go to my links, show all links, show active links, and still there is some issue. Let's quickly see. We are on fetch XHR. If we click on it, okay, it is, the loader is coming, but we cannot see anything. That means grid is not refreshing, but it should refresh. Now let's put breakpoint and let's see what is happening here. The first breakpoint, I'm going to add inside this links provider. Then second breakpoint I'm going to add in toggle active only. Alright, so this loading and this thing is working. That means something is happening for sure. Alright, let's try to show active link. We clicked on it and breakpoint got hit. If we'll see, initially right now show active only was false. Now it will be true. Is loading true. Now we are refreshing the grid. It came here. It should have generated this URL, right? Show active only is true now. Links, we have 0 links. Count, we have 0 count. That means this request didn't make to the server, or if I continue, okay, it again came here. This time again with the same thing. Same links 0, count 0. And we are good. It didn't go. Is it some request caching or something like that? I don't know. Let's check network tab. Fetch XSR. There is nothing. It did not made that API request. Why didn't it make it? Let's do this. I'm just trying something, so I'll do this. I'll say random.share.next anything next double.toString. So the first parameter of this this get links by user async, this method, I'm changing it to some random. We're not using this on client side. All right, let's run it and let's see if this makes any difference. I don't know, maybe this Refit is caching it or browser is caching it, but if browser caches, it shows that request in network tab and it shows from cache, from disk cache, something like that, right? Let's go to my links, 0, show all links, again nothing, network, fetch, show all links, show active. Why it is not making there? Okay, now let's do this, get links by user async. Let's go to this implementation. So we'll go to link API proxy. Here we are going to add this breakpoint. Okay, let's check now. Show active links. And that breakpoint did not get hit, this breakpoint. What? Let's put a breakpoint here. Show all links. Breakpoint. Okay, continue. Let's put a breakpoint here. F11, yes. It directly went to this get links by user async. But how come did it went there using, it is using SignalR? This time it is using SignalR. Okay, that's the point. Alright. When it is using SignalR, that means Blazor server, because we are using interactive auto render mode. So when it is going to use SignalR, then it will not use API route. It will directly come here. And because we are not providing user ID, okay, that's the issue. Alright, so that means using the initial approach with that URL approach, this was the issue. And now it makes sense. I hope you guys understand. So I was thinking that it is using WebAssembly at that point of time, but sometimes when we refresh or when we go to that page, it uses, whenever it is using SignalR, we are not getting data, and when it is using WebAssembly, then we are getting the data. If I'll continue from here, continue, we are not going to get anything because we are not providing the correct user ID. Now if I go to dashboard, which does not exist, maybe we'll go to home, or we came back and now it is calling this API because we went out of this page and then we came back to this page. Now it is using WebAssembly. This is how interactive auto render mode works. How can I make this silly mistake? Okay, not mistake, it was just concept understanding mismatch, we could say. But now we know what is happening. Alright, so we can go back to that question mark or URL route if we want, but I think this approach, this using this as a button, this makes more sense because we are on interactive page. And now it is going to use this get link by user async, this API route only. Alright, so let's quickly fix this. Let's provide the actual user ID. So on this page, what we can do, we can simply have one parameter here, public, not HTTP context, because this page is interactive. So for SSR, static SSR pages, we can have HTTP context and we can get user ID from there. But for the interactive pages, we can use authentication state, that cascading parameter. Alright, so here I'm going to do public task of authentication state. Let's say auth state task get set, and this is going to be a cascading parameter which Blazor is going to provide us. Alright, now we can use this auth state task to get the user ID for our use case. Alright, so for this, what we'll do in on initialized async, this method, here we'll say var auth state equals await auth state task, await auth state task. Now we need to use the async version of this method, async. Now we have this auth state, and from this auth state we can get our user ID. So we'll say var user ID equals auth state dot user dot get user ID, which is our extension method. Now let's use this user ID and pass it here. Now for Blazor server using SignalR, it will use this user ID, and for WebAssembly it is going to skip this. We will have the actual user ID passing from here, but the logic, the API call will skip this, and on the server we are going to get it from the claims directly. So it should work for all these cases. Let's save everything, remove all breakpoints. So we'll say, let's say, delete all breakpoints for now, and let's run it. Now we should have actual links and actual URL and the actual data every time. Okay, we are here. Let's go to my links. We have my links and we can see this links. Show links, we can see the links. Show active links, we are good. Now let's go to home page, come back to my links page, and now also we can see this. Alright, this thing is working, and pagination should also work now. Next, previous, we can see this changing. Alright, so we are good. After this active links, show active links, let's add a HR one line. So here, after this div class row, this called 12, let's have HR tag. So we'll save it. Hot reload, let's see if it makes to this thing. Yes, we can see this now. All right, so we can see this and we are good with this page now. All right, we are working on this copy link, right? I clicked on it, QRSTEF, but we don't see anything. Now if I try to paste this thing, we can see this. That means copy functionality is working, but we don't have any visual indication that copy with the link got copied. So we need to work on this thing now. All right, stop it. Let's do this. So we can have JavaScript alert, or maybe we can have something like that will open up, show that that link copied and then automatically get removed from the URL from this page. We can have something like that, some toast message basically. So for that also what we can do, maybe let's do this the way we have loader component in this Blazor URLs, blazing url.client page. In shared components we have this loader component, right? Let's copy this loader component, create a new small component. I'll call it toast dot razor edit. I am going to paste that HTML, and inside the actual text I'm going to remove this spinner, that loading indicator. Instead we are going to have some text here, and that text we want it dynamic, so we can have a parameter on this. Inside this component we'll say string, and we'll say text, and here we'll say this should be parameter and editor required. Now we want it to display for a small time, then we want to remove it, so we can maybe handle that thing from here, or maybe from the client side only, from the consumer side. So let's do this, let's handle that here only. So here what we'll do, we'll say we will have one more parameter here of type event callback. We'll say on close get set, and this also we need parameter and editor required. Now we'll say we'll override a method on initialized async. Okay, and here what we'll do, await, we will simply do await task dot delay, and let's say if you want to display it for 1 second, so we'll say task dot delay 1000 milliseconds, that is 1 second, and after that we'll simply call this on close. So we'll say on close dot invoke async like this, and now we should be good. So when this is getting rendered, we'll simply say on initialize async, and then we'll say just delay for 1 second, and after 1 second just invoke this on close, and we'll handle this on close on its consumer side only. Let's use this toast message in our my links page. So here what we'll do, we can have one if element here. We'll say let's have a piece of state here. For that we'll say private bool underscore show toast with a default value which is false, of course. Here we'll say if underscore show toast, this is true, we'll simply going to display our toast element, and we need to provide text and on close both for this. So for text we will display some text, and for this we know that we are using it just to show that link is copied, so we can have it hard coded here. But if we want it to be dynamic, we can have some piece of state, same private string variable, and we can use that. So link copied, and then we can have on close. On close we will simply set this show toast to false. Show toast equals false like this. All right, now quickly use this. So set the show toast to true. We'll set it when we are copying it. So copy link async. After copying, we'll say show toast equals true. Let's see if it is working as we are expecting it to work. Okay, it is coming. Let's go to my links page, and we have this. If we copy it, link copied, but the problem it is getting rendered at this place, but it should not be like this. It should be on top of everything, right? The way we have loader. That is on top of everything. Link copied, link copied. Let's try to refresh it, hard refresh, and let's see if it works. Same thing. So we'll check what is happening. For that, what we can do, we will simply not set it false directly, or maybe we'll go to toast, and instead of displaying it for 1 second, for now let's display it for 10 seconds or 100 seconds for now, because we just want to see it. Let's stop it and let's run it. Let's quickly see if we have some. Oh, full screen, full screen. All right, do let me know in the comment if you know what is the issue here. Pause it, think about it. All right, we'll make it to 1 second again. And the problem is we are using this full screen. This is a CSS class which requires some styling, and that styling, because we copied this toast from our loader, we had this scoped CSS style in this loader, which was this full screen. So we need to use this. And because we are using this full screen multiple places, this name is generic. We can simply do one thing. We can cut this full screen class from here. We can add it to our global CSS. So we'll go to our main project, www root folder, app.css. Let's go to the very end, or maybe before Blazor error boundary, we can add it. So the place does not matter. So we have full screen here. We'll save it, and we can go to loader.razor.css. Now we can remove this file because we are not using it. It was being used for that single CSS class only, which we moved to global CSS. Remove this, we are good. Let's save everything. Let's run it. Now we should see that link copied at the center with that proper overlay. We might need to hard refresh it, so we'll do that beforehand. I'm refreshing it multiple times. Let's go to my links. We have this. Now if I press copied, you see link copied, link copied, link copied. So now we have indication that okay, this link got copied, and we can use it. Now we can decrease this amount, right? Looks like it is taking a lot, so we can go to this toast, or maybe we can make this also as dynamic, right? Yeah, it makes sense. If you, I don't know if we will require it in this, but we can have it. So we'll say public int, and we'll say timeout in maybe milliseconds. Get set, we'll have a default value of 1 second, which is 1000 millisecond. We are going to have it as parameter. We are not adding editor required for this because the consumer can decide if he or she want to provide it or not. If they'll not provide it, we'll use default 1000 value. If they are providing it, we'll use that value. So here we can use this timeout in milliseconds like this. And for this particular case, we'll go to my links, and here we can provide that timeout in milliseconds. We'll say, let's say 500. So half second. All right, let's stop it and let's quickly run it, and let's see. It is coming here. Okay, let's go to my links. We are here, copy, copy. All right, so we can see it. You can play around with this duration again. We are good with this. All right, so looks like we are good with this page as well. Now next thing we'll do, we'll work on this. Before view details, we'll work on edit and delete functionality. After that, we'll go to view details, which will be a separate page. All right, okay. All right, so for edit link, first thing we need our service layer ready. Okay, so in service we have link service. We will create a new method in this link service, And then we will need one separate DTO for this. So we'll go to our client project and DTOs, and here I'm going to create a new DTO. Let's say link edit DTO.cs, and I'm going to create it as a record. We need ID, string long URL. This first thing is link ID, on the basis of which we'll find the link from our database. Then we can modify link URL for that link, and we can modify is active, and we'll need user ID. So these are all the things we are going to use with link edit DTO. User ID to determine that this link belongs to this user only, with ID and user ID, and we can modify long URL and is active. We are not going to modify a short URL, okay, because then if we have shared it somewhere, then the existing links will break and we won't have all that that analytics and all that stuff. So that's why we can change the target URL, basically long URL. So initially maybe that short URL was pointing to some other URL, and after that we modified that, and now it is pointing to some other URL, something like this. Okay, all right. So now let's go to link service, and before link service, maybe let's go to ilink service interface. And in this interface, we are going to create a method which will return task of link DTO. We'll say update link async, and it will take link edit DTO as a parameter. And now we'll define this. So in link service, let's implement this method here. It needs to be async. First, we need our context. So await using var context equals underscore db context factory context factory dot create db context. After this, we will get the link from the database. So we'll say db link equals await context dot links dot first or default async, and here we'll say where link.id l.id equals dto.id and l.user id and l.user id equals dto.user id. All right, so we need this link from database. Then we'll check if link is db link is null. We'll simply return null from here, although this should not come here, but still it's always a good idea to handle all these cases. You can have some maybe messaging here or logging here, it's up to you. All right, after this, when we have db link ready, then we are going to modify the long URL and is active on this. So let's do that. So we'll say db link dot long URL equals dto dot long URL, and db link dot is active equals dto dot is active. All right, and after that we'll say context dot links dot update db link, and then we'll say await context dot save changes async. Now we have modified the link, and after this we'll simply return link DTO with the updated values, of course. So return new link DTO, ID is active, long URL, short URL. Now this will come from dblink.short URL, and then total clicks. So dblink dot link analytics dot count. All right, Now there is one issue with this link analytics.count. If we are directly using first or default tracing, it is not going to get the navigation property. So what we can do, we can use include here, which is eager loading, l dot analytics, link analytics. Or do we need this total clicks here? Because in between total clicks are not being updated, so we can do this. On the UI, we just want to show that this has updated. So using this, we are actually making it less performant. We are using this include, which is going to create a query with the SQL joins, all that. But for this, maybe we can skip this thing. If you want, you can do this, or maybe you can try to find some another approach for this. Maybe second database strip if we came here or something like that. It's up to you. But we'll simply skip this for now. All right. So our update link async method is ready. And what is the issue it is saying? Task link DT. All right. It is saying that in interface, we don't have this question mark. So let's go to interface and we'll say the return type will be link TTO question mark. All right. Now we'll add this service or maybe this logic throughout the complete hierarchy or complete tree. So that means we have this in iLink service, we have in link service, then we need this in our endpoint. So we'll go to endpoint, link endpoints. Here we have this map get, map post on this links group. So here we'll define one more endpoint. So links group dot map patch. This is going to be a patch request. And here API slash links slash, now we are going to have link ID, which will be of type int. All right. Then we'll have this async and we'll inject. But before that, we will get link added DTO as a parameter. So DTO, then we'll inject iLink service, link service, and we'll inject claims principal to get the user ID principal. All right. And now we can define body for this. So now we can follow this approach, what we have followed for creation of this. So let's copy all of this in map patch and here, and yeah, we need link ID as well. So we'll use this link ID here, link ID, and this is going to be of type int. Okay. Now first thing, we are getting user ID and then we are checking if this user ID and what the user ID we got from this client, these are same or not. Then we'll use this. And then let's add one more check here. We'll check if link ID is not equals the DTO dot ID to make it, this is an extra check actually. So if that's the case, we can simply say results dot maybe not found, because this is an invalid request actually, but we can say not found. All right. After that, we'll check here. We'll use link and then we'll say update link async and we'll provide this DTO. And after this, we'll again check if we have this link or not. If this link is null, the updated link, if that's the case, that means we are returning null if we are not able to find this link in the database. Maybe this link does not exist, this link ID is incorrect, or maybe this link does not belong to this particular user. So from here we'll say results dot not found, because now this is an invalid request. If everything is fine, then we'll simply say results dot okay and we'll return this link. All right. Save everything and now we are good with endpoint. After this, we'll go to our client project. In services, we'll go to iLink API, which is the Refit client interface. Here we'll define one more method to make HTTP call for our newly created this newly created endpoint. So the return type is task of link DTO nullable. We'll say update link async, and it expects edit link DTO, or what was that, link edit DTO. Okay, and this is a patch request, so we'll say patch, and then we'll define URL here. So it will be API/links/link ID. Now we'll use this link ID as a parameter here as well. So we'll say int link ID and then link edit DTO. Okay, now we are good. Now we'll go to link API proxy, and here we'll define this new method. We'll implement it from this iLink interface here, update link async. So from here, what we can do, we can simply say underscore link API dot update link async, and then we can define this link ID. So we need link ID first, which we can use from DTO only, DTO.link ID or DTO.id, and then we'll provide this DTO, so direct DTO here. And now our link API proxy is also ready. So all the calls and everything is ready. Now we are good to work on our UI. Okay, so I'll close all these and I'll go to pages, app, and my links.razor page. Now on this, we need one form. To edit this link, we can create a new page, or maybe on this same page we can open a modal popup for this. So let's use modal popup. All right, so what we'll do, we'll simply go to our shared components and we'll create a new Razor component here, Blazor component. So we'll say, let's say edit link modal dot razor. Okay, and here what we'll do, we'll have our edit form. Inside this edit form, first thing we'll use data validation annotation and data annotations validator. After that, we are going to have our modal, which we already have. So we have modal, and inside this modal, now we are going to define our form, the form we need. Okay, with the long URL and is active fields. Okay, so here inside this model, it is saying that title is required, child content, and on close. These three are required. Okay, so let's define title first. We'll say edit link, then it is saying child content, so we can provide child content here. We are having this named render fragment because we want to have buttons in footer as well. So child content and footer content, we'll have HTML for both of these, and then we need to provide on close as well. Okay, now this is a component which we are going to use on mylinks.razor page. So we need some data from mylinks page to this. First thing, we need the link DTO, which we want to use to update the link details, right? So we'll say public link DTO link, and this is going to be a parameter and editor required because this is required for this component to work. Okay, after that we can maybe get user ID as well. So we'll say public string user ID, and here we'll say parameter and editor. We can get editor this user ID here as well, but we are already getting this user ID from the auth state in the previous page in mylinks.razor page. So it's better to pass that to this component. All right, then we'll define our on close here. So we'll say event callback on close. This is also going to be parameter and editor required. All right, after that we will have one more event. So when we are saving updating this link, then we will notify its parent, which is mylinks.razor page, that this has saved and this is the updated data, something like that. So we will have one more public event callback, and this time it is going to be generic version of this. So we'll provide link DTO. This is the updated link, we'll say. So on save, okay, get and set, and this is going to be parameter and editor required. So we need all these 4 parameters for this component to work. All right, now on close, we can directly call our on close method here. All right, now inside child content and footer content, we need to, in footer content we need to have our buttons, and in child content we need to have our the form, the fields to modify long URL and is active. All right, so for that form, for this edit form, we need one model, okay, with those two properties, the long URL and is active. So that form is, that model is going to be used on this component here only. So let's create a private class here. So we'll say class, let's say edit link model, and we are going to have two properties here. First is public string long URL, and we'll add data annotation validation here. So data annotations basically, so that this edit form can use this data annotations validator. So we'll say required, first thing is this, it is required from system component model, and then we'll use length attribute. We'll define minimum length and maximum length. Let's say minimum is 10 and maximum is 250. After that, we will define one more property of type bool, that is active. So we need these two things here. Now in this component we need to define our model. So we'll say private edit link model underscore model equals new, and now we can use this underscore model with this edit form. So here we'll say edit form underscore model, edit form model equals underscore model. Okay, after that we will use on valid submit. If everything is fine, we are submitting it. So now we need to update this link in the database. So we'll say update link async, and then we'll define this method here. We'll say private async task update link async, and we can have our logic here. Now here also we will have that loading state. So let's have a private bool variable, let's say is saving, and inside this update link async we'll first set it's saving to true. Okay, then we'll generate our link edit DTO. So link edit DTO equals new link edit DTO, and it needs ID, which is link ID, so we can get from link.id. Then we need long URL. So this thing we need it updated, so we can get it from model. So underscore model dot long URL. Then we have is active. This is also we'll get from model. So model dot is active, and then user ID we are getting it as a parameter, so we are good. Now our link edit DTO is ready. It is saying something long to int. So link edit DTO, it is int. Oh, it should be long. It should be long. All right. Okay. Now link edit DTO. Now we can simply say var updated link equals. Now we'll inject our ilink service here. So we'll say inject ilink service. We'll call it link service, and on this link service we are going to call our method. So await link service dot update link async. We'll pass DTO from here. So link edit DTO. All right. And after this we'll say await, and we can use our own save dot invoke async, and we can provide our link detail, which is actually this updated link. Okay, and if we want to have everything updated, so we can use updated link dot total clicks equals link dot total clicks if we want this as well. So we'll be using this thing here. All right, so now we are good. All right, now when we are first coming to this, we have this link ready, but with this model underscore model, this will be empty, but we need this to be filled from this link. All right, so for this what we can do, we can override a method that is on parameter set. Okay, and in this on parameter set we can say underscore model equals new, and here we can define is active equals link dot is active, and long URL equals link dot long URL, like this. And now we are good. Now we are good to use this component, but before that let's have the form ready. So in this child content we are going to have div class mb3 margin bottom 3. Here we are going to have a label with the class form label, and here we'll say okay, let's do this. Let's display the short URL as well. That what is the short URL right now for which we are updating the long URL. We can have it. So here we can have input type text, and we can have value add link dot short URL. We can have class form control, and then we can add read only here so that it is read only. We are not able to modify it. We should not modify it. All right, now we'll have one more div with class same mb3, and here again we are going to have a label with class form label, and here we'll say long URL. We need long URL now, and here we'll say input text with bind value equals underscore model dot long URL, and with class we'll say the same form control. Okay, and after this input text we'll have our validation message for underscore model dot long URL. All right, so now our validation will be ready with this. Now we'll have is active checkbox, so we'll say div class mb3, and here we'll have form check. This comes from Bootstrap. Okay, inside this we are going to have one input type checkbox. I'm having this like this so that I can have my own design with this. So input type checkbox, we'll have a class which will be form check input. I guess this is correct class, form check input. Then we can bind. Here I'm using bind. I'm not using bind value because this bind value, this one is Razor component, Blazor specific, so this will be applied on this input text and all these custom components. But this input, this is pure HTML element, so here I'm just binding it with underscore model dot is active, so it will handle changes with this is active field. All right, now after this I'm going to have a label which will be related to this input. So when we are connecting one input with some label, then we can use ID and for collection. So we need to have ID on the input box. So let's say is active, and we need to have for attribute on the label element. So here I will say is active like this, and here again we'll say class form label, and the text we will have is active. Alright, so looks like we are good with this. Now we can have our buttons in footer content. So we'll have same close and save changes button or update link button. So we can simply use the approach we have used on, let's say, generated link modal. Right here we had these two buttons, close and copy. So let's copy this thing, which will have one div with display flags to have those two buttons on left and right. So T flags justify content between, align item center and width 100%. We'll have one close button which will be used for closing this modal pop-up. And then second button we'll use it for saving the changes. So let's say save changes, and here we will not have on click, we will just have this button as a submit button. So button type submit. So when we click on this, it will simply trigger the edit form submission, this submit thing on this edit form. So save it, and now we are good to use this component. So let's go back to our my links page. Here on this my links page, when we click on edit button, we are going to have one variable here. So let's have it here. We'll say private link DTO, and this is going to be nullable. We'll say underscore edit link. All right, and by default this will have null value, and we'll go to our markup here where we have our edit button. This edit button here, what we'll do, on this button's click, we'll say @on click. Here we are going to say, we are going to call this thing where we'll say underscore edit link equals this current link, which is going to be context. Okay, and now when we have this underscore edit link ready, then what we'll do, we'll simply render that edit link modal. So here we'll have one check. We'll check if underscore edit link is not null, then you need to render this edit link modal. And on this edit link modal, we need couple of things. We need link, user ID, on close, on save. Okay, so on link, we'll provide this underscore edit link, which is the link we are editing right now. After that, we need on close. So when on close is getting triggered, we'll simply set underscore edit link equals null, so that it removes this modal from here, because now we don't need this because we clicked on close button. All right, now after this we need to have user ID and save. So for user ID, we already have this user ID here, and if we see, we have this user ID here in on initialized async. So let's do this. Let's have a private variable here. So private string underscore user ID, and we'll fill this underscore user ID in this on initialized async, and then we can use this underscore user ID wherever we are using it. So when we are getting this link by user, then we'll use this underscore user ID, and we can use this underscore user ID here as well. So we'll say @underscore user ID. So we are passing link, we are passing user ID, we are passing on close, and then we'll pass our on save. Now on save, we have two approaches. First approach is let's do this. When we are modifying this, when we are updating any link, we can simply refresh the grid. That will be the quickest solution, if I would say. Right? Or maybe we can use pass by reference and value approach. So here what we'll do, let's first define a method. Let's stop this thing, or maybe on save, we'll simply call a method. Let's say on link saved, and then we'll define this method here. In our code, we'll say private void on link saved, and because we know that this gets link DTO as a parameter, so we'll have this as this link. Now what we can do, we can simply say underscore edit link, which is the current editing link from our grid. So on this we'll say long URL equals this link dot long URL, that means the updated long URL. Then we'll say edit link dot is active with this updated link dot is active. All right, till now here we know that this is not going to be null, because that's the case when we will see this modal pop-up and then this method is going to be called. Now after setting these two things, now we have saved link in the database, we got the response back, and we have updated the data on this grid, because right now this is passing as reference, because we passed that @context to the edit link. This context is actually that row, so reference of that row, that link DTO. So now it should be updated with these two things. After that we'll say underscore edit link equals null. Now that reference is break. Now this is not passing by reference. That this is how pass by reference and pass by value works, right? It will be passed as a reference until we have assigned something to that complete reference type, basically. All right, so now we have this red. Now it's good time to test it out. All right, let's run it. And there is some error. Let's see what is it. We have link edit DTO. What is the error here? Link edit DTO, this is long, this is long. Error list, okay, cannot convert long to int. Update linkage sync. In this method we have this int, it should be long. If this is long, then we need to change our endpoint. Here it should be, instead of int, it should be long, and it should be long. Save everything, let's run. Okay, it is here. If we'll go to my links, here we can see these links, and now if I click on edit, I can see this first one, which is 1234, and the long URL is abcd.com, and this is without anything in the slash. It was the first link which we checked. This is not going to be valid link, but this was just for test data, so we are good. Now in this long URL, let's say abcd.com !a equal to b. I have added this thing, and if I plus save changes, I can see underscore !a equals b, and if I refresh this, I'm refreshing this page, so we should have that data from database, and now we can see this thing. That means we didn't see loader, right? If I press edit, I uncheck this is active, and this also did not get changed to that cross. If I refresh it, where is it? Oh, it will be in all links. If I go to, yeah, it is here. First, let's see why that loader is not coming. If we go to edit link modal, and the loader is not coming because we are using this it's saving field, but we are not showing the it's saving, that loader for this is saving. So first thing we'll do, underscore is saving. After updated link, we'll say it's saving equals false, or maybe after all this, or before invoking this thing. Here we'll say if underscore is saving, if this is true, then we'll display our loader. Let's stop it and run it. Okay, it is here. We'll go to my links. First one, hs and abcd.com. Let's edit abcd.com question mark aa equals 1 2 and is active false. If I press save changes, we can see the loader. And hs, this did not get updated. If you go to show all links, here we can see this hs and aa equals 2. Was it not there, or what happened? Something happened. Okay. All right. So there is one problem here, one issue here. So when I say edit this first one, and I'm just updating abcd.com to, let's say, https bing.com. I'm changing it. Save changes. I did not touch that is active flag, so I can see this URL got changed. This is fine. But if I edit it and I uncheck this is active and I press save changes, then it got updated this time, which is not a good thing, because if this that inactive thing is here, but we are right now looking at just active links, not all links, so it should not be here. If we are changing it, it should simply get removed from this page. Okay, and it should come when we are displaying show all links, then only it should come. Same thing should happen with this one. Let's say I'm editing it, I'm setting it to is active, save changes. Now, yeah, for this we are good, because when this we are showing all links, then it makes sense to show inactive and active both the links. But when we are on active links, then it should not happen, right? It should not happen here. So one thing is, we can check if it was active earlier and now it is inactive. We can simply remove this context. But how can we remove it? Even if we are able to remove it somehow, then this page will have less number of records. In that case, if we have paging of 5 items per page, we will have 4 items only, right? So what we can do, if we are changing this is active status, this is active flag, then what we can do, we can simply refresh the grid for that particular case only. We will not refresh the grid for other cases. All right, so let's have that check. This should be on my links.razor page in our on link saved here. Long URL, we'll update regardless, whatever it was. Now we will check if underscore edit link dot is active, that means this was is active, and the link which is coming, this updated link dot is active, is false. Let's rename this link to updated link so that we can see that something. Okay, let's stop the debugging first. Here we'll say, and it is not working, so let's update it manually. Updated link, so we'll say updated link, updated link, updated link. Alright, now here we know that this link was active before and now user made it inactive. If that's the case, after this we will check if we are on the active links page. So we'll check if what was the show active only is true. That means we are showing only active links, but this link is inactive now, but this link got inactive now, so this link does not belong on this page. This link does not belong to this page now. So refresh the grid. Alright, this is the case we are doing. So here we'll say await, and now when we are saying await, we'll make it private async task on link saved. Here we'll say underscore grid dot refresh data async. Alright, now if that's not the case, here we know that grid is not null. If that's not the case, that means link was active, was updated, but we are okay. And let's cut this thing from here. We need to check where should we have this line. Edit link dot is active equals updated link dot is active. We should have this if so long URL is fine. Let me think. And now we are changing. It was not active before, but what if we have the reverse? On active, we will not be able to see inactive, so we are good with that. If we are on all pages and we are changing is active, so we are okay to change this on this UI. So that means we can have it here without any problem. Okay, the only thing which we'll do, if we are refreshing the grid, yeah, then also we'll need to edit this link. And this edit link dot is active, this is not going to belong here if we are doing this. Okay, let's do this. After refreshing the grid, we'll simply set edit link to null and we'll return from here. If that's not the case, if it came to this one, that means this either this active was not changed or we are not on active only page right now. So in that case, we updated long URL first, then we are updating is active, and then we are setting edit link to null. So removing that edit link modal, and now we are good. It should handle all the cases. Let's quickly try it out. Okay, we are here. We'll go to my links page. Alright, we are on active links. We will modify the first one. We'll change abcd.com question mark or maybe slash abcd slash 123, something like this. I'm not changing is active. I'm saving this save changes. It should have updated this, but it did not update it. And why didn't it update it? If I'll refresh it, it was this same thing, right? VINEQA, or was it some other URL? We are not displaying ID here. We should have that ID. Let's do this. Let's go to homepage. Let's create a new URL. Let's use this my YouTube link only. So https youtube.com/Abhay Prince. Shorten URL. We'll go to my links, and this link will be somewhere at the last page. Here it is. It is JKEE at the very end. So we'll edit it. We'll simply modify Abhay Prince 123, save changes, and we can see Abhay Prince 123. That means this long URL is getting changed. Now if I edit it again, I'll remove this, save it, we are good. Now if I come here, I'll say 1, 2, 3 and I'll make this ejective to false. Now if I press save changes, now it got removed from here. This grid got refreshed and we are now can see there are 17 items, but initially earlier it was 18 items. Now if I go to show all links, here we should see that we have 21 items. If we go to the last page, here we have this updated long URL and this inactive. From here if we edit, make it is active, remove this 1, 2, 3, we'll say save changes, it got updated, this got updated and we are on the same page. So that means everything is working as expected. So edit link is working now as we are expecting it to work. It is changing. We can change the is active, we can change the long URL, and we can simply, we are moving the, if link is inactive now, it will simply move to all links, and if we are on all links, we can see all the links. Third, fourth, we can see, if we go to the first page, we can see these inactive links, link copied. Alright, so that means edit link functionality is fine. Next thing we'll work on delete link functionality. Okay, so let's close all. Alright, so for delete link functionality, we first need to create our service. So in our services, link service, I'll go to iLink service interface, and here I'm going to define one more method which will be of task delete link casing. It will not return anything because we are deleting the link. Then delete link casing, and we'll have two parameters here. One is long ID, which will be actually link ID, and then string user ID to validate if this link belongs to this user only. Alright, now let's go to link service, and here we'll define this method. We have this delete link async. So first thing, we'll simply create our context, await using what context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. Alright, now from here we will get the link from the database. So we'll say var link equals await context dot links dot first dot default async, and here we'll say l dot id equals id, and l dot user id equals this user id. All right, and now we will check if link is null. That means either this id does not exist or this id or this link does not belong to this user. So we'll simply return from here, we will not do anything. If that's not the case, we'll simply say context dot links. Yeah, we need to delete link analytics as well. Context dot links dot remove link, and before that let's do this. We'll say link dot include. So we'll include link analytics as well if we have any. Then before removing this link, we'll check if link dot link analytics dot count is greater than 0. If we have any link analytic for this link, we'll simply say context dot link analytics dot remove range link dot link analytics, and then we'll remove link. Either in ideally in a production environment, production app, you would not delete this, you will maybe implement soft delete functionality. In that case, what we can do, we will not remove link analytics. On this link we will have a is deleted property, and then whenever we are displaying the links, we will simply check is deleted equals false, And now when we are deleting it, we'll simply set that is deleted property to true, so that it will be soft delete functionality. All right. But in this, because this is simple demo app, I'm just showing you how to do things, and we are just creating this simple project. So for this, we are okay to delete this. All right. And after this, we'll simply say await context.save changes async, and we are good with this. All right. We'll simply copy this because we need to define this method at two different places as well. So after this method, we'll go to our link endpoints, and here we'll define one more endpoint for this. So we'll say links group dot map delete. This is going to be a delete endpoint, and the URL will be the /API/links/link ID. That's all. So here we'll say /link ID, which will be of type long. All right, this is going to be the parameter for this. Then here we'll define the handler for this minimal API endpoint. So async, first we will have this long link ID. Then we'll simply inject our link service, and we'll have our claims principal. This principal. All right. And then we'll simply first check. We'll use something like this thing. So we'll do this. We will get the user ID from principal. Then we'll verify this user ID, link ID. This should be link ID. And no, we don't need to verify anything because we are just having link ID as a parameter, right? Yeah, we can skip this. So now we have user ID. After this, we'll simply say await link service dot delete link async, and we'll provide link ID and user ID. And after that, we'll say simply return results dot no content. All right, and now we are good. So our endpoint is ready. Now let's go to our client project services and link API for this Refit interface. So here we'll define same task of delete link async. We need long link ID, and this is going to be a delete request, and the URL is going to be /API/links/this link ID. That's all. Now we'll go to our link API proxy, and here we'll simply implement that method delete link async. Here we'll say underscore link API dot delete link async ID, because this just needs ID. We can skip this user ID without any problem. So because this will go to the API endpoint, and on API we are getting that from claims from the authentication cookie. All right, so we are good with this. Now all this backend related stuff is ready. Now let's move to UI. So we'll go to our client project, pages, app, and my links.razor page. And for this also we need to have some confirmation that if user actually want to delete this link. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply go to our code, and here we'll say private, let's say link DTO. And here let's make it nullable. So we'll follow the approach we are following for edit link. Here we'll say delete link, default value for null. Okay, or maybe let's call it delete confirmation link. All right, we'll set this delete confirmation link when we are clicking on this delete button. So here we'll say @on click equals we'll say underscore delete confirmation link equals this context. All right. Then we need to have that modal pop-up to display that confirmation box. So for that, we'll simply add a if condition here. We'll check if delete confirmation link is not null. Then you need to render something, render that confirmation modal. So for this, what we can do, we can have that modal directly here. And in this modal, we need to provide title. So in title, we'll say, let's say confirm delete question mark. All right. Then on close. So on close, we'll simply set this delete confirmation link back to null, so that it gets, this component gets re-rendered. This will be not null, this will be null, and this modal will be removed from the UI. Then we need to define our child content for this and footer content. So we'll define both. So child content and then footer content. So in child content, we'll simply, let's have a p tag. Here we'll ask, do you really want to delete this link question mark? Which link? Then we can have one more p, and here we can display the link. So we'll say underscore delete confirmation link dot short link, short URL, and then we can display the long URL as well. So we'll say small, and we'll display the long URL here, so that user knows that what is the short URL, what is the long URL, which URL actually user is trying to delete. So long URL like this. All right. Now in footer content, we are going to have two buttons. Again, one for cancel, one for delete. So let's copy those buttons from this edit link modal. We'll go to edit link modal, and from here we have this footer content. So let's copy these two buttons. Come back and here define these two buttons. You can have this thing in a separate component as well if you want. Alright, I'm just showing you both the approaches. We can have that separate component approach, which I'm using for edit link, and for delete confirmation, I'm having rendering that modal directly on this page. Alright, so we have close button, we have save changes button. So this close button, on close, what we'll do, we'll simply set the confirmation link to null. The same thing, we'll do this thing. And instead of save changes, we'll say delete. Okay. And we'll make it btn danger. And then when we're clicking on this, now on this page, this is not a part of any form. So we'll make it input type button. And then we'll have one on click handler here. And we'll say, let's say delete link async like this. Now UI is ready. Let's define this method, delete link async, the logic to delete the link. So here we'll say private async task delete link async. Here first thing we'll set is loading to true. All right. Then we'll say await link service dot delete link async. We'll pass ID, which is link ID. So we'll say delete confirmation link dot ID, and user ID, which is underscore user ID. Here we know this is not going to be null, so we can simply have this null forgiving operator. Now the link is deleted. After that, we'll set this is loading to false, and after setting this is loading to false, we'll set underscore delete confirmation link to back to null, so that this modal pop-up gets removed from this UI. And after that, because we removed something, some link, we need to refresh the grid. So then we'll say await underscore grid dot refresh data async, and now we are good. Here we know grid is not going to be null. Now this delete functionality is fine. Let's quickly test it out. All right, it's here. Let's go to my links. First one, abcd/123. Let's try to delete it. We have this confirmation. Do you really want to delete this link? And this is the link. We can close this. Nothing will happen. Delete. Close it. Nothing is happen. Nothing is going to happen. Then we'll delete. And now if I delete it, let's see this 1, 2, 3. And it got refreshed. And now we should not have that link here. 17 items. Let's quickly try one more. I'm deleting it. Delete it. Grid got refreshed. And now we have 16 items. So that means delete functionality is working as expected. From here, let's quickly check this ABCD (A equals B). Delete, delete, and it got deleted. We don't have that A equal to B now. All right. So delete functionality is also working now. Now we can move to this view details page. But before that view details page, because on this view detail, we want to show the analytics. And when we say analytics, that means it should show number of clicks on that short URL. But we don't have that functionality which tracks the number of clicks on this short URL, right? So before working on this view details, we'll work on this functionality, which is tracking the clicks on this short URL. All right, so that's we are going to do next. Okay, so for opening those short links, we'll create a separate project. So the way it is going to work, you can have it in same project also if you want, but it's better to have these two things separate. So we can have our app logic and all this on a separate domain maybe, and then this short URL, the opening logic, it can be on a short domain. For example, if you see for maybe LinkedIn, all the links are actually for LinkedIn, but the short link, that is lnkd.in. For Google, that is goo.gl. This is the short domain URL. For Bitly also, you can see bit.ly. This is the domain for short URL. So mostly we can have this separate. These can be separate applications. So let's create that project. And on that project, we don't need any UI. We will create that as a ASP.NET Core Web API. Okay. And we'll have just, we'll select ASP.NET Core Web API. Next, web application. So let's call this maybe blazing URLs dot public. Next, .NET 8, yes. Authentication, we don't need any authentication. HTTPS, yes. And let's have all other things default. We are not going to use controllers. We'll simply use a minimal API because this needs only one single endpoint for that short URL. That's all. We don't need anything else. All right. So this is going to be a very small, simple application, ASP.NET Core Web API. Now the project is ready. We have program.cs. We'll go to this program.cs. And here, if we see, we have this summary and this map get for weather forecast. What we'll do, we'll simply remove everything related to this thing. We'll remove this model. So now we have just create default web builder, add Swagger gen. We don't need this. API Explorer, we don't need this. Swagger UI, Swagger, we don't need this. We can remove all these. So this is a simple application. We are creating a builder, builder.build. We have build the builder, then we are simply using app.use HTTPS redirection and then app.run. So before app.run, after app.use HTTPS redirection, we are going to have our endpoint. So here we'll say app.map get, because for that short URL it is going to be a get endpoint, and here we can simply have short code. That's all. Now let's define the code for this. So this is going to be a string, short code. Okay. Now we can validate this short code here. So first thing we'll say, although this null and empty, this will not work. So it will be validated by this only. Now what we need to do, get the long URL from the database for this shortcode. And what we'll do else, we'll add a click to the link analytics, and then we'll say redirect to the long URL. These three things we need to do here. All right. So for this, we want to get it from database. That means we need our DB context. And now we'll restructure our code. Right now, all the database related stuff, all our services, entities, DB context, EF core, all that thing, all that logic and all those files are in Blazing URLs project. And right now, these two projects are not connected to each other. Okay, but we need that data layer and all that stuff to be shared between these two projects. So what we'll do, we'll create a new project, add a new project. We'll choose class library project. Here we'll say blazing urls.data. Next, create. And now we'll move the data folder from our main project to this data project. Okay, so migrations, application DB context, application user, link and link analytics, these two entities. So all this stuff we are going to move to blazing urls.data project. Let's move it. So I'll cut it from the main project. I'll move it to the data project. In data, this class.cs, this file was created. We'll simply remove this. Now we need this data project in both of these projects, blazing URLs and blazing url.public. So let's add a reference. So in main blazing URLs project, add project reference, we'll add data. Okay. And same in public project, we'll go to dependency, add project reference, and we'll add data project. Okay. And now we are good. Okay. Now the only thing is we want, because we have moved the entity framework related stuff to this data project, we need to add the NuGet packages related to EF core. We need to move those NuGet packages here inside this project. So let's go to blazing URLs. Here we have entity framework related packages. So Microsoft entity framework core.sql server .tools. So these two projects, these two packages we can move, and identity as well, and diagnostics entity framework core. So all these four, Microsoft ASP.NET Core diagnostics entity framework core, Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity entity framework core, Microsoft entity framework core SQL server, Microsoft entity framework core tools. All these four packages we are going to move to the data project. So let's cut these four from here. Okay, let's go to blazing urls.data. Here I am going to add one item group, and inside this item group I'll simply paste these. All right, save everything. We have not changed these things, the namespaces, so it should be good. Now let's build these projects. So on data, let's manage restore packages, so we can simply rebuild and it will install those packages, and then we should be good. Okay, this project is built successfully, although this is showing this error, it should be fixed. Now let's build the blazing URLs project, the first project. Because we have not changed the namespaces, it should build fine. Cool, it got built. Let's try to build complete whole solution. It should build fine and it should work fine. And rebuild all successful. Let's quickly run it so that we can see the actual existing application that is working fine. still we can see all the links and all those operations, everything is working fine. Okay, we can see this. Let's go to my links page. We can see this. Edit is working. Delete is working. Show all links. Everything is working fine. So that means this refactoring or re-architecturing is done. So we moved this data. And now inside this public, we can have again our logic. Now we have one interface, that iLink service, that exists in this Blazor URLs.client. So this needs this interface, and we need this interface in this public folder, public project. But there is one point, this iLink service, it has these 4 methods, but we don't need all these 4 methods. For our public project, we just need single method, that is getting a long URL by short code. That's all what we need. So we are not going to use this. We will create link service, dedicated link service for the public project. All right, so let's first close all tabs. Let's come to this public project. Here we are going to create a file. Let's call it linkservice.cs. And here let's create a method, public async task. It is going to return a string. Let's say nullable string. And here we'll say get long URL by shortcode async. And we'll get a parameter as shortcode. Now we need our context. So for context, we need to register that context. So inside this, app equals builder.build. So before building it, we'll simply say builder.services.add db context of type application db context. Okay, and inside this, or maybe we can copy this thing from our main project. So blazing URLs program.cs. Here we should have this. We have these two things, connection string and adding a db context factory. So connection string, we are getting it from the configuration blazing URLs connection. So this is in app settings. We'll add this app setting to this public project as well. So let's copy this from our blazing URLs project. So let's copy this connection strings. Come here, app settings.development.json, and here we'll simply copy this. The URL should be same because we are using the same database for both of these applications. All right. So now we have this. After that, we are registering add db context factory. But for this our public project, we don't need db context factory. We can simply use db context. So we'll use just db context like this. All right. So we have registered our db context. Then let's go to our link service. And here inside this link service, we'll simply use constructor and we'll inject our application db context underscore context private read only. And now we have this context. From here we'll simply say var link equals underscore context dot links dot first dot default L goes to L dot shortcode equals shortcode, which shortcode we got. All right. So now from here we will check if this link exists. So we'll say if link is not null, or maybe we can fail early. So we'll say if link is null, we'll simply return null. We will not do anything further. If link is not null, that means we have this link. What we'll do, we'll generate analytics. So link analytics equals new link analytic. We are going to create this. Let's see what all properties we have here. So we'll set link ID, which is going to be this link.id. And then we are going to set clicked at, which is datetime.now for us. And apart from this, it has two property, ID, which will be auto generated, and then link, this is a navigation property. So on this, we are good with this thing only. Now, if you are adding other fields as well, other additional fields to this link analytic, maybe the referrer or some other things, maybe IP address, all those things, you can add all those here. Now when we have this link analytics ready, we can simply add this. So we'll say underscore context dot link analytics dot add. We'll add this link analytic, then we'll say await context dot save changes async, and after that we'll simply return link dot long URL, because this is where we need to redirect user to. Now this is ready. Let's extract the interface if you want to test it, and if you don't want to test it, we can leave it like this only. It's up to us what we are doing. Let's extract the interface from this. So we'll add to current file only. Okay. Now we have this iLink service and link service. Let's go to program.cs, and here we'll register this. So we'll say builder.services.add transient iLink service. We'll register with link service. And now we are good. Our service is ready. Now in this API endpoint, we'll do this. We'll simply call this method. So we'll inject our iLink service. iLink service. Link service. Alright. Here we'll say var long URL equals await link service dot get long URL by shortcode, this shortcode. Now here we'll check if this long URL is string is null or empty or white space. Long URL, if that's the case, we know this link does not exist. So we'll simply say return results dot not found. Now if that's not the case, we found this long URL. In that case, we'll say return results dot redirect to this long URL. Alright, now our shortcode service is ready. Save everything, and now we'll be good. Now we can test it out. Now before this, if you remember when we were generating the link, at that time we had this domain app settings, right, on which we are generating those short URLs. So this should be the URL of this public project. So in this public project, we'll check properties and launch settings. What is the default localhost port we are using? So we are going to use this HTTPS profile. So here we have this HTTPS 7069. Now we'll go to app setting development.json for our Blazing URLs project, and here we are going to use that URL. When you will deploy it, you will add this domain URL, whatever domain you are hosting this public project to. Okay. Alright, so now new link, whichever we will generate a short URL for, it should use this one, and when we click on it, it should go to this API project, and from here it should resolve with adding that click. So let's check it now. First thing, now we need to run both of these things, this one and this one. So let's quickly do this. Let's go to Blazing URL solution, properties, and startup project. We'll say multiple startup projects. So Blazing URL, this is the first one. We'll say start, and then public, we'll say start, apply, okay, and now we are good. Let's run. So now we'll simply create a new URL, and then we'll click on it. We are here. Let's use this my YouTube URL only. So https www.youtube.com/@ Abhay Prince, or let's add something. I don't know, maybe source equals, I just want to check it that it is working, blazing URL. All right, so shorten this URL. We have the short URL generated. All right, let's copy this. We have copied it. We'll go to the next tab and we'll paste the short URL 7069. We'll press enter and you see it redirected to @Abhay Prince. It was there, question mark was there, but then it redirected again. This was YouTube side, but it got redirected to this one. Now because it should track one click, if we go to my links, if we check this one, we should have some ordering logic actually. We'll go to last page. This is the URL. Here you see we have total clicks 1 because we clicked this. We open this in new tab. Now if I again click on this link, it got here. We have this. Now if I refresh this page, we should see 2 clicks here. Let's go to the last page. We have 2 clicks. So the redirection logic is working and our clicks. So that means tracking the analytics, this thing is also working. So now we are good. Now we can see this. Now we can see the clicks and now we can start working on this view details page. All right. But before that, let's have that ordering logic so that we can order these by maybe ID or something. All these active links and all that. So let's quickly go to the blazing URLs in the main project. Where are link services? Main project's link service. So here we'll go to, and we can remove this data folder because now this is empty. Service, link service, and get links by user. Here, after take and skip, let's do this. We'll do dot order by descending l dot id. Okay, save it and let's run it. It's here. Let's see my links, and this is the latest link. All right, with 2 clicks. Cool. This is the long URL. Now we should have just 2 clicks only because we clicked on long URL. We didn't click on short URL. Now from here also we can try copying. I copied short URL. If I go to new tab, I paste it. It will go to the long URL and now we should see total clicks 3. Total clicks 3. All right. Now let's try if we are pasting some incorrect URL, which link does not exist. For example, here I should use something ABCD, and if I press it, we can see HTTP 404. This page cannot be found. If I zoom it, so you see 404, and this comes from our code where we have said that in the blazing urls.public program.cs, here we are saying if this long URL is null, we'll say results.not found, that this URL is not there. All right. So we are good with public thing only. Next thing we'll work on that view details of a single link, that thing. All right. So please hit the like button if you haven't already, and please share this video. And do let me in the comment if you are learning something and what do you think about this project. Do you like this project? All right, and please subscribe my channel. All right, so for link details page, that single link detail page, first we need our service. So we'll go to blazing URLs link service, and before service, let's go create a DTO for this. So we'll go to client project DTOs, and in here we'll create a new DTO. Let's say link details DTO.cs, and for this also I'm going to create it as a record. So public record, then link details DTO, On detail page we are going to show the link related that long URL short URL is active, and then we need the link analytics to display those on a chart. Okay, so we will have link DTO as link, and then we want to have analytics details as well. So for that, what we'll do, we'll create an analytics DTO as well. So we'll say public class link analytic DTO, and here we are going to have long ID, then long link ID, and then date time clicked at, when this link was getting got clicked. Let's move this link analytic DTO to a separate file. So move type to link analytic DTO.cs, and then in this link details DTO we'll have two properties. One is link DTO, and then second one link analytic DTO. All right, so let's say link analytic, and now we are going to use this link analytics link details DTO in our service. So in link service, let's go to iLink service, this interface, and here we'll say task of link details DTO question mark. It is going to be nullable, because if we provided incorrect link ID then it will be null. Here we'll say get link async with a single parameter long ID, or maybe two parameters string user ID. All right, okay, now we'll implement this method. So in this link service we'll implement this method get link async. So first thing, we need to have our context ready. So await using word context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. After that we'll get the link from the database. So we'll say await context dot, from here we can say dot links, and here we'll say include link analytics dot first or default async l dot id equals this id which we got as a parameter, and l dot user id and l dot user id equals this user id. All right, so now we have link. After this we'll check if we found this link. So if link is null, we'll simply return null, because we know this is an invalid operation. Either this link does not exist or this link does not belong to this user. Alright, if that's not the case, that means we got link. Now we will generate our DTO. So first we'll generate our link analytic DTO. So new, and not new, we'll say link dot link analytics dot select. Okay, so from here we'll say new, we'll simply transform it to link analytic DTO, and we'll say id equals a dot id click that and link id. We would create it as record also, right? Okay, I created it as class, so that's fine. You can change it to record. We have link analytics DTO. Do we have the default value for this in here? No, we don't. So let's do this. Let's change the type of this link analytic DTU to, instead of where, we'll use this array. And now after select, we'll use dot to array. And okay, in link details DTO, this should be, link should be one single element, but link analytic DTO, it should be a collection, an array, because we are going to have multiple clicked rows, right, with that date time when this link was clicked. So it should be an array. All right, now we have this array. So here what we'll do, we can simply say, we can have this question mark check to check it if it was null, and then we can simply have this condition. So we have link analytics array, link analytics, and on this link dot link analytics, we are saying question mark dot. If it was null, it will return null till to array. If it is null, we'll have default value as an empty array. All right, let's wrap this thing in this curly brace, in this parenthesis, in this braces, so that it clearly indicates this is a part of group, and if this is null, then we'll use this default value, which is an empty array. All right, now from here we will return new link details DTO. Where is that? So we need link DTO first. All right, so we'll generate that as well. So link DTO equals new link DTO, and this is also a class. All right, so ID is active, long URL and short URL. So we'll say long URL equals link dot long URL, and then we'll have our short URL as link dot short URL, and total clicks we can skip it because we already have this link analytics DTU. And still, if you want to have it, yeah, let's have it. So total clicks, this will have link analytics DTO dot length, this one. All right, now we are good. Now we can return this link details DTO. So first parameter will be link DTO, second parameter is going to be link analytics. Let's say rename this to link analytics, and now we are good. So our method is ready. Now we can add this method to our endpoint and our link API proxy and Refit iAPI, iLink API in client project. All right, so let's first add it to our endpoint in main project, endpoints, link endpoints. At the very end, we'll say, so this order does not matter, you can have it anywhere. Map get, and on this links group we already have slash API slash links. After that we'll have this thing slash link ID with this long, and this is going to be yes map get. So map patch and map delete, we already have these two things on this same URL. Now this is map get. All right, now we'll add our handler here. So async, first thing long link ID, then we'll have iLink service, link service, and then we are going to have our claims principal, and then we'll define body here. So here first we need our user ID, so we can have var user ID equals principal dot get user ID. All right, then we'll have our link details DTO equals await, and from await we can say link service dot get link async with link ID and user ID. Alright, this we know it is not null. And then we'll simply return results dot okay with this link details DTO. And our endpoint is ready. Alright, now let's go to client project. In here we'll go to services, iLink API. So here let's define that task of we are going to have this task of link details DTO get link async, and here we'll define it as get with the URL slash API slash links slash link ID. So it should be link ID. Alright. Here we can skip this user ID. Okay, because for server side it will be this iLink API is going to be skipped, so it will directly hit that link service, and for WebAssembly it is going to make HTTP call to that endpoint, and on that endpoint we are getting it from the claims, the user ID. So we are good, so we don't need user ID here, we can skip this. All right, now let's go to link API proxy. Here we'll simply implement that method, implement interface. So get link async. Here we'll say underscore links API dot get link async ID. That's all. We are going to skip this user ID here. All right, so our link API proxy is also ready. So we have this at all over the place. So this API call and this service call for getting the link details, this is ready. Now we can work on that page for the link details. All right, so in this pages folder in client project, in app folder, we are going to create a new page. We'll call it, let's say, link details dot razor. Okay, and this link details dot razor, first thing we need to define the page URL for this. So we'll say @page slash my links slash then dynamic part link ID long. All right, and we skipped app, right? So slash app, then this. Now this link ID, we need to have a parameter in our code blocks. So here we'll have our property of type long link ID, and this should be a parameter. All right, now we are good. Now we'll quickly check one case. So we'll say override on initialized async. Here we'll check if this link ID is equals 0. That means it is an invalid case. So we will inject navigation manager. We'll call it navigation manager only. And then if link is equals 0, we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to, and we'll say slash app slash my links, and here we'll say force load and replace. So we'll set replace to true. That means we are telling browser to replace this current URL, that means remove this URL from the history, browser history, because this URL is invalid. This should not be there in the history. If you press back button, it should not come to this page because it is mylinks slash 0, which is not a valid ID. All right, so for that we'll set this replace to true, and then we'll simply return from here that we'll say don't execute further, you don't need to do anything, and it should be async. Now we are good. All right, now this page, on this page we are going to use chart, and most chart library use some JavaScript and all that stuff. So all these are client side, we cannot render these on server. So these this page needs to be uh, client only, that means interactive, and for this we'll set pre-rendering false. So we'll set render mode, we'll say new interactive auto render mode, and we'll set pre-render to false. Alright, now on this page let's quickly get the link DTO. So private link details DTO underscore link details DTO, or maybe we can say link, or let's say link details DTO only. Alright, and we'll have a private bool, let's say is loading. Alright, and if this is loading is true, in our HTML we'll say if this is loading is true, we'll simply show our loader, and if that's not the case, we'll render our actual data. Alright, so now we have this link details DTO. So let's quickly fill this in our on initialized async. Here we'll say link details DTO equals, now we need to inject our iLink service, so let's inject it. We'll say inject iLink service, we'll call it link service. Let's move it up, and let's move render mode to up, and then we are here. Now we can simply say in our on initialize async, we'll say await link service dot get link async, and here we need id, which is link id, which we have as link id, and we need user id. So we need to get user id. So for that, let's get it. Because this is interactive page, so we can inject our task of authentication state. So public task of authentication state auth state task with get set. This needs to be a cascading parameter. Blazor will provide this for us. And in this, after checking the link id, we'll say var auth task equals await auth state task, and from this auth state task we can get our user id. So we'll say user id equals auth state auth task. Oh, it should be auth state. So name is up to you, I follow this convention. So auth state, so auth state dot user dot get user id. So we have user id now. Here we'll use this user id, and now we have this underscore links DTO. And after this, before getting this, actually we'll set is loading to true. Then after getting this link details DTO, we'll set is loading to false. Okay, and now inside this else case, let's render the short link for now. So we'll say @_ link details DTO dot link dot short URL. Let's say we'll do this, and I think before this we need to check if this underscore link DTO, if this is null, that means this does not exist. So from here also we'll simply return this, use this navigation manager dot navigate to my links, and we'll return from here, and we'll replace true. Or maybe we should not use replace true. Maybe right now that id does not exist, but maybe tomorrow it will exist. So we can do this. Alright, now we are good. Now we can simply check if this thing is working, but before that we need to add this URL in our my links page. So let's go to my links page, and here inside QuickGrid, where we have that view details button, where is that, this view details, here we need to have id. We already have this app my links and then link ID. So we are good. Let's quickly try it out. So I'm running it. It's here. Let's see. Go to my links and then view details. And we are on this page. We saw quick loader and now we can see this short URL. That means this thing is working. We are able to get the data. Now we just need to design this page. All right. So first thing, we need that heading or header on this page. So for that, we'll use that section content the way we are using it on mylinks.razor page. So let's use this section content and page title both. Here we'll say, let's say link details, and inside this h1 we can have maybe, let's do this, text main, fw bold, text center. Inside this, let's have one link icon. So we'll say I class bx and bx link. Okay, and let's have me margin and 1, and then in span we'll say, let's say @ link details dto, and it is nullable, so we'll say (dot link and dot short URL. All right, so now we'll have this thing. After this, let's have an HR tag and let's add class text main so that it is of our primary main color. Okay, our section content is ready with client heading. This is for interactive pages, and now we are good. So now let's have a long URL here. We just want to quickly see it, how it looks. So my links, view details, and something is not right. If I refresh, hard refresh it, we cannot see that the title, and that's because on my links, did we explicitly set interactive main layout? Yes, we set this interactive main layout explicitly. So if we on link details page, we are not setting that, that means it is using main layout, and because main layout and this section content does not exist there, there is a different section, so it is not rendering that. So now we need to use this @layout on this link details page as well, and we need to add authorize attribute as well. We have not added that yet for both of these pages, and later we'll need to add this on dashboard page as well. So what we can do, if we have some common functionality or common things across multiple pages, we can move those to _imports.razor file. Now we can have folder label _imports.razor files. So inside this pages app, we'll create a new file. We'll say _imports.razor. Okay, we can remove everything and we can simply say layout interactive main layout. Where is it? Interactive main layout. We have this, and same thing we can set authorize attribute as well. Attribute authorize from Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorize. All right, now we have this interactive main layout, so we can remove this thing from my links.razor page. Let's remove this layout, and we can remove this using statement as well, the blazing urls.client.layout. So save it, and now all these pages inside this app folder are going to use this _imports.razor. That means all those are having this layout and all those are using this attribute, authorize attribute. All right, so let's run it again. Okay, it is coming. If we open my links, we have same thing. If we open view details, and now we can see that link icon, we can see the short URL, we can see this HR tag, and then this long URL. So that means now we have the layout, interactive main layout. Now we can start working on this section, this actual content section. All right, let's do this. So here on link details page, what we'll do in this h3, instead of h3, we are going to have a div class row. Let's have some vertical spacing as well, so my3. Inside this we'll have div class call 12, so let's have all the available space, complete 12 grid. Here we are going to have an h3. We'll say link details. On this h3, let's have class. First thing text main, second thing fw bold, so make it bold. And after this we are going to have an ul. Let's say class list unstyled. This is coming from bootstrap. And here we are going to have a couple of allies. So li with some classes. Let's see what classes we are going to have. So here we'll be having long URL. What is the long URL for this? Here we will have one anchor tag, so that if user wants, they can navigate to this long URL. So here we'll say a href @ link details gto dot link dot long URL. All right, we can have some class if we want to. And the target, we are going to have it as blank, so that it opens up in a new tab. All right, and the text is going to be same, _ link details gto dot link, not question mark, we don't need this, dot link dot long URL. And we are good, our first li is ready. So on this li, let's have some spacing. So we'll say class, and when we say spacing, or let's make it h5 and mb3, so margin bottom 3 and appearance as heading 5. Let's copy this thing a couple times, 4 times. So after long URL, we are again going to have short URL. Let's change this short URL and the text short URL. All right, after that we'll say is active if this link is active. So if this link is active, now here we don't need this anchor tag. We can simply have one span. We'll have span, and here we'll say _ link details gto dot link dot is active, so yes or no. And on this span we can have class, first thing fw bold, so that it is in bold, or maybe we can have those icons here as well, that check and cross icons, or maybe we can simply have classes here, the text success and text danger, so red and green color. So let's have that thing. Here we'll say if link details gto dot link dot is active. If link is active, we'll add text success class. If link is not active, we'll have text danger class. All right, now the last line, here we'll say total clicks, so total number of clicks on this short link, short URL. So here we'll say @ underscore link details DTO dot link dot total clicks. Alright, now we are good. After this, what we'll do, we will have one let's say H4, and here we'll say analytics. On this H4, we'll add a class of FW bold and text, not text danger, text main. Text main. Alright, and after this, here we are going to display our chart. So right now let's see how it is looking, then we'll work on the chart part. Okay, let's run this. Alright, we are here, my links. Let's go to all, show all links, because here we can see both active and inactive links. So right now first one is active. We'll go to view details, and here we can see long URL, we can see short URL. Is active is true, which is in green color bold. Total clicks, L is uppercase, we need to make it lowercase. Total clicks 3, and analytics will display chart here. Now let's click on this short link. It will open up in a new tab. It will go to the URL, long URL, this long URL, and now if we refresh this page, we should see total clicks 4. Yes. Alright, now let's go back to my links, show all links. Let's search for some inactive links. So this is inactive. Now if I go to view details, and it is active true. It should be false, right? It should not be true. If I refresh this page, is active true. Something is not right. Let's quickly check the code. Service, where is it? Blazing URLs, services, link service, and here get link, and we are hard coding is active to true. That is not correct. So it should be link dot is active. Alright, and now let's fix that clicks text as well. So total clicks, this L should be lowercase. Stop it and run it. We are here. Let's open my clicks. My links. Show all links. Let's go to the last page. And now the second one, which is inactive, we'll go here and we can see is active false. This is not active. We'll go back. Show all links. Page number 4. This one is active. Let's check it. And this is active true. So we can see the link details and we can see all this stuff. We are good with this. Now we can start working on this chart. Alright. So for this we are going to use Syncfusion chart. Let's have it. We'll use this page only. Let's close all others. Close all but this. Alright, so for Syncfusion Blazor Charts, let's quickly search for it. So we'll say Syncfusion Blazor Charts. So Blazor Charts, interactive charts. Let's go to view demo. And this page takes some time. Maybe this is WebAssembly. So on this page, we'll go to the very end. At the very bottom, we have this documentation link here. So we'll click on this documentation. And now we are here with charts getting started. So first we'll see how we can add all these things here. Blazor Web app, server app, Blazor WASM app. And then if we go to this chart types, here we'll see how to set up, how to install. And then if we click on this chart types, here we have this line chart. This is the chart we are going to use for our use case. So this is a sample code, we'll see, and then this is the output. All right. Okay, so let's go to this getting started, and here we have this Syncfusion.blazor.charts, this package which we need to install. Okay, NuGet package. Let's copy this Syncfusion.blazor.charts. Let's go to our project, and here we need to install this in both of our project, main Blazing URLs project and Blazing URLs.client project, because for we are using interactive auto. So for interactive server, it is going to use the package from this main project, and for WebAssembly it is going to use it from the client project. All right, so we'll install it in both the projects. So let's install it in first project, Blazing URLs. Browse and search for this Syncfusion.blazor.charts. Install it. Apply. And it should install now. Yeah, it is installed. If we go to its CS pros, we can see this thing, Syncfusion.blazor.charts. So let's copy this and let's directly add it to client project as well. So this is the way we can have the NuGet package installed. We can simply modify the CS pros and just restore or build or rebuild. It will automatically install that package. All right. After that, we'll see what else we need. So we'll go to this documentation, and here we have this getting started, Blazor Web app. Yes, we are using Blazor Web app, and here it is saying you need to use this and that. Navigation, themes, Blazor charts. Okay, this is generic Blazor related stuff. Okay, so this is generic stuff. So this is the CSS style we can add for theming, but we are not using any Syncfusion theming, so we can simply skip this. But we need this script. So the script tag underscore content Syncfusion Blazor core scripts Syncfusion-blazor.min.js, this text JavaScript. So we'll simply copy this line and we'll add it to our body, and our body we can find it in the main Blazing URLs project, in components, in app.result. Here is our body tag. All right, so inside this, maybe before app, our custom script should be at the very end, so that we can override or modify anything or access any third-party library in our script. So this is a good practice to use it like this. Now we have this syncfusion.blazor.min.js JavaScript ready. Now if you go to the documentation again, there is some basic step which we need. If you go to introduction, and I need to find where is that, the getting started Syncfusion Blazor component. Is it here somewhere? We'll search for this. Yeah, on this only. After adding that NuGet package and adding that this thing, we have one more section here. It is saying we can use this and add that using, but we are using it on a single page, so we don't add it to, we are not going to add it to underscore imports, so we are good with this. Now we need to add this thing, this builder.services.add Syncfusion Blazor in our program.cs. Okay, so it is saying now register the Syncfusion Blazor service in program.cs file of your Blazor web app. For an app with WebAssembly or auto interactive render mode, register the Fusion Blazor service in both program.cs files of your web app. Alright, so we are using this auto, so we need to register it in both the program.cs files, right? So let's copy this thing, builder.services.add Syncfusion Blazor. We are going to add it to both our program.cs. So for first main projects, before builder.build, we can add it anywhere. So we'll say builder.services.add Syncfusion Blazor, Syncfusion Blazor, using Syncfusion Blazor. Let's copy this line. Let's go to our client project, program.cs. Here we'll do the same thing, builder.services.syncfusion Blazor. All right. Now we are good. We can start using it now. We already added the JavaScript. We don't need style sheet for this. We are not using any theme. And after that, we can simply start using its components. Okay. So let's go back. Documentation, introduction. Let's go back again. Let's go back. We'll see charts getting started. So we have added charts NuGet package. We have added that add Syncfusion Blazor, and then we have added, okay, here also we had this Syncfusion Blazor. We added the script, and then we can directly use our SF chart. So we are going to use line chart. So let's go to line chart, search for that. Here we will have chart. Where is chart? CH charts. Chart types, line chart. Okay, so now we are going to use this thing here. So here let's quickly add this thing, the same thing we are seeing here, then we'll modify it. So I'm copying this SF chart, this component. I'll save everything, link details page, and instead of this charts, let's add that SF chart using syncfusion.blazor.charts. Now let's copy the C# code. So this public class chart data, then this chart, this media details. Copy these two things, go to our project and add these two things at the very end. All right, and now let's save everything and let's run it so that we can see this. It is coming. Okay, it came here. My links, view details, and what happened? Maybe there is some error. Let's see. Console. No, now we got that loader. Something happened. I don't know what happened. We can see this warning from Syncfusion that we are using the Syncfusion. So it is a free direct without any license. So it shows this thing, but we can use that. We can register it and we can get a license key for free as well. Then we can use that. Then this thing will go away from here. So now we can see analytics, and here we can see this line chart. That means our chart is coming here. Now we just need to change this heading and provide our data to this so that it can generate chart as per our data. All right, so we'll do that. Let's close this, and here let's close this as well. Let's close all others. Let's leave it this thing only, link details.razor page. So for X and Y axis, let's format this. For X and Y axis, we need something. So let's say on the X axis, we will use dates, and on the Y axis, we'll use number of clicks. Okay, so on which date, how many number of times this link was clicked. All right. So we need this type of data structure. So here they are using this chart data X and Y. We will use our link click data. So let's quickly create a record, internal record basically. So record, let's say link click data, something like this. And here we'll have date time, let's say clicked on, and then we'll have int clicks, how many number of clicks were there. And let's do this, we'll display a different format for our dates. So instead of this clicked on, or maybe let's do this, let's have a computed property here. So prop public string, let's say clicked on str, and here we'll say clicked on, which is this date time dot to string, and here we can have our date format. I am from India, so the date format we usually follow, we follow DDMMYY. So DDMMYYYY, we'll use this format. So you can modify this format as per your need. Now this chart data, this is done with this. After that we need to get the actual data. This is the single model, then we need actual data like this. So with all these records for X and Y axis and all this. So for this, what we'll do, here we will have one more piece of state. We'll say private link click data array, and here we'll say link clicks equals blank array. All right. Now we'll generate this link clicks in our on initialized async after getting the link details DTO. All right. Here we have everything ready. We have underscore link details data ready. Now from here, what we'll do, we'll say link clicks equals underscore link details DTO dot analytics, and on this we'll add a group by. We'll group by this with date. So we'll say a dot clicked at dot date. So just date, not date time. Okay. Now from here we'll simply select, this is group, so G goes to new link click data. First we need, in this link click data, first we need our date. So we can say G dot key, which is, we are grouping by this date, so this is going to be key, and the value, number of clicks, we are going to use G dot count, which is number of clicks. And then this is an array, so dot to array, and now our underscore links click data is ready. Now we can use this underscore link clicks in our chart. This is our chart. First, this title of this chart, we are not going to use this thing, we'll use link clicks. Link clicks. All right. Now everything is fine. Here data source. So the data sources are underscore link clicks. Okay. And X name and Y name. So on X axis, what we are going to display? We are going to display this clicked on str, which comes from this link clicks data. So what we can do here, for X name, we can say name of link click data dot clicked on str. So this is going to be X name, and for Y name we are going to use number of clicks. So for this we'll say, instead of Y, we will say name of link click data dot clicks like this. Chart type line, and we are good with this. Let's save it. Now we can remove this chart data model and this media details, this list variable. Let's remove this, save it, save everything. Let's run it. We should see something. Okay, we have something. Let's go to my links and we'll open this one, view details, and we have this thing. And great, we have this line chart, so 12 and 13 for these two dates. So here we had some around, I know, 3 clicks, and here we have 1 click. Okay, so we are able to fetch the data, we are able to fill the data, and then chart is rendering. We are good with this. We'll just enhance this chart now. So right now if I'm hovering over it, we should have some tooltip and that data pointers here, right? So we'll do that. So for that we need to check the documentation in line chart, or maybe chart in general. If we go to charts, or maybe charts getting started, not getting started, we need to search where we can find the label and all those stuff. So I saw those somewhere. Content, charts, working with data. Let me search for that. This is the tooltip. All right. So tooltip, here we can say this thing. So these two things actually, label format and chart tooltip setting enable true. Okay. So let's copy these two things. Chart primary y-axis label format this value m, this value is dynamic, and then chart tooltip setting enable true. Let's copy these two things. Go to our project, our page. Inside this SF chart, here we'll add these. So this label format value, this is dynamic, and this m, instead of this we'll say clicks. So 5 clicks, 3 clicks, 1 click, something like this. And then tooltip setting enable. Yes, we are enabling tooltip here. Save everything. Let's rerun. So now we should see the tooltips now. Okay, it is coming. My links, view details, and we can see this. And here you see tooltip, 1 click, date, and then colon, then 3 clicks. You see 3 clicks, we can see the tooltip, and this is the label format. All right, so now looks like we are good with this. Right now it is showing 1 click for 13. Now if I click this again and I refresh this page, it should show 2 clicks now for that y-axis, the 13 date. So you see 2 clicks and this 3 clicks. This chart is generating fine. We have total number of clicks 5. So I guess we are good with detail page as well, right? All right, now let's continue further. Now on these pages, or maybe let's work on dashboard as well. First we'll work on dashboard, then we'll add extra stuff here. Right now dashboard, there's nothing in this dashboard, so detail page is ready now. Now we'll work on dashboard. All right, this is Swagger URL. Close this. All right, now for dashboard. Now we are on dashboard. So first thing, we need to create service and DTO for dashboard. Then we'll create our page. So let's go to client, DTOs, and here we'll simply create a, and again something happened with my Visual Studio. Let's create a class using this approach. Here we'll say, let's say dashboard data DTO. All right, dashboard data DTO. We'll make it also as a record. And here we'll have first int total links, int total clicks. Okay, total number of links, total number of clicks. After that, we'll have total active links, and then we'll have total inactive links. Total active links and int total inactive links. Okay, after that, let's say int total links created today and int total clicks today. And we are good with this 6 piece of data. All right, now let's use this in our link service and our interface to get the data for this one. So we'll go to interface first, ilink service, and here we'll say task of this dashboard data DTU get dashboard data async, and here we'll provide string user ID. We'll provide dashboard data for this user. All right, now let's go to our main project and services, link service, and here let's implement this method. Let's go to the very end, and here we'll have this public async task of dashboard data DTO get dashboard data async and string user ID as a parameter. All right, so here first thing we need to create our context. So we'll say await using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. Now we need to fetch data for all these things, all these properties. Now all these things, these are going to be separate calls. Now we need this different 6 different piece of data, so it is a very good candidate for a stored procedure, because if we are not using stored procedure, then we need to make multiple round trips to the database to fetch all of these. So there is going to be a single trip for single data. So one database trip for this one for this, one for this, one for this, one for this, one for this. So total 6. Or maybe for active and inactive, we can simply have one. We'll have total link, we'll have active link count, and on the basis of these two, we can calculate this. So at least 5 calls we'll make to the database in this method. So it's good to convert it to a stored procedure, but in this particular video course, I'm not going to use stored procedure. I'll use entity framework only using this direct approach. All right, so here we'll say var total links. Here we'll say await context dot links dot count async. All right, then we'll say total clicks equals await context dot link analytics dot count async, and here we'll provide this condition a dot link dot user ID equals this user ID which we have provided as a parameter to this method. Same thing we'll do for the first one. So count async l dot user ID equals user ID. Okay, then we need to have total active and inactive links. So let's say what total active links equals await context dot links dot count async, where l dot user ID equals this user ID and l dot is active. Okay, Then for total inactive links, we can do a very complex math, which is total clicks minus total active links. Sorry, not total clicks. Oh, this is total links. The first one is, yeah, total links. So total links minus total active links. So now we have total inactive links. Alright. After that, we'll do total links created today. What total links today equals await context dot links dot count async l dot created, and we don't have created. Yes, I think we didn't add that created field in this, right? Is active, we don't have that. Okay, so let's consider this an assignment for you guys. So you can add that created on the date time when this link was created, and you can use that, and maybe you can use that for order by as well. So here for now I am going to simply have it as hard coded, maybe let's say 5, and here I'll say you need to add a new property to the link entity created on. You need to add a new property created on to the link entity, and then use that property to get this data. Okay, something like this. Now we have one more, total clicks today. So here we'll say await underscore not underscore context dot link analytics dot count async, where we have this condition a dot link dot user id, and apart from this we'll say a dot click that dot date equals date time dot today dot date. Okay, no set time component is 0, right? So we can directly use today. All right, so now we have all this 6 piece of data. After this we can simply say return new dashboard data dtu, and we'll provide total links, total clicks, then total active links, total inactive links, total clicks, total inactive links, then total links today, total clicks today, and now we are good with this. Now there is one problem with this. No, not problem, that performance is a problem. So I already told you a better approach to use a stored procedure, but if we are not using that, at least we cannot decrease number of database round trips, or maybe you can make some complex queries. Maybe for this first one you can include link analytics as well, then find count for both of those. So there could be multiple ways, but I'll use this approach. And now all these data, we have these 1 2 3 and this 4, these 4 things, all these 4 are not dependent on each other. So what we can do, we can get these 4 things in parallel. All right, so all these are async methods. So what we can do, we can create some helper methods. Okay, and then we can use something like task.when all, and then we can get data from all of these. All right, so let's create helper methods. So we'll say private async task of int get total links string user id. Okay, and now we'll use this creating context. and then this total links call, or maybe we can directly return it from here. So return, and we are good. Our first method is ready. Then let's copy this thing 4 times. So we'll have all those 4 methods. So first one is get links, get total links. Then we have total clicks. So here we'll say get total clicks, creating context, and then we'll use this second query. Await context link analytics, count async, and this thing. Then third one, we'll use active links. So get total active links, and here we are going to use this query. Alright, save it. After that we need total clicks today, and for total links today, let's create a method for this as well. If you will create this, you can directly use that method. So what I'll do, I'll simply say get total links today. So here for now what I am going to do, let's paste it one more time. Here what I'll do, I'll simply say return await task dot from result 5. This is hard coded for now. Get it from database once created on logic is ready on link entity. Okay, so I have added this thing. After that, get total clicks today. All right, so for this I'm going to copy this line. Okay, now we'll simply use task.whenAll for all these things. Let's move this thing. You need to add this thing to this method. All right. Now we don't need to create this context here because all these calls have their own context. That's why if you'll use the same context, we are going to get some error. The reason is db context can process one call at a time. We cannot start multiple database calls on a single db context. That's why we have db context factory. We are creating the separate database context for all these calls. All right, now we can use inside this get dashboard data async. Let me comment this out for your reference. Here we'll say var count equals await task dot when all, and now I'll add all these calls. First I'll say get total links of the user ID. Then let's copy it a couple of times. So get total links. After that we'll say get total clicks. After that we'll say get total active links. Then for total inactive links, we can have that logic here only, so we'll not use that for inactive links. And after inactive links we have get total clicks today, and then we have get total total links today, and after that clicks today. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 calls, and that total inactive links, that count we'll have it here only. So save everything. Now we are good. This counts will have all the data in an array. So if you check this count is an int array. It will have all these items at 0 position. It will have total links. At first position it will have total clicks. So like this. So here what we'll do, now we'll have all these things. So var total links equals counts 0, where I'm using this, we could have used these things directly here, count 0, count 1, count 2, but this is more readable. That's why I'm doing this, so that we know directly, okay, we are passing total links, total clicks, like this. Alright, so 1 is total clicks, then total active links, then total clicks today for count 3, total clicks today, total active clicks, no, total active links 2, then total clicks today, total links today. This is the count 3, and total clicks today, this is count 4. All right, and for total inactive links, we'll simply do that math. So total inactive links, we'll say total clicks minus total active links, not total clicks. Oh my god, I'm always doing total clicks. It is kind of tongue twister. All right, so now we have all data in parallel, and then we are simply returning this dashboard data DTO. So now we are good with our service layer. Now we'll simply copy this line. We'll create our endpoint. Let's go to our endpoint. Endpoint in main project, endpoints, link endpoint. And here we are simply going to have, let's copy this first thing, and here we'll say /API/links, then slash, let's say dashboard, something like this. Okay, of the user ID, we don't need to pass that user ID as a parameter. We can get it from this principal. So we are getting principal, and yeah, we need to have ilink service injected here. So ilink service, we are getting user ID, then here we'll say dashboard data link service dot get dashboard data async, and we'll pass this user ID here, and then we'll return results dot okay dashboard data. Endpoint is ready. /dashboard. So /API/link/dashboard. This is the URL. Now let's go to client project, services, ilink API. Here let's define a new method here. So task of dashboard data DTO get dashboard data async. We don't need to provide any parameter here. It is going to be get, and the URL is going to be API/links/dashboard. All right, now let's go to link API proxy, and here let's define the method. So public task of get dashboard data async, and from here we'll say link API dot get dashboard data async without any parameter. And what is it? It is saying it is nullable somewhere. Where it is nullable? Did I add nullable? It should not be nullable here. Did I add it nullable in interface? No. Link service? No, it's not. Alright, so we are good. Now we should be getting our dashboard data. Now close all tabs. Now we'll create our page, dashboard page. So for this page also we are going to have this page in interactive auto render mode. So in client project, in pages, app folder, we'll create a new file. We'll say dashboard.razor. All right, first thing we need to have URL here. So page/app/dashboard. All right, now let's have that section, so we can get it from link detail or my links page. So we can have this section content, page title, ilink service. Let's have all these things. Dashboard. So we are having render mode, interactive auto render mode. We can have it pre-render if we want, or we can opt it to not use pre-rendering. We are good. We'll use navigation manager. Do we need navigation manager? Maybe, may not be. Let's close it. Here we have IGS runtime. Do we need it? No, we don't. iLink service, yes, we need it. Page title, dashboard, section, dashboard, save everything, and I guess IntelliSense is not going to work. So let's close this file, dashboard, and let's open it again. And now we have this. All right. Now here inside this code block, we'll have private dashboard data DTO. We'll say underscore dashboard data with maybe default, or let's not use default. Here we'll have private bool, let's say is loading. Okay, then in markup we'll say if is loading is true, we'll display our loader component, else we'll display something else. But before that, let's get the data. So here we are going to override on initialized async method. We already have the iLink service injected on this page. So here we'll say var, or not var, we can directly have, we'll say is loading to true. Then we'll say underscore dashboard data equals await link service dot get dashboard data async, and we need to provide user ID for this. So let's get user ID because this page is interactive. We need to inject, or we need to add public task authentication state, auth state task. We can have get set on this. So get set, and this is going to be cascading parameter. Let's go to link detail and let's copy this logic to get the user ID. So auth state, we'll await this auth state task and then we'll get user ID from it. So here we are getting this user ID, and then we can pass this user ID here, and then we'll set is loading to back to false. All right, cool. Now we have this dashboard data. Now we can use this. So here inside this else part, we are going to have some boxes for all these stats. So here we'll say div class, let's say row, and then we'll have div class, let's say call sm4, call sm4. Okay, and inside this call sm4 we are going to have one more div class. Inside this we are going to have h3, let's say total links, and then we are going to have h2, and here we'll say dashboard data dot total links. All right, let's have some classes on this div. So we'll say this should be first thing bg main, then we'll use on this bg main we need to use text white, and let's use shadow on this. So shadow lg, large shadow. Okay, all right, now we need these vertically stacked, so we can have other classes as well, or maybe let's use with this box class, for which we'll add our custom css. Okay, so we'll add our scoped css for this one. So in this app only we'll say dashboard.razor.css, and here we'll say dot box, and here we'll say display flex, then flex direction, we need it column, then justify content center, and align item center so that the text is horizontally and vertically in center. Okay, after that let's have some padding, let's say 20 pixel, then border radius of let's say 10 pixel, and yeah, let's have this, or maybe let's have margin as well. So margin will say let's say 10 pixel and 0. Now we should be good. So let's save everything. Let's go to dashboard, and now I'm going to copy this thing, this call sm4 second time. Then we'll say total clicks. So dashboard data dot total clicks. Then I'll paste it one more time. This time we'll say total active links. So total active links, or maybe this text is long, let's have active links. Then here we'll say inactive links. So inactive links, total inactive links. What is it? Total inactive links. Okay, the spelling mistake. So let's rename this total inactive links. Total inactive links. Let's check in service. Where is our link service? Let's check in link service if we are having the correct total. Oh, we are not using it here, so okay, we are good. Alright, so total inactive links. After total inactive links, we'll say let's say total clicks, or maybe today's links. Today's links. So here we'll say total links today. Total links created today. This one. And after that, one more time, here we'll say today's clicks. Today's clicks. Clicks. And here we'll say total clicks today. Total clicks today. All right, so save everything, and let's see this dashboard data. We'll see if we want to add some other styling as well. We'll check. Okay, that was API. Then we have this. Now if you go to dashboard, we can see this. So dashboard, and then we have total links, total clicks, total active links, inactive links, today's links, today's clicks. There is one extra apostrophe. We'll remove this, and then let's have some maybe some hover effect. Okay, apart from this, it looks fine. So let's go to code, and first let's fix these extra apostrophes, this one and this one. Then let's have some hover effect. So we'll go to CSS, and here we'll say dot box dot hover. Maybe let's increase the border radius, so we'll say border radius 20 px. Now if I hot reload, okay, stop debugging, let's restart. Okay, it's here. If you go to dashboard, we can see this, and when I'm hovering over it, we can see this extra border radius, but right now it is kind of just throwing this radius. We should have some nice animation, nice transition for this, right? So let's add some CSS transition as well. So what we can do, on this box we'll use transition property, transition, and we'll say, let's say all is and 0.3 second. Okay, we are using all. We could use directly border radius, but let's use all. Save, add hot reload. I don't know if it will work or not, but let's hope it works. Yes, it is working. You see, when I'm hovering over it, this radius changes with a nice transition, nice animation. You see. Alright, so now we are good with this dashboard as well. The only thing we can do on this total links, we can make it clickable, and when we click on it, we can navigate it to my links page, because this total links we can go to directly links page. On active links also we could go to the same page. Okay, so total links and active links, or maybe for inactive links as well, or let's do for total link and active links only. So on dashboard.tracer, I'm going to stop it, and I am going to add on click on both of these. So first total links, this thing, I'll say @on click. I'll say go to my links page async. I'm going to copy the same thing, and I'm going to add the same on click on this active links as well. Then inside our code block, we can define this private void this method, so it is not going to be async. Let's remove this async suffix from here. Now let's see if we are injecting that navigation manager. No, let's inject navigation manager. Inject navigation manager. So using this navigation manager, we can say navigation manager dot navigate to, and here we can say /app/my-links. So save everything and let's run it. Let's go to dashboard. Here we have this data. If we click on this total links, it navigated us to my links page. If we go back, total links, nothing is happening. Active links will go there. So on this active links and total links, let's change this cursor to pointer. Do we have bootstrap class for this? Let's check. If we add maybe cursor, no, let's create this class. So we'll go to our code, and in our dashboard.razor.css, here we'll say dot cursor, cursor pointer. So we'll say cursor pointer, which will show that hand icon. So on these two where we have on click, we can add this class cursor pointer. So save everything, let's stop it and let's run it again. Okay, we are here. Let's check dashboard. On dashboard, for total links, we can see this cursor pointer. On total links, we don't have it. My links, active links. All right. So now our dashboard is also ready. Right now it is showing today's clicks 2, right? Let's go to total links and let's click on some short URL. We clicked on it. This short URL is incorrect, so it will not update this because this is not going to our 7069. We need to create one more URL, maybe Okay, so from here also we should have an option to create URL, right? Right now we need to go to home page, and here we can create something. Let's use this ABCD one, shorten URL, copy this, and right now if you go to dashboard, now total links are 19 and today's clicks 2. Now if I click on that link, now if I refresh this or maybe go to my links page and come back to dashboard, now we can see 3 clicks. That means this data is updating. We are good with this data. Alright, so now dashboard is ready. Now we will do that footer and then one option to generate the short URL from these pages, from these admin panel pages. So dashboard page, my links page, and the detail page. We should have that here. Alright, so for that what we'll do, we'll simply have a floating action button somewhere here at the right bottom for all these pages. And then we'll use that to open this form in a modal popup. Okay, so let's do that next. Okay, so for that floating action button that is going to be interactive, first let's close all these tabs, and that is going to be interactive because we need click event on that. So what we'll do, inside this client project in layout, on interactive main layout, this is the layout for dashboard, my links and link detail page. So we'll add that here somewhere. So let's do this. In layout, let's create a new razor component. We'll say, let's say fab floating action button dot razor, and here we are going to have some markup. All right, so we are going to say, let's say div class fab, we'll have our CSS on this, then shadow LG, let's have some shadow on this. Inside this we are going to have a button of type button with class btn and btn main. Okay, and inside this I am going to have I class bx and bx plus, so it shows that plus icon, and then I'm going to have a span, and here I'll say shorten URL. Alright, our button is ready. Now when we click on this button, then something should happen. Okay, so what should that be? That should be, we need to open our modal popup. Alright, so here let's have one piece of state here. So we'll say private bool show link modal. All right, then on click of this button we'll say @ on click, we will simply set this show link modal to true, and then here we'll simply have an if statement. Here we'll check if show link modal is true, we are going to open our modal, and in modal we are going to use our, what was that, the name of our shared component, short URL generation form. This we already have, right? Now the button is already there. So for this thing, if you go to our modal, on modal we have show footer property. We are going to use this because for this particular case we don't need this explicit footer, because for this we only have that one button, that is generate short URL, which is already a part of the short URL generator form. So we don't need a specific footer for this modal. All right, let's define the properties it needs. So title and on close. So on this we'll say title, this is going to be generate short URL, and then on close, what we'll do, we'll simply say show link modal equals false. We'll set it to false so that it removes this thing from the page. And now looks like we are good. We can directly use this. But before that, let's add some classes to this, some CSS styling for this fab. So here inside this layout only, we'll say fab.razor.css, and we are going to add some CSS styling to this. All right. So for that, what we'll do, we'll make it position fixed. Position fixed. We'll have it on the right bottom. So we'll say bottom, let's say 25 pixel, and right 25 pixel. Shadow we already have. I guess that's all what we need. And let's have some Z index as well of 1000. Now we should be good. So save everything, and now we'll go to interactive main layout. After body, we'll say FAB, which is this fab, and on this fab we will set render mode here. So we'll say render mode equals interactive auto, and now we should be good. If I run it, I should see this button. If I click on it, it should open the generate link modal. So here we are good. We don't have that. Now if we go to dashboard, here we have this short URL. You should see it now. All right. And if I go to my links, here also I have this. If I go to detail page, here also I have it. If I go back to home page, it is not here. My links, it is here. If I click on it, short URL generate form is here. Let's refresh this to remove this warning from Syncfusion. Cool. Shorten URL, we have this. We have this. Okay, this is a footer, the default footer. So we don't need this footer here, right? So let's go to the code and go to fab, and here on this modal we will set show footer to false. Save it. Let's try if hot reload works. No, it is not going to work. So stop debugging. Let's start it again. This time we should not see that footer because we are setting show footer to false. Let's go to dashboard and shorten URL. Now we are good. So we are not displaying the default footer of our modal pop-up, and this is fine. Shorten URL, everything is working fine. That default behavior. Let's use this. Shorten this URL. Short URL generated. We can copy it. This functionality was already there. We can close this. Here also we can close this, and now we are good. We can go to my links. We can come back to dashboard. Now we have 20 links. All right. Looks like this functionality is also done. Let's do this. Let's have some nice different UX for the short URL. So by default we will have this plus icon, and when we hover over it, then we'll display this shorten URL, this text. Okay, let's do this. So for this, what we'll do on this fab shadow LG, this shorten URL, this text, we will have some class on this span. So by default it will be hidden, so we'll use display none for this. So Bootstrap gives us one class, that is dnone, dnone, display none. So this will not be here. Now when we hover over this section, this button, then we'll remove this class, and when we hover out of this, then when we move mouse out from this, then it should again go back to none, display none. All right. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply have a piece of state here. So we'll say private string fab btn class default none. All right, and let's use this btn class. We'll use this here. Okay, now on this button we'll add other events. So we'll say on mouse over. On mouse over, we'll set this fab btn class to string.empty or maybe blank string. Now let's do this. String.empty. Okay, and on mouse out at the rate on mouse out, we'll set it back. So here we'll say underscore fab btn class equals the d none. So save everything. Let's quickly try it out. So I'm stopping it. Let's run it again. All right, let's go to dashboard. Now we can see this is just plus icon. If we over it, you see when I'm taking mouse over this button, then it comes with shortened URL, and if I remove this, it simply goes back to plus. And click functionality, this is working same. All right, cool. So looks like this is also done. And I guess we have achieved everything. Now there is only one piece which is missing. That is that footer part. We are not having a footer for this complete application. So let's quickly add a simple footer. Just simple footer, not any complex thing. So for that is going to be part of all the pages, each and every page. So we can have it on main layout. Let's go to main layout, which is in client layout, main layout, here only. We can create a separate component for this footer component, or we can have it directly here. For now, I am having it directly here. So here I'll say div class, let's say container, and on this I'll say empty3, and then I'm going to have div class row, and then inside this div class call 12, and in this we'll say text center. All right, and then text center here I'm going to have a p with class, let's say m0, and then text center will move it to center. Here what we'll do, we'll say blazing urls ampersand copy for that copyright sign, then at the rate date time dot now dot here, then I'm going to add a pipe, and then developed by, then I'm going to have my YouTube URL. So https www.youtube.com/@ Abhay Prince. I'm having double at the rate because single at the rate is a special symbol for razor files. That's why adding double at the rate simply escapes that at the rate. And here I'll use my name, that is Abhay Prince here, like this, and let's wrap this Abhay Prince in one underline U. So save everything and let's see how it looks. Start. If you go to the very end, we can see this, and I don't know if you can see it. Let me move this a bit, so hopefully you can see it now. So blazing URLs developed by this is, let's have some padding or margin from bottom. Okay, let's do this. So I'll go to this thing, and on this, instead of empty on this container, I'll use my. or maybe MT3 margin top 3 but MB2 margin bottom 2. Save it, try to hot reload. It is not going to work, so let's stop it and run it again. Okay, it is coming up. At the very bottom we can see this, we have some spacing from the bottom now, and we can click on it and it will navigate us to my YouTube page. Let's check it if we can see the same thing on internal admin pages. Here we have this. Then we can go to my links page. Here also I can see this. Then let's go to view details page, and here also I can see this, but I am not able to click on it. That's because the way this chart is rendered, maybe this is overlapping with this thing. So if we check it, if we try to click on it, we can't. So if we see this section, the chart is actually taking over this. So it is coming on top of this thing. So we need to move this footer to on top of this. So for that, what we can do, we can simply go to the very end and we can check where our footer is. Where is our footer? This is our footer. So on this we can have, let's say, z index 1. But now z index is not going to work because if we have not defined any position. So by default position static is there, so z index does not have any effect on this. So we need to have position fixed, absolute or relative for z index to work. We cannot have absolute, we cannot have fixed for this particular case, but we can have relative. So let's do this. Let's add position relative, and now if we see, we can click on it, right? So let's add this position relative and z index 1 to overcome this issue. We can have footer class here, and then in this main layout.razor.css, here main layout.razor.css, in this we can say dot footer. Here we can have position relative and z index 1. Save it, save everything, and let's try to run it one more time. And with this, our complete application is done. We have achieved a lot in this, and I think this is the first video on YouTube using interactive auto render mode, which is using interactive auto render mode for entire application. So please show some love and support. Please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel, and please add some comments so that there is some engagement and YouTube recommends this video to other developers as well, and I can have some motivation. So let's hard refresh couple of times so that everything is updated. We are here. We can click on this footer. Let's go to the dashboard. Here we have this footer. Yes. My links. We have this footer. Yes. View details. And here let's see if we can click on footer. Yes, we can click on this footer. All right. So with this, everything is done. So that's all for this project. We have this blazing URLs, a simple URL shortener service. All right. Do let me know in the comment if you like this video. Okay. And if you learned something new, or do you have, if you have any question or query or concern, we can discuss it in the comments. Alright, like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel. I'll be back soon with some other cool video. Till then, bye bye. Happy coding.